Chapter 1 of The Titan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer. The Titan by Theodore DREISER. Chapter 1. The New City. When Frank Algernon Cowperwood emerged from the Eastern District Penitentiary in Philadelphia, he realized that the old life he had lived in that city since boyhood was ended. His youth was gone, and with it had been lost the great business prospects of his earlier manhood. He must begin again. It would be useless to repeat how a second panic following upon a tremendous failure, that of J. Cook & Company, had placed a second fortune in his hands. This restored wealth softened him in some degree. Fate seemed to have his personal welfare in charge. He was sick of the stock exchange, anyhow, as a means of livelihood, and he now decided that he would leave it once and for all. He would get in something else: street railways, land deals, some of the boundless opportunities of the far West. Philadelphia was no longer pleasing to him. Though now free and rich, he was still a scandal to the pretenders, and the financial and social world was not prepared to accept him. He must go his way alone, unaided, or only secretly so, while his quondam friends watched his career from afar. So thinking of this, he took the train one day, his charming mistress, now only 26, coming to the station to see him off. He looked at her quite tenderly, for she was the quintessence of a certain type of feminine beauty. "Bye-bye, dearie," he smiled, as the train bell signaled the approaching departure. "You and I will get out of this shortly. Don't grieve. I'll be back in 2 or 3 weeks, or I'll send for you. I'd take you now, only I don't know how that country is out there. We'll fix on some place, and then you watch me settle this fortune question. We'll not live under a cloud always. I'll get a divorce, and we'll marry, and things will come right with a bang. Money will do that." He looked at her with his large, cool, penetrating eyes, and she clasped his cheeks between her hands. "Oh, Frank," she exclaimed, "I'll miss you so. You're all I have." "In 2 weeks," he smiled, as the train began to move. "I'll wire or be back. Be good, sweet." She followed him with adoring eyes, a fool of love, a spoiled child, a family pet, amorous, eager, affectionate, the type so strong a man would naturally like. She tossed her pretty red gold head and waved him a kiss. Then she walked away with rich, sinuous, healthy strides, the type that men turn to look after. "That's her, that's the Butler girl," observed one railroad clerk to another. "Gee, a man wouldn't want anything better than that, would he?" It was the spontaneous tribute that passion and envy invariably pay to health and beauty. On that pivot swings the world. Never in all his life until this trip had Cowperwood been farther west than Pittsburgh. His amazing commercial adventures, brilliant as they were, had been almost exclusively confined to the dull, staid world of Philadelphia, with its sweet refinement in sections, its pretensions to American social supremacy, its cool aggregation of traditional leadership in commercial life, its history, conservative wealth, unctuous respectability, and all the tastes and avocations which these imply. He had, as he recalled, almost mastered that pretty world and made its sacred precincts his own when the crash came. Practically he had been admitted. Now he was an Ishmael, an ex-convict, albeit a millionaire. But wait, the race is to the swift, he said to himself over and over. Yes, and the battle is to the strong. He would test whether the world would trample him underfoot or no. Chicago, when it finally dawned on him, came with a rush on the second morning. He had spent 2 nights in the gaudy Pullman then provided, a car intended to make up for some of the inconveniences of its arrangements by an over-elaboration of plush and tortured glass, when the first lone outposts of the prairie metropolis began to appear. The side tracks along the roadbed over which he was speeding became more and more numerous. The telegraph poles, more and more, hung with arms and strung smoky thick with wires. In the far distance, cityward, was, here and there, a lone working man's cottage, the home of some adventurous soul who had planted his bare hut thus far out in order to reap the small but certain advantage which the growth of the city would bring. The land was flat as a table, with a waning growth of brown grass left over from the previous year and stirring faintly in the morning breeze. Underneath were signs of the new green, the New Year's flag of its disposition. For some reason, a crystalline atmosphere enfolded the distant hazy outlines of the city, holding the latter like a fly in amber and giving it an artistic subtlety which touched him. Already a devotee of art, ambitious for connoisseurship, who had had his joy, training, and sorrow out of the collection he had made and lost in Philadelphia, he appreciated almost every suggestion of a delightful picture in nature. The tracks side by side were becoming more and more numerous. Freight cars were assembled here by thousands, from all parts of the country, yellow, red, blue, green, white. Chicago, he recalled, already had 30 railroads terminating here, as though it were the end of the world. The little low 1- and 2-story houses, quite new as to wood, were frequently unpainted and already smoky, in places grimy. At grade crossings, where ambling streetcars and wagons and muddy-wheeled buggies waited, he noted how flat the streets were, how unpaved, how sidewalks went up and down rhythmically, here a flight of steps, a veritable platform before a house, there a long stretch of boards laid flat on the mud of the prairie itself. What a city! Presently a branch of the filthy, arrogant, self-sufficient little Chicago River came into view, with its mass of sputtering tugs, its black oily water, its tall red, brown, and green grain elevators, its immense black coal pockets and yellowish-brown lumber yards. Here was life. He saw it at a flash. Here was a seething city in the making. There was something dynamic in the very air which appealed to his fancy. How different, for some reason, from Philadelphia. That was a stirring city, too. He had thought it wonderful at one time, quite a world. But this thing, while obviously infinitely worse, was better. It was more youthful, more hopeful. In a flare of morning sunlight pouring between 2 coal pockets, and because the train had stopped to let a bridge swing, and a half a dozen grain and lumber boats go by, a half a dozen in either direction, he saw a group of Irish stevedores idling on the bank of a lumber yard whose wall skirted the water. Healthy men they were, in blue or red shirt sleeves, stout straps about their waists, short pipes in their mouths, fine, hardy, nutty brown specimens of humanity. Why were they so appealing, he asked himself. This raw, dirty town seemed naturally to compose itself into stirring artistic pictures. Why, it fairly sang. The world was young here. Life was doing something new. Perhaps he had better not go on to the Northwest at all. He would decide that question later. In the meantime he had letters of introduction to distinguished Chicagoans, and these he would present. He wanted to talk to some bankers and grain and commission men. The Stock Exchange of Chicago interested him, for the intricacies of that business he knew backward and forward, and some great grain transactions had been made here. The train finally rolled past the shabby backs of houses into a long, shabbily covered series of platforms, sheds having only roofs, and amidst a clatter of trucks hauling trunks, and engines belching steam, and passengers hurrying to and fro, he made his way out into Canal Street and hailed a waiting cab, one of the long line of vehicles that bespoke a metropolitan spirit. He had fixed on the Grand Pacific as the most important hotel, the one with the most social significance, and thither he asked to be driven. On the way he studied these streets as in the matter of art he would have studied a picture. The little yellow, blue, green, white, and brown street cars which he saw trundling here and there, the tired, bony horses, jingling bells at their throats, touched him. They were flimsy affairs, these cars, merely highly varnished kindling wood, with bits of polished brass and glass stuck about them. But he realized what fortunes they portended if the city grew. Street cars, he knew, were his natural vocation. Even more than stock brokerage, even more than banking, even more than stock organization, he loved the thought of street cars and the vast manipulative life it suggested. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Titan by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Reconnoitre. The city of Chicago, with whose development the personality of Frank Algernon Cowperwood was soon to be definitely linked, to whom may the laurels as a laureate of this Florence of the West yet fall. This singing flame of a city, this all-America, this poet in chaps and buckskin, this rude, raw Titan, this Burns of a city. By its shimmering lake it lay, a king of shreds and patches, a maundering yokel with an epic in its mouth, a tramp, a hobo among cities, with the grip of Caesar in its mind, the dramatic force of Euripides in its soul. A very bard of a city, this, singing of high deeds and high hopes, its heavy brogans buried deep in the mire of circumstance. Take Athens, oh Greece, Italy, do you keep Rome? This was the Babylon, the Troy, the Nineveh of a younger day. Here came the gaping West and the hopeful East to see. Here hungry men, raw from the shops and fields, idols and romances in their minds, builded them an empire crying glory in the mud. From New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, had come a strange company, earnest, patient, determined, unschooled even in the primer of refinement, hungry for something the significance of which, when they had it, they could not even guess, anxious to be called great, determined so to be, without ever knowing how. Here came the dreamy gentleman of the South, robbed of his patrimony, the hopeful student of Yale and Harvard and Princeton, the enfranchised miner of California and the Rockies, his bags of gold and silver in his hands. Here was already the bewildered foreigner, an alien speech confounding him, the Hun, the Pole, the Swede, the German, the Russian, seeking his homely colonies, fearing his neighbor of another race. Here was the Negro, the prostitute, the blackleg, the gambler, the romantic adventurer par excellence. A city with but a handful of the native born, a city packed to the doors with all the riffraff of 1,000 towns. Flaring were the lights of the bagnio, tinkling banjos, zithers, mandolins of the so-called gin mill. All the dreams and brutality of the day seemed gathered to rejoice, and rejoice they did, in this new-found wonder of a metropolitan life in the West. The first prominent Chicagoan whom Cowperwood sought out was the president of the Lake City National Bank, the largest financial organization in the city, with deposits of over $14 million. It was located in Dearborn Street at Monroe, but a block or two from his hotel. "Find out who that man is," ordered Mr. Judah Addison, the president of the bank, on seeing him enter the president's private waiting room. Mr. Addison's office was so arranged with glass windows that he could, by craning his neck, see all who entered his reception room before they saw him, and he had been struck by Cowperwood's face and force. Long familiarity with the banking world and with great affairs generally had given a rich finish to the ease and force which the latter naturally possessed. He looked strangely replete for a man of 36, suave, steady, incisive, with eyes as fine as those of a Newfoundland or a collie, and as innocent and winsome. They were wonderful eyes, soft and spring-like at times, glowing with a rich human understanding, which on the instant could harden and flash lightning. Deceptive eyes, unreadable, but alluring alike to men and to women in all walks and conditions of life. The secretary addressed came back with Cowperwood's letter of introduction, and immediately Cowperwood followed. Mr. Addison instinctively arose, a thing he did not always do. "I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. Cowperwood," he said politely. "I saw you come in just now. You see how I keep my windows here, so as to spy out the country. Sit down. You wouldn't like an apple, would you?" He opened a left-hand drawer, producing several polished red wine saps, one of which he held out. "I always eat one about this time in the morning." "Thank you, no," replied Cowperwood pleasantly, estimating as he did so his host's temperament and mental caliber. "I never eat between meals, but I appreciate your kindness. I'm just passing through Chicago, and I thought I would present this letter now rather than later. I thought you might tell me a little about the city from an investment point of view." As Cowperwood talked, Addison, a short, heavy, rubicund man with grayish-brown sideburns extending to his earlobes, and hard, bright, twinkling gray eyes, a proud, happy, self-sufficient man, munched his apple and contemplated Cowperwood. As is so often the case in life, he frequently liked or disliked people on sight, and he prided himself on his judgment of men. Almost foolishly, for one so conservative, he was taken with Cowperwood, a man immensely his superior, not because of the Drexel letter, which spoke of the latter's undoubted financial genius and the advantage it would be to Chicago to have him settle there, but because of the swimming wonder of his eyes. Cowperwood's personality, while maintaining an unbroken outward reserve, breathed a tremendous humanness which touched his fellow banker. Both men were in their way walking enigmas, the Philadelphian far the subtler of the two. Addison was ostensibly a church member, a model citizen. He represented a point of view to which Cowperwood would never have stooped. Both men were ruthless after their fashion, avid of a physical life, but Addison was the weaker in that he was still afraid, very much afraid, of what life might do to him. The man before him had no sense of fear. Addison contributed judiciously to charity, subscribed outwardly to a dull social routine, pretended to love his wife, of whom he was weary, and took his human pleasure secretly. The man before him subscribed to nothing, refused to talk save to intimates, whom he controlled spiritually, and did as he pleased. "Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Cowperwood," Addison replied, "we people out here in Chicago think so well of ourselves that sometimes we're afraid to say all we think for fear of appearing a little extravagant. We're like the youngest son in the family that knows he can lick all the others, but doesn't want to do it, not just yet. We're not as handsome as we might be. Did you ever see a growing boy that was? But we're absolutely sure that we're going to be. Our pants and shoes and coat and hat get too small for us every 6 months, so we don't look very fashionable. But there are big, strong, hard muscles and bones underneath, Mr. Cowperwood, as you'll discover when you get to looking around. Then you won't mind the clothes so much." Mr. Addison's round, frank eyes narrowed and hardened for a moment. A kind of metallic hardness came into his voice. Cowperwood could see that he was honestly enamored of his adopted city. Chicago was his most beloved mistress. A moment later the flesh about his eyes crinkled, his mouth softened, and he smiled. "I'll be glad to tell you anything I can," he went on. "There are a lot of interesting things to tell." Cowperwood beamed back on him encouragingly. He inquired after the condition of one industry and another, one trade or profession and another. This was somewhat different from the atmosphere which prevailed in Philadelphia, more breezy and generous. The tendency to expatiate and make much of local advantages was Western. He liked it, however, as one aspect of life, whether he chose to share in it or not. It was favorable to his own future. He had a prison record to live down, a wife and 2 children to get rid of, in the legal sense at least. He had no desire to rid himself of financial obligation toward them. It would take some such loose, enthusiastic Western attitude to forgive in him the strength and freedom with which he ignored and refused to accept for himself current convention. I satisfy myself was his private law, but so to do he must assuage and control the prejudices of other men. He felt that this banker, while not putty in his hands, was inclined to a strong and useful friendship. "My impressions of the city are entirely favorable, Mr. Addison," he said after a time, though he inwardly admitted to himself that this was not entirely true. He was not sure whether he could bring himself ultimately to live in so excavated and scaffolded world as this or not. "I only saw a portion of it coming in on the train. I like the snap of things. I believe Chicago has a future." "You came over the Fort Wayne, I presume," replied Addison loftily. "You saw the worst section. You must let me show you some of the best parts. By the way, where are you staying?" "At the Grand Pacific." "How long will you be here?" "Not more than a day or 2. "Let me see," and Mr. Addison drew out his watch. "I suppose you wouldn't mind meeting a few of our leading men, and we have a little luncheon room over at the Union League Club where we drop in now and then. If you'd care to do so, I'd like to have you come along with me at 1. We're sure to find a few of them, some of our lawyers, businessmen, and judges." "That will be fine," said the Philadelphian simply. "You're more than generous. There are 1 or 2 other people I want to meet in between, and—" he arose and looked at his own watch. "I'll find the Union Club. Where is the office of Arneel and Company?" At the mention of the great beef packer, who was one of the bank's heaviest depositors, Addison stirred slightly with approval. This young man, at least 8 years his junior, looked to him like a future grand seigneur of finance. At the Union Club, at this noontime luncheon, after talking with the portly, conservative, aggressive Arneel and the shrewd director of the stock exchange, Cowperwood met a varied company of men ranging in age from 35 to 65, gathered about the board in a private dining room of heavily carved black walnut, with pictures of elder citizens of Chicago on the walls and an attempt at artistry in stained glass in the windows. There were short and long men, lean and stout, dark and blond men, with eyes and jaws which varied from those of the tiger, lynx, and bear to those of the fox, the tolerant mastiff, and the surly bulldog. There were no weaklings in this selected company. Mr. Arneel and Mr. Addison Cowperwood approved of highly as shrewd, concentrated men. Another who interested him was Anson Merrill, a small, polite, recherché soul, suggesting mansions and footmen and remote luxury generally, who was pointed out by Addison as the famous dry goods prince of that name, quite the leading merchant in the retail and wholesale sense in Chicago. Still another was a Mr. Rambaud, Pioneer Railroad man, to whom Addison, smiling jocosely, observed, "Mr. Cowperwood is on from Philadelphia. Mr. Rambaud, trying to find out whether he wants to lose any money out here. Can't you sell him some of that bad land you have up in the Northwest?" Rambaud, a spare, pale, black-bearded man of much force and exactness, dressed as Cowperwood observed in much better taste than some of the others, looked at Cowperwood shrewdly, but in a gentlemanly, retiring way, with a gracious, enigmatic smile. He caught a glance in return which he could not possibly forget. The eyes of Cowperwood said more than any words ever could. Instead of jesting faintly, Mr. Rambaud decided to explain some things about the Northwest. Perhaps this Philadelphian might be interested. To a man who has gone through a great life struggle in one metropolis and tested all the phases of human duplicity, decency, sympathy, and chicanery in the controlling group of men that one invariably finds in every American city at least, the temperament and significance of another group in another city is not so much, and yet it is. Long since Cowperwood had parted company with the idea that humanity at any angle or under any circumstances, climatic or otherwise, is in any way different. To him the most noteworthy characteristic of the human race was that it was strangely chemic, being anything or nothing, as the hour and the condition afforded. In his leisure moments, those free from practical calculation, which were not many, he often speculated as to what life really was. If he had not been a great financier and above all a marvelous organizer, he might have become a highly individualistic philosopher, a calling which, if he had thought anything about it at all at this time, would have seemed rather trivial. His business, as he saw it, was with the material facts of life, or rather with those third and fourth degree theorems and syllogisms which control material things and so represent wealth. He was here to deal with the great general needs of the Middle West, to seize upon, if he might, certain well springs of wealth and power and rise to recognized authority. In his morning talks he had learned of the extent and character of the stockyards enterprises, of the great railroad and ship interests, of the tremendous rising importance of real estate, grain speculation, the hotel business, the hardware business. He had learned of universal manufacturing companies, one that made cars, another elevators, another binders, another windmills, another engines. Apparently, any new industry seemed to do well in Chicago. In his talk with one director of the Board of Trade, to whom he had a letter, he had learned that few, if any, local stocks were dealt in on change. Wheat, corn, and grains of all kinds were principally speculated in. The big stocks of the East were gambled in by way of leased wires on the New York Stock Exchange, not otherwise. As he looked at these men, all pleasantly civil, all general in their remarks, each safely keeping his vast plans under his vest, Cowperwood wondered how he would fare in this community. There were such difficult things ahead of him to do. No one of these men, all of whom were in their commercial, social way agreeable, knew that he had only recently been in the penitentiary. How much difference would that make in their attitude? None of them knew that, although he was married and had 2 children, he was planning to divorce his wife and marry the girl who had appropriated to herself the role which his wife had once played. "Are you seriously contemplating looking into the Northwest?" asked Mr. Rambaud, interestedly, towards the close of the luncheon. "That is my present plan after I finish here. I thought I'd take a short run up there." "Let me put you in touch with an interesting party that is going as far as Fargo and Duluth. There is a private car leaving Thursday, most of them citizens of Chicago, but some Easterners. I would be glad to have you join us. I'm going as far as Minneapolis." Cowperwood thanked him and accepted. A long conversation followed about the Northwest, its timber, wheat, land sales, cattle, and possible manufacturing plants. What Fargo, Minneapolis, and Duluth were to be civically and financially were the chief topics of conversation. Naturally, Mr. Rambaud, having under his direction vast railroad lines which penetrated this region, was confident of the future of it. Cowperwood gathered it all, almost by instinct. Gas, street railways, land speculation, banks, wherever located, were his chief thoughts. Finally, he left the club to keep his other appointments, but something of his personality remained behind him. Mr. Addison and Mr. Rambaud, among others, were sincerely convinced that he was one of the most interesting men they had met in years. And he scarcely had said anything at all, just listened. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Titan by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Chicago Evening. After his first visit to the bank over which Addison presided, and an informal dinner at the latter's home, Cowperwood had decided that he did not care to sail under any false colors so far as Addison was concerned. He was too influential and well connected. Besides, Cowperwood liked him too much. Seeing that the man's leaning toward him was strong, in reality of fascination, he made an early morning call a day or two after he had returned from Fargo, whither he had gone at Mr. Rambough's suggestion, on his way back to Philadelphia, determined to volunteer a smooth presentation of his earlier misfortunes, and trust to Addison's interest to make him view the matter in a kindly light. He told him the whole story of how he had been convicted of technical embezzlement in Philadelphia and had served out his term in the Eastern Penitentiary. He also mentioned his divorce and his intention of marrying again. Addison, who was the weaker man of the two, and yet forceful in his own way, admired this courageous stand on Cowperwood's part. It was a braver thing than he himself could or would have achieved. It appealed to his sense of the dramatic. Here was a man who apparently had been dragged down to the very bottom of things, his face forced in the mire, and now he was coming up again, strong, hopeful, urgent. The banker knew many highly respected men in Chicago whose early careers, as he was well aware, would not bear too close an inspection, but nothing was thought of that. Some of them were in society, some not, but all of them were powerful. Why should not Cowperwood be allowed to begin all over? He looked at him steadily, at his eyes, at his stocky body, at his smooth, handsome, mustached face. Then he held out his hand. "Mr. Cowperwood," he said finally, trying to shape his words appropriately, "I needn't say that I am pleased with this interesting confession. It appeals to me. I'm glad you have made it to me. You needn't say any more at any time. I decided the day I saw you walking into that vestibule that you were an exceptional man. Now I know it. You needn't apologize to me. I haven't lived in this world 50 years and more without having my eye teeth cut. You're welcome to the courtesies of this bank and of my house as long as you care to avail yourself of them. We'll cut our cloth as circumstances dictate in the future. I'd like to see you come to Chicago solely because I like you personally. If you decide to settle here, I'm sure I can be of service to you and you to me. Don't think anything more about it. I shan't ever say anything one way or another. You have your own battle to fight, and I wish you luck. You'll get all the aid from me I can honestly give you. Just forget that you told me, and when you get your matrimonial affairs straightened out, bring your wife out to see us." With these things completed, Cowperwood took the train back to Philadelphia. "Aileen," he said, when these two met again. She had come to the train to meet him. "I think the West is the answer for us. I went up to Fargo and looked around up there, but I don't believe we want to go that far. There's nothing but prairie grass and Indians out in that country. How'd you like to live in a board shanty, Aileen?" he asked banteringly, "with nothing but fried rattlesnake and prairie dogs for breakfast. Do you think you could stand that?" "Yes," she replied gaily, hugging his arm, for they had entered a closed carriage. "I could stand it if you could. I'll go anywhere with you, Frank. I'd get me a nice Indian dress with leather and beads all over it, and a feather hat like they wear, and—" "There you go, certainly. Pretty clothes first of all in a miner's shack. That's the way." "You wouldn't love me long if I didn't put pretty clothes first," she replied spiritedly. "Oh, I'm so glad to get you back." "The trouble is," he went on, "that country up there isn't as promising as Chicago. I think we're destined to live in Chicago. I made an investment in Fargo, and we'll have to go up there from time to time, but we'll eventually locate in Chicago. I don't want to go out there alone again. It isn't pleasant for me." He squeezed her hand. "If we can't arrange this thing at once, I'll just have to introduce you as my wife for the present." "You haven't heard anything from Mr. Steger?" she put in. She was thinking of Steger's efforts to get Mrs. Cowperwood to grant him a divorce. "Not a word." "Isn't it too bad?" she sighed. "Well, don't grieve. Things might be worse." He was thinking of his days in the penitentiary, and so was she. After commenting on the character of Chicago, he decided with her that so soon as conditions permitted, they would remove themselves to the western city. It would be pointless to do more than roughly sketch the period of 3 years during which the various changes which saw the complete elimination of Cowperwood from Philadelphia and his introduction into Chicago took place. For a time there were merely journeys to and fro, at first more especially to Chicago, then to Fargo, where his transported secretary, Walter Wepley, was managing under his direction the construction of Fargo business blocks, a short streetcar line, and a fairground. The interesting venture bore the title of the Fargo Construction and Transportation Company, of which Frank A. Cowperwood was president. His Philadelphia lawyer, Mr. Harper Steger, was for the time being general master of contracts. For another short period of time he might have been found living at the Tremont in Chicago, avoiding for the time being, because of Aileen's company, anything more than a nodding contact with the important men he had first met, while he looked quietly into the matter of a Chicago brokerage arrangement, a partnership with some established broker who, without too much personal ambition, would bring him a knowledge of Chicago Stock Exchange affairs, personages, and Chicago ventures. On one occasion he took Aileen with him to Fargo, where, with a haughty, bored insouciance, she surveyed the state of the growing city. "Oh, Frank," she exclaimed when she saw the plain, wooden, 4-story hotel, the long, unpleasing business street with its motley collection of frame and brick stores, the gaping stretches of houses, facing in most directions unpaved streets. Aileen, in her tailored spick-and-spanness, her self-conscious vigor, vanity, and tendency to over-ornament, was a strange contrast to the rugged self-effacement and indifference to personal charm which characterized most of the men and women of this new metropolis. "You didn't seriously think of coming out here to live, did you?" She was wondering where her chance for social exchange would come in, her opportunity to shine. Suppose her Frank were to be very rich. Suppose he did make very much money, much more than he had ever had in the past. What good would it do her here? In Philadelphia, before his failure, before she had been suspected of the secret liaison with him, he had been beginning, at least, to entertain in a very pretentious way. If she had been his wife then, she might have stepped smartly into Philadelphia society. Out here, good gracious! She turned up her pretty nose in disgust. What an awful place, was her one comment at this most stirring of Western boom towns. When it came to Chicago, however, and its swirling, increasing life, Aileen was much interested. Between attending to many financial matters, Cowperwood saw to it that she was not left alone. He asked her to shop in the local stores and tell him about them, and this she did, driving around in an open carriage, attractively arrayed, a great brown hat emphasizing her pink and white complexion and red gold hair. On different afternoons of their stay he took her to drive over the principal streets. When Aileen was permitted for the first time to see the spacious beauty and richness of Prairie Avenue, the North Shore Drive, Michigan Avenue, and the new mansions on Ashland Boulevard, set in their grassy spaces, the spirit, aspirations, hope, tang of the future Chicago began to work in her blood as it had in Cowperwood's. All of these rich homes were so very new. The great people of Chicago were all newly rich like themselves. She forgot that as yet she was not Cowperwood's wife. She felt herself truly to be so. The streets, set in most instances with pleasing creamish brown flagging lined with young newly planted trees, the lawns sown to smooth green grass, the windows of the houses trimmed with bright awnings and hung with intricate lace blowing in a June breeze, the roadways a gray, gritty macadam, all these things touched her fancy. On one drive they skirted the lake on the north shore, and Aileen, contemplating the chalky, bluish-green waters, the distant sails, the gulls, and then the new bright homes, reflected that in all certitude she would some day be the mistress of one of these splendid mansions. How haughtily she would carry herself, how she would dress. They would have a splendid house, much finer, no doubt, than Frank's old one in Philadelphia, with a great ballroom and a dining room where she could give dances and dinners, and where Frank and she would receive as the peers of these Chicago rich people. "Do you suppose we will ever have a house as fine as one of these, Frank?" she asked him longingly. "I'll tell you what my plan is," he said. "If you like this Michigan Avenue section, we'll buy a piece of property out here now and hold it. Just as soon as I make the right connections here and see what I am going to do, we'll build a house, something really nice. Don't worry. I want to get this divorce matter settled, and then we'll begin. Meanwhile, if we have to come here, we'd better live rather quietly. Don't you think so?" It was now between 5 and 6, the richest portion of a summer day. It had been very warm, but was now cooling. The shade of the western building line shadowing the roadway, a moated, wine-like air filled the street. As far as the eye could see were carriages, the one great social diversion of Chicago, because there was otherwise so little opportunity for many to show that they had means. The social forces were not as yet clear or harmonious. Jingling harnesses of nickel, silver, and even plated gold were the sign manual of social hope, if not achievement. Here sped homeward from the city, from office and manufactory, along this one exceptional southern highway, the Via Appia of the South Side, all the urgent aspirants to notable fortunes. Men of wealth who had met only casually in trade here nodded to each other. Smart daughters, society-bred sons, handsome wives came downtown in traps, victorias, carriages, and vehicles of the latest design, to drive home their trade-weary fathers or brothers, relatives or friends. The air was gay with a social hope, a promise of youth and affection, and that fine flush of material life that recreates itself in delight. Lithe, handsome, well-bred animals, singly and jingling pairs, paced each other down the long, wide, grass-lined streets, its fine homes agleam with a rich, complacent materiality. "Oh," exclaimed Aileen all at once, seeing the vigorous, forceful men, the handsome matrons and young women and boys, the nodding and the bowing, feeling a touch of the romance and wonder of it all. "I should like to live in Chicago. I believe it's nicer than Philadelphia." Cowperwood, who had fallen so low there, despite his immense capacity, set his teeth in 2 even rows. His handsome mustache seemed at this moment to have an especially defiant curl. The pair he was driving was physically perfect, lean and nervous, with spoiled, petted faces. He could not endure poor horseflesh. He drove as only a horse lover can, his body bolt upright, his own energy and temperament animating his animals. Aileen sat beside him, very proud, consciously erect. "Isn't she beautiful?" some of the women observed as they passed, going north. "What a stunning young woman," thought or said the men. "Did you see her?" asked a young brother of his sister. "Never mind, Aileen," commented Cowperwood, with that iron determination that brooks no defeat. "We will be a part of this. Don't fret. You will have everything you want in Chicago, and more besides." There was tingling over his fingers, into the reins, into the horses, a mysterious vibrating current that was his chemical product, the giving off of his spirit battery that made his hired horses prance like children. They chafed and tossed their heads and snorted. Aileen was fairly bursting with hope and vanity and longing. Oh, to be Mrs. Frank Algernon Cowperwood here in Chicago, to have a splendid mansion, to have her cards of invitation practically commands which might not be ignored. Oh dear, she sighed to herself mentally, if only it were all true now. It is thus that life at its topmost toss irks and pains. Beyond is ever the unattainable, the lure of the infinite with its infinite ache. O life, O youth, O hope, O years, O pain-winged fancy, beating forth with fears. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Titan by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Peter Laughlin and Company. The partnership which Cowperwood eventually made with an old-time Board of Trade operator, Peter Laughlin, was eminently to his satisfaction. Laughlin was a tall, gaunt speculator who had spent most of his living days in Chicago, having come there as a boy from western Missouri. He was a typical Chicago Board of Trade operator of the old school, having an Andrew Jacksonish countenance and a Henry Clay, Davy Crockett, Long John Wentworth build of body. Cowperwood, from his youth up, had a curious interest in quaint characters, and he was interesting to them. They took to him. He could, if he chose to take the trouble, fit himself in with the odd psychology of almost any individual. In his early peregrinations in LaSalle Street, he inquired after clever traders on 'change, and then gave them one small commission after another in order to get acquainted. Thus he stumbled one morning on old Peter Laughlin, wheat and corn trader, who had an office in LaSalle Street near Madison, and who did a modest business gambling for himself and others in grain and Eastern Railway shares. Laughlin was a shrewd, canny American, originally perhaps of Scottish extraction, who had all the traditional American blemishes of uncouthness, tobacco chewing, profanity, and other small vices. Cowperwood could tell from looking at him that he must have a fund of information concerning every current Chicagoan of importance, and this fact alone was certainly to be of value. Then the old man was direct, plain-spoken, simple appearing, and wholly unpretentious, qualities which Cowperwood deemed invaluable. Once or twice in the last 3 years Laughlin had lost heavily on private corners that he had attempted to engineer, and the general feeling was that he was now becoming cautious, or, in other words, afraid. Just the man, Cowperwood thought. So one morning he called upon Laughlin, intending to open a small account with him. "Henry," he heard the old man say as he entered Laughlin's fair-sized but rather dusty office to a young, preternaturally solemn-looking clerk, a fit assistant for Peter Laughlin, "get me them there Pittsburgh and Lake Erie shares, will you?" Seeing Cowperwood waiting, he added, "What can I do for you?" Cowperwood smiled. So he calls them shears, does he? He thought, good, I think I'll like him. He introduced himself as coming from Philadelphia, and went on to say that he was interested in various Chicago ventures, inclined to invest in any good stock which would rise, and particularly desirous to buy into some corporation, public utility preferred, which would be certain to grow with the expansion of the city. Old Laughlin, who was now all of 60 years of age, owned a seat on the board and was worth in the neighborhood of $200,000, looked at Cowperwood quizzically. "Well, now, if you'd come along here 10 or 15 years ago, you might 'a' got in on the ground floor of a lot of things," he observed. "There was these here gas companies now. that them Otway and Apperson boys got in on, and then all these here street railways. Why, I'm the feller that told Eddie Parkinson what a fine thing he could make out of it if he would go and organize the North State Street line. He promised me a bunch of shears if he ever worked it out, but he never give 'em to me. I didn't expect him to, though," he added wisely and with a glint. "I'm too old a trader for that. He's out of it now anyway. That Michaels Kennelly crowd skinned him. Yes, if you'd been here 10 or 15 years ago, you might have got in on that. 'Tain't no use thinking about that, though, any more. Them shears is selling for close to 160. Cowperwood smiled. "Well, Mr. Laughlin," he observed, "you must have been on change a long time here. You seem to know a good deal of what has gone on in the past." "Yep, ever since 1852, replied the old man. He had a thick growth of upstanding hair, looking not unlike a rooster's comb, a long and what threatened eventually to become a Punch and Judy chin, a slightly aquiline nose, high cheekbones, and hollow, brown-skinned cheeks. His eyes were as clear and as sharp as those of a lynx. "To tell you the truth, Mr. Laughlin," went on Cowperwood, "what I'm really out here in Chicago for is to find a man with whom I can go into partnership in the brokerage business. Now, I'm in the banking and brokerage businesses myself in the East. I have a firm in Philadelphia and a seat on both the New York and Philadelphia exchanges. I have some affairs in Fargo also. Any trade agency can tell you about me. You have a Board of Trade seat here, and no doubt you do some New York and Philadelphia exchange business. The new firm, if you would go in with me, could handle it all direct. I'm a rather strong outside man myself. I'm thinking of locating permanently in Chicago. What would you say now to going into business with me? Do you think we could get along in the same office space?" Cowperwood had a way, when he wanted to be pleasant, of beating the fingers of his two hands together, finger for finger, tip for tip. He also smiled at the same time, or rather beamed, his eyes glowing with a warm, magnetic, seemingly affectionate light. As it happened, old Peter Laughlin had arrived at that psychological moment when he was wishing that some such opportunity as this might appear and be available. He was a lonely man, never having been able to bring himself to trust his peculiar temperament in the hands of any woman. As a matter of fact, he had never understood women at all, his relations being confined to those sad immoralities of the cheapest character which only money, grudgingly given at that, could buy. He lived in 3 small rooms in West Harrison Street, near Thorpe, where he cooked his own meals at times. His one companion was a small spaniel, simple and affectionate, a she-dog, Jenny by name, with whom he slept. Jenny was a docile, loving companion, waiting for him patiently by day in his office until he was ready to go home at night. He talked to this spaniel quite as he would to a human being, even more intimately, perhaps, taking the dog's glances, tail waggings, and general movements for answer. In the morning, when he arose, which was often as early as 4:30, or even 4, he was a brief sleeper, he would begin by pulling on his trousers. He seldom bathed any more, except at a downtown barber shop, and talking to Jenny. "Well, now, Jenny," he would say, "it's time to get up. We've got to make our coffee now and get some breakfast. I can see you lying there pretending to be asleep. Come on now, you've had sleep enough. You've been sleeping as long as I have." Jenny would be watching him out of the corner of one loving eye, her tail tap-tapping on the bed, her free ear going up and down. When he was fully dressed, his face and hands washed, his old string tie pulled up into a loose and convenient knot, his hair brushed upward, Jenny would get up and jump demonstratively about, as much as to say, "You see how prompt I am?" "That's the way," old Laughlin would comment. "Always last. You never get up first, do you, Jenny? Always let your old man do that, don't you?" On bitter days when the car wheels squeaked and one's ears and fingers seemed to be in danger of freezing, old Laughlin, arrayed in a heavy, dusty greatcoat of ancient vintage and a square hat, would carry Jennie downtown in a greenish-black bag, along with some of his beloved shears, which he was meditating on. Only then could he take Jennie in the cars. On other days they would walk, for he liked exercise. He would get to his office as early as 7:30 or 8, though business did not usually begin until after 9, and remain until 4:30 or 5, reading the papers or calculating during the hours when there were no customers. Then he would take Jennie and go for a walk or call on some business acquaintance. His home room, the newspapers, the floor of the exchange, his offices, and the streets were his only resources. He cared nothing for plays, books, pictures, music, and for women only in his one angled, mentally impoverished way. His limitations were so marked that to a lover of character like Cowperwood he was fascinating, but Cowperwood only used character. He never idled over it long artistically. As Cowperwood suspected, what old Laughlin did not know about Chicago financial conditions, deals, opportunities, and individuals was scarcely worth knowing. Being only a trader by instinct, neither an organizer nor an executive, he had never been able to make any great constructive use of his knowledge. His gains and his losses he took with reasonable equanimity, exclaiming over and over when he lost, "Shucks, I hadn't ought to have done that," and snapping his fingers. When he won heavily or was winning, he munched tobacco with a seraphic smile, and occasionally in the midst of trading would exclaim, "You fellers better come in. It's going to rain some more." He was not easy to trap in any small gambling game, and only lost or won when there was a free, open struggle in the market, or when he was engineering some little scheme of his own. The matter of this partnership was not arranged all at once, although it did not take long. Old Peter Laughlin wanted to think it over, although he had immediately developed a personal fancy for Cowperwood. In a way, he was the latter's victim and servant from the start. They met day after day to discuss various details and terms. Finally, true to his instincts, old Peter demanded a full half-interest. "Now you don't want that much, Laughlin," Cowperwood suggested, quite blandly. They were sitting in Laughlin's private office between 4 and 5 in the afternoon, and Laughlin was chewing tobacco with a sense of having a fine, interesting problem before him. "I have a seat on the New York Stock Exchange," he went on, "and that's worth $40,000. My seat on the Philadelphia Exchange is worth more than yours here. They will naturally figure as the principal assets of the firm. It is to be in your name. I'll be liberal with you, though. Instead of a third, which would be fair, I'll make it 49%, and we'll call the firm Peter Laughlin Company. I like you, and I think you can be of a lot of use to me. I know you will make more money through me than you have alone. I could go in with a lot of these silk-stocking fellows around here, but I don't want to. You'd better decide right now, and let's get to work." Old Laughlin was pleased beyond measure that young Cowperwood should want to go in with him. He had become aware of late that all of the young, smug newcomers on 'change considered him an old fogey. Here was a strong, brave young Easterner, 20 years his junior, evidently as shrewd as himself, more so, he feared, who actually proposed a business alliance. Besides, Cowperwood, in his young, healthy, aggressive way, was like a breath of spring. "I ain't caring so much about the name," rejoined Laughlin. "You can fix it up that-a-way if you want to. Giving you 51% gives you charge of this here shebang. All right, though. I ain't a-kicking. I guess I can manage always to get what's coming to me." "It's a bargain, then," said Cowperwood. "We'll want new offices, Laughlin, don't you think? This one's a little dark." "Fix it up any way you like, Mr. Cowperwood. It's all the same to me. I'll be glad to see how you do it." In a week the details were completed, and 2 weeks later The sign of Peter Laughlin Company, grain and commission merchants, appeared over the door of a handsome suite of rooms on the ground floor of a corner at LaSalle and Madison, in the heart of the Chicago financial district. "Get on to old Laughlin, will you?" one broker observed to another as they passed the new, pretentious commission house with its splendid plate glass windows, and observed the heavy, ornate bronze sign placed on either side of the door, which was located exactly on the corner. What struck him? "I thought he was almost all through. Who's the company?" "I don't know. Some fellow from the East, I think." "Well, he's certainly moving up. Look at that plate glass, will you?" It was thus that Frank Algernon Cowperwood's Chicago financial career was definitely launched. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Titan by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Concerning a Wife and Family. If anyone fancies for a moment that this commercial move on the part of Cowperwood was either hasty or ill-considered, they but little appreciate the incisive, apprehensive psychology of the man. His thoughts as to life and control, tempered and hardened by 13 months of reflection in the Eastern District Penitentiary, had given him a fixed policy. He could, should, and would rule alone. No man must ever again have the least claim on him save that of a suppliant. He wanted no more dangerous combinations such as he had with Stener, the man through whom he had lost so much in Philadelphia and others. By right of financial intellect and courage he was first, and would so prove it. Men must swing around him as planets around the sun. Moreover, since his fall from grace in Philadelphia, he had come to think that never again, perhaps, could he hope to become socially acceptable in the sense in which the so-called best society of a city interprets the phrase. And pondering over this at odd moments, he realized that his future allies in all probability would not be among the rich and socially important, the clannish, snobbish elements of society, but among the beginners and financially strong men who had come or were coming up from the bottom, and who had no social hopes whatsoever. There were many such. If through luck and effort he became sufficiently powerful financially, he might then hope to dictate to society. Individualistic and even anarchistic in character, and without a shred of true democracy, yet temperamentally he was in sympathy with the mass more than he was with the class, and he understood the mass better. Perhaps this in a way will explain his desire to connect himself with a personality so naive and strange as Peter Laughlin. He had annexed him as a surgeon selects a special knife or instrument for an operation, and shrewd as old Laughlin was, he was destined to be no more than a tool in Cowperwood's strong hands, a mere hustling messenger, content to take orders from the swiftest of moving brains. For the present Cowperwood was satisfied to do business under the firm name of Peter Laughlin Company. As a matter of fact, he preferred it, for he could thus keep himself sufficiently inconspicuous to avoid undue attention, and gradually work out one or two coups by which he hoped to firmly fix himself in the financial future of Chicago. As the most essential preliminary to the social as well as the financial establishment of himself and Aileen in Chicago, Harper Steger, Cowperwood's lawyer, was doing his best all this while to ingratiate himself in the confidence of Mrs. Cowperwood, who had no faith in lawyers any more than she had in her recalcitrant husband. She was now a tall, severe, and rather plain woman, but still bearing the marks of the former passive charm that had once interested Cowperwood. Notable crow's feet had come about the corners of her nose, mouth, and eyes. She had a remote, censorious, subdued, self-righteous, and even injured air. The cat-like Steger, who had all the graceful contemplative air of a prowling Tom, was just the person to deal with her. A more suavely cunning and opportunistic soul never was. His motto might well have been, "Speak softly and step lightly." "My dear Mrs. Cowperwood," he argued, seated in her modest West Philadelphia parlor one spring afternoon, "I need not tell you what a remarkable man your husband is, nor how useless it is to combat him. Admitting all his faults, and we can agree, if you please, that they are many," Mrs. Cowperwood stirred with irritation, "still it is not worth while to attempt to hold him to a strict account. You know," and Mr. Steger opened his thin, artistic hands in a deprecatory way, "what sort of man Mr. Cowperwood is, and whether he can be coerced or not. He is not an ordinary man, Mrs. Cowperwood. No man could have gone through what he has and be where he is today, and be an average man. If you take my advice, you will let him go his way. Grant him a divorce. He is willing, even anxious, to make a definite provision for you and your children. He will, I am sure, look liberally after their future. But he is becoming very irritable over your unwillingness to give him a legal separation, and unless you do, I am very much afraid that the whole matter will be thrown into the courts. If, before it comes to that, I could effect an arrangement agreeable to you, I would be much pleased. As you know, I have been greatly grieved by the whole course of your recent affairs. I am intensely sorry that things are as they are." Mr. Steger lifted his eyes in a very pained, deprecatory way. He regretted deeply the shifty currents of this troubled world. Mrs. Cowperwood, for perhaps the 15th or 20th time, heard him to the end in patience. Cowperwood would not return. Steger was as much her friend as any other lawyer would be. Besides, he was socially agreeable to her. Despite his Machiavellian profession, she half believed him. He went over tactfully a score of additional points. Finally, on the 21st visit, and with seemingly great distress, he told her that her husband had decided to break with her financially, to pay no more bills, and to do nothing until his responsibility had been fixed by the courts, and that he, Steger, was about to retire from the case. Mrs. Cowperwood felt that she must yield. She named her ultimatum. If he would fix $200,000 on her and the children—this was Cowperwood's own suggestion—and later on do something commercially for their only son, Frank, Jr., she would let him go. She disliked to do it. She knew that it meant the triumph of Aileen Butler, such as it was, but after all, that wretched creature had been properly disgraced in Philadelphia. It was not likely that she could ever raise her head socially anywhere any more. She agreed to file a plea which Steger would draw up for her, and by that oily gentleman's machinations it was finally wormed through the local court in the most secret manner imaginable. The merest item in 3 of the Philadelphia papers some 6 weeks later reported that a divorce had been granted. When Mrs. Cowperwood read it, she wondered greatly that so little attention had been attracted by it. She had feared a much more extended comment. She knew little the cat-like prowlings, legal and journalistic, of her husband's interesting counsel. When Cowperwood read it on one of his visits to Chicago, he heaved a sigh of relief. At last it was really true. Now he could make Aileen his wife. He telegraphed her an enigmatic message of congratulation. When Aileen read it, she thrilled from head to foot. Now shortly she would become the legal bride of Frank Algernon Cowperwood, the newly enfranchised Chicago financier, and then— "Oh," she said in her Philadelphia home when she read it, "isn't that splendid? Now I'll be Mrs. Cowperwood. Oh, dear." Mrs. Frank Algernon Cowperwood, number 1, thinking over her husband's liaison, failure, imprisonment, pyrotechnic operations at the time of the Jay Cooke failure, and his present financial ascendancy, wondered at the mystery of life. There must be a God. The Bible said so. Her husband, evil though he was, could not be utterly bad, for he had made ample provision for her, and the children liked him. Certainly at the time of the criminal prosecution He was no worse than some others who had gone free. Yet he had been convicted, and she was sorry for that, and had always been. He was an able and ruthless man. She hardly knew what to think. The one person she really did blame was the wretched, vain, empty-headed, ungodly Aileen Butler, who had been his seductress and was probably now to be his wife. God would punish her, no doubt. He must. So she went to church on Sundays and tried to believe, come what might, that all was for the best. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Titan by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The New Queen of the Home. The day Cowperwood and Aileen were married, it was in an obscure village called Dalston, near Pittsburgh in western Pennsylvania, where they had stopped off to manage this matter. He had said to her, "I want to tell you, dear, that you and I are really beginning life all over. Now it depends on how well we play this game as to how well we succeed. If you will listen to me, we won't try to do anything much socially in Chicago for the present. Of course, we'll have to meet a few people. That can't be avoided. Mr. and Mrs. Addison are anxious to meet you, and I've delayed too long in that matter as it is. But what I mean is that I don't believe it's advisable to push this social exchange too far. People are sure to begin to make inquiries if we do. My plan is to wait a little while and then build a really fine house so that we won't need to rebuild. We're going to go to Europe next spring if things go right, and we may get some ideas over there. I'm going to put in a good big gallery," he concluded. "While we're traveling, we might as well see what we can find in the way of pictures and so on." Aileen was thrilling with anticipation. "Oh, Frank," she said to him quite ecstatically, "you're so wonderful. You do everything you want, don't you?" "Not quite," he said deprecatingly, "but it isn't for not wanting to. Chance has little to say about some of these things, Aileen." She stood in front of him as she often did, her plump, ringed hands on his shoulders, and looked into those steady, lucid pools, his eyes. Another man, less leonine, and with all his shifting thoughts, might have had to contend with the handicap of his shifty gaze. He fronted the queries and suspicions of the world with a seeming candor that was as disarming as that of a child. The truth was, he believed in himself and himself only, and thence sprang his courage to think as he pleased. Aileen wondered, but could get no answer. "Oh, you big tiger," she said. "You great big lion. Boo!" He pinched her cheek and smiled. Poor Aileen, he thought. She little knew the unsolvable mystery that he was even to himself most of all. Immediately after their marriage, Cowperwood and Aileen journeyed to Chicago direct and took the best rooms that the Tremont provided, for the time being. A little later they heard of a comparatively small furnished house at 23rd and Michigan Avenue, which, with horses and carriages thrown in, was to be had for a season or two on lease. They contracted for it at once, installing a butler, servants, and the general service of a well-appointed home. Here, because he thought it was only courteous, and not because he thought it was essential or wise at this time to attempt a social onslaught, he invited the Addisons and one or two others whom he felt sure would come. Alexander Rambold, president of the Chicago and Northwestern, and his wife, and Taylor Lord, an architect, whom he had recently called into consultation and whom he found socially acceptable. Lord, like the Addisons, was in society, but only as a minor figure. Trust Cowperwood to do the thing as it should be done. The place they had leased was a charming little gray stone house, with a neat flight of granite balustraded steps leading up to its wide arched door, and a judicious use of stained glass to give its interior an artistically subdued atmosphere. Fortunately, it was furnished in good taste. Cowperwood turned over the matter of the dinner to a caterer and decorator. Aileen had nothing to do but dress and wait and look her best. "I needn't tell you," he said in the morning on leaving, "that I want you to look nice tonight, pet. I want the Addisons and Mr. Rambaud to like you." A hint was more than sufficient for Aileen, though really it was not needed. On arriving at Chicago she had sought and discovered a French maid. Although she had brought plenty of dresses from Philadelphia, she had been having additional winter costumes prepared by the best and most expensive mistress of the art in Chicago, Teresa Donovan. Only the day before she had welcomed home a golden yellow silk under heavy green lace, which, with her reddish gold hair and her white arms and neck, seemed to constitute an unusual harmony. Her boudoir on the night of the dinner presented a veritable riot of silks, satins, laces, lingerie, hair ornaments, perfumes, jewels, anything and everything which might contribute to the feminine art of being beautiful. Once in the throes of a toilet composition, Aileen invariably became restless and energetic, almost fidgety, and her maid, Fedette, was compelled to move quickly. Fresh from her bath, a smooth ivory Venus, she worked quickly through silken lingerie, stockings, and shoes, to her hair. Fedette had an idea to suggest for the hair. Would Madame let her try a new swirl she had seen? Madame would, yes. So there were movings of her mass of rich, glinting tresses this way and that. Somehow it would not do. A braided effect was then tried and instantly discarded. Finally a double looping without braids, low over the forehead, caught back with two dark green bands crossing like an X above the center of her forehead and fastened with a diamond sunburst, served admirably. In her filmy, lacy boudoir costume of pink silk, Aileen stood up and surveyed herself in the full-length mirror. "Yes," she said, turning her head this way and that. Then came the dress from Donovan's, rustling and crisping. She slipped into it wonderingly, critically, while Fedette worked at the back, the arms, about her knees, doing one little essential thing after another. "Oh, madame," she exclaimed. "Oh, charmeuse, the hair! It goes with it perfect. It is so full, so beautiful here." She pointed to the hips, where the lace formed a clinging basque. "Oh, it is very, very nice." Aileen glowed, but with scarcely a smile. She was concerned. It wasn't so much her toilet, which must be everything that it should be, but this Mr. Addison, who was so rich and in society, and Mr. Rambaud, who was very powerful, Frank said, must like her. It was the necessity to put her best foot forward now that was really troubling her. She must interest these men mentally, perhaps, as well as physically, and with social graces, and that was not so easy. For all her money and comfort in Philadelphia, she had never been in society in its best aspects, had never done social entertaining of any real importance. Frank was the most important man who had ever crossed her path. No doubt Mr. Rambaud had a severe, old-fashioned wife. How would she talk to her? And Mrs. Addison? She would know and see everything. Aileen almost talked out loud to herself in a consoling way as she dressed, so strenuous were her thoughts. But she went on, adding the last touches to her physical graces. When she finally went downstairs to see how the dining and reception rooms looked, and Fedette began putting away the welter of discarded garments, she was a radiant vision, a splendid greenish gold figure with gorgeous hair, smooth, soft, shapely ivory arms, a splendid neck and bust, and a swelling form. She felt beautiful, and yet she was a little nervous, truly. Frank himself would be critical. She went about looking into the dining room, which by the caterer's art had been transformed into a kind of jewel box, glowing with flowers, silver, gold, tinted glass, and the snowy whiteness of linen. It reminded her of an opal flashing all its soft fires. She went into the general reception room, where was a grand piano finished in pink and gold, upon which, with due thought to her one accomplishment, her playing, she had arranged the songs and instrumental pieces she did best. Aileen was really not a brilliant musician. For the first time in her life she felt matronly, as if now she were not a girl any more, but a woman grown, with some serious responsibilities, and yet she was not really suited to the role. As a matter of fact, her thoughts were always fixed on the artistic, social, and dramatic aspects of life, which, unfortunately, a kind of nebulosity of conception which permitted no condensation into anything definite or concrete. She could only be wildly and feverishly interested. Just then the door clicked to Frank's key. It was nearing 6, and in he came, smiling, confident, a perfect atmosphere of assurance. "Well," he observed, surveying her in the soft glow of the reception room, lighted by wall candles judiciously arranged, "who's the vision floating around here? I'm almost afraid to touch you. Much powder on those arms?" He drew her into his arms, and she put up her mouth with a sense of relief. Obviously, he must think that she looked charming. "I'm chalky, I guess. You'll just have to stand it, though. You're going to dress anyhow." She put her smooth, plump arms about his neck, and he felt pleased. This was the kind of woman to have, a beauty. Her neck was resplendent with a string of turquoise, her fingers too heavily jeweled, but still beautiful. She was fairly redolent of hyacinth or lavender. Her hair appealed to him, and above all, the rich yellow silk of her dress, flashing fulgurously through the closely knitted green. "Charming, girlie. You've outdone yourself. I haven't seen this dress before. Where did you get it?" "Here in Chicago." He lifted her warm fingers, surveying her train, and turned her about. "You don't need any advice. You ought to start a school." "Am I all right?" she queried smartly, but with a sense of self-distrust for the moment, and all because of him. "You're perfect. Couldn't be nicer. Splendid." She took heart. "I wish your friends would think so. You'd better hurry." He went upstairs. She followed, looking first into the dining room again. At least that was right. Surely Frank was a master. At 7 the plop of feet of carriage horses was heard, and a moment later Louis, the butler, was opening the door. Aileen went down, a little nervous, a little frigid, trying to think of many pleasant things and wondering whether she would really succeed in being entertaining. Cowperwood accompanied her, a very different person in so far as mood and self-poise were concerned. To him his own future was always secure, and that of Aileen's if he wished to make it so. The arduous upward ascending rungs of the social ladder that were troubling her had no such significance to him. The dinner, as such simple things go, was a success, from what might be called a managerial and pictorial point of view. Cowperwood, because of his varied tastes and interests, could discuss railroading with Mr. Rambaud in a very definite and illuminating way, could talk architecture with Mr. Lord as a student, for instance, of rare promise would talk with a master. And with a woman like Mrs. Addison or Mrs. Rambaud he could suggest or follow appropriate leads. Aileen, unfortunately, was not so much at home, for her natural state and mood were remote, not so much from a serious as from an accurate conception of life. So many things, except in a very nebulous and suggestive way, were sealed books to Aileen, merely faint, distant tinklings. She knew nothing of literature except certain authors who to the truly cultured might seem banal. As for art, it was merely a jingle of names gathered from Cowperwood's private comments. Her one redeeming feature was that she was truly beautiful herself, a radiant, vibrating objet d'art. A man like Rambaud, remote, conservative, constructive, saw the place of a woman like Aileen in the life of a man like Cowperwood on the instant. She was such a woman as he would have prized himself in a certain capacity. Sex interest in all strong men usually endures until the end, governed sometimes by a stoic resignation. The experiment of such attraction can, as they well know, be made over and over, but to what end? For many it becomes too troublesome. Yet the presence of so glittering a spectacle as Aileen on this night touched Mr. Rambaud with an ancient ambition. He looked at her almost sadly. Once he was much younger, but alas, he had never attracted the flaming interest of any such woman. As he studied her now, he wished he might have enjoyed such good fortune. In contrast with Aileen's orchid glow and tinted richness, Mrs. Rambaud's simple gray silk, the collar of which came almost to her ears, was disturbing, almost reproving, but Mrs. Rambaud's ladylike courtesy and generosity made everything all right. She came out of the intellectual New England, the Emerson, Thoreau, Channing Phillips school of philosophy, and was broadly tolerant. As a matter of fact, she liked Aileen and all the Orient richness she represented. "Such a sweet little house this is," she said smilingly. "We noticed it often. We are not so far removed from you, but we might be called neighbors." Aileen's eyes spoke appreciation. Although she could not fully grasp Mrs. Rambaud, she understood her in a way and liked her. She was probably something like her own mother would have been if the latter had been highly educated. While they were moving into the reception room, Taylor Lord was announced. Cowperwood took his hand and brought him forward to the others. "Mrs. Cowperwood," said Lord admiringly, a tall, rugged, thoughtful person, "let me be one of many to welcome you to Chicago. After Philadelphia you will find some things to desire at first, but we all come to like it eventually." "Oh, I'm sure I shall," smiled Aileen. "I lived in Philadelphia years ago, but only for a little while," added Lord. "I left there to come here." The observation gave Aileen the least pause, but she passed it over lightly. This sort of accidental reference she must learn to expect. There might be much worse bridges to cross. "I find Chicago all right," she replied briskly. "There's nothing the matter with it. It has more snap than Philadelphia ever had." "I'm glad to hear you say that. I like it so much. Perhaps it's because I find such interesting things to do here." He was admiring the splendor of her arms and hair. What need had a beautiful woman to be intellectual, anyhow, he was saying to himself, sensing that Aileen might be deficient in ultimate refinement. Once more an announcement from the butler, and now Mr. and Mrs. Addison entered. Addison was not at all concerned over coming here, liked the idea of it. His own position and that of his wife in Chicago was secure. "How are you, Cowperwood?" he beamed, laying one hand on the latter's shoulder. "This is fine of you to have us in tonight. Mrs. Cowperwood, I've been telling your husband for nearly a year now that he should bring you out here. Did he tell you?" Addison had not as yet confided to his wife the true history of Cowperwood and Aileen. "Yes, indeed," replied Aileen gaily, feeling that Addison was charmed by her beauty. "I've been wanting to come too. It's his fault that I wasn't here sooner." Addison, looking circumspectly at Aileen, said to himself that she was certainly a stunning-looking woman. So she was the cause of the first wife's suit. No wonder. What a splendid creature. He contrasted her with Mrs. Addison, and to his wife's disadvantage. She had never been as striking, as stand-uppish as Aileen, though possibly she might have more sense. Jove, if he could find a woman like Aileen today, life would take on a new luster. And yet he had women, very carefully, very subterraneously. But he had them. "It's such a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Addison," a corpulent, bejeweled lady was saying to Aileen. "My husband and yours have become the best of friends, apparently. We must see more of each other." She babbled on in a puffy social way, and Aileen felt as though she were getting along swiftly. The butler brought in a great tray of appetizers and cordials and put them softly on a remote table. Dinner was served, and the talk flowed on. They discussed the growth of the city, a new church that Lord was building 10 blocks farther out. Rambaud told about some humorous land swindles. It was quite gay. Meanwhile, Aileen did her best to become interested in Mrs. Rambaud and Mrs. Addison. She liked the latter somewhat better, solely because it was a little easier to talk to her. Mrs. Rambaud Aileen knew to be the wiser and more charitable woman, but she frightened her a little. Presently she had to fall back on Mr. Lord's help. He came to her rescue gallantly, talking of everything that came into his mind. All the men outside of Cowperwood were thinking how splendid Aileen was physically, how white were her arms, how rounded her neck and shoulders, how rich her hair. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Titan by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chicago Gas. Old Peter Laughlin, rejuvenated by Cowperwood's electric ideas, was making money for the house. He brought many bits of interesting gossip from the floor, and such shrewd guesses as to what certain groups and individuals were up to that Cowperwood was able to make some very brilliant deductions. "By gosh, Frank, I think I know exactly what them fellers are trying to do," Laughlin would frequently remark of a morning after he had lain in his lonely Harrison Street bed meditating the major portion of the night. That there stockyard gang, and by gang he meant most of the great manipulators like Arneel, Hand, Sherhart, and others, are after corn again. We want to get long on that now, or I miss my guess. What do you think, huh? Cowperwood, schooled by now in many Western subtleties which he had not previously known, and daily becoming wiser, would as a rule give an instantaneous decision. "You're right. Risk 100,000 bushels. I think New York Central is going to drop a point or two in a few days. We'd better go short a point." Laughlin could never figure out quite how it was that Cowperwood always seemed to know and was ready to act quite as quickly in local matters as he was himself. He understood his wisdom concerning Eastern shares and things dealt in on the Eastern Exchange, but these Chicago matters— "What makes you think that?" he asked Cowperwood one day, quite curiously. "Why, Peter," Cowperwood replied quite simply, "Anton Videra, one of the directors of the Wheat and Corn Bank, was in here yesterday while you were on change, and he was telling me. He described the situation which Videra had outlined." Laughlin knew Videra as a strong, wealthy Pole who had come up in the last few years. It was strange how Cowperwood naturally got in with these wealthy men and won their confidence so quickly. Videra would never have become so confidential with him. He explained. "Well, if he says it, it's more than likely so." So Laughlin bought, and Peter Laughlin and Company won. But this grain and commission business, while it was yielding a profit which would average about $20,000 a year to each partner, was nothing more to Cowperwood than a source of information. He wanted to get in on something that was sure to bring very great returns within a reasonable time, and that would not leave him in any such desperate situation as he was at the time of the Chicago fire, spread out very thin, as he put it. He had interested in his ventures a small group of Chicago men who were watching him: Judah Addison, Alexander Rambaud, Millard Bailey, Anton Videra, men who, although not supreme figures by any means, had free capital. He knew that he could go to them with a truly sound proposition. The one thing that most attracted his attention was the Chicago gas situation, because there was a chance to step in almost unheralded in an as yet unoccupied territory, with franchises once secured. The reader can quite imagine how he could present himself like Hamilcar Barca in the heart of Spain, or Hannibal at the gates of Rome, with a demand for surrender and a division of spoils. There were at this time 3 gas companies operating in 3 different divisions of the city. The 3 sections or sides, as they were called, South, West, and North. And of these, the Chicago Gas, Light, and Coke Company, organized in 1848 to do business on the South Side, was the most flourishing and important. The People's Gas, Light, and Coke Company, doing business on the West Side, was a few years younger than the South Chicago Company, and had been allowed to spring into existence through the foolish self-confidence of the organizer and directors of the South Side Company, who had fancied that neither the West Side nor the North Side was going to develop very rapidly for a number of years to come, and had counted on the city council's allowing them to extend their mains at any time to these other portions of the city. A third company, the North Chicago Gas Illuminating Company, had been organized almost simultaneously with the West Side Company by the same process through which the other companies had been brought into life, their avowed intention, like that of the West Side Company, being to confine their activities to the sections from which the organizers presumably came. Cowperwood's first project was to buy out and combine the 3 old city companies. With this in view, he looked up the holders in all 3 corporations, their financial and social status. It was his idea that by offering them 3 for 1, or even 4 for 1, for every dollar represented by the market value of their stock, he might buy in and capitalize the 3 companies as one. Then, by issuing sufficient stock to cover all his obligations, he would reap a rich harvest and at the same time leave himself in charge. He approached Judah Addison first as the most available man to help float a scheme of this kind. He did not want him as a partner so much as he wanted him as an investor. "Well, I'll tell you how I feel about this," said Addison finally. "You've hit on a great idea here. It's a wonder it hasn't occurred to someone else before. And you'll want to keep rather quiet about it, or someone else will rush in and do it. We have a lot of venturesome men out here, but I like you and I'm with you. Now, it wouldn't be advisable for me to go in on this personally, not openly anyhow, but I'll promise to see that you get some of the money you want. I like your idea of a central holding company or pool, with you in charge as trustee, and I'm perfectly willing that you should manage it, for I think you can do it. Anyhow, that leaves me out, apparently, except as an investor. But you will have to get 2 or 3 others to help carry this guarantee with me. Have you anyone in mind?" "Oh, yes," replied Cowperwood, "certainly. I merely came to you first." He mentioned Rambaud, Videra, Bailey, and others. "They're all right," said Addison, "if you can get them, but I'm not sure, even then, that you can induce these other fellows to sell out. They're not investors in the ordinary sense. They're people who look on this gas business as their private business. They started it. They like it. They built the gas tanks and laid the mains. It won't be easy." Cowperwood found, as Addison predicted, that it was not such an easy matter to induce the various stockholders and directors in the old companies to come in on any such scheme of reorganization. A closer, more unresponsive set of men, he was satisfied, he had never met. His offer to buy outright at 3 or 4 to 1 they refused absolutely. The stock in each case was selling from 170 to 210, and intrinsically was worth more every year as the city was growing larger and its need of gas greater. At the same time, they were suspicious, one and all, of any combination scheme by an outsider. Who was he? Whom did he represent? He could make it clear that he had ample capital, but not who his backers were. The old officers and directors fancied that it was a scheme on the part of some of the officers and directors of one of the other companies to get control and oust them. Why should they sell? Why be tempted by greater profits from their stock when they were doing very well as it was? Because of his newness to Chicago and his lack of connection as yet with large affairs, Cowperwood was eventually compelled to turn to another scheme, that of organizing new companies in the suburbs as an entering wedge of attack upon the city proper. Suburbs such as Lakeview and Hyde Park, having town or village councils of their own, were permitted to grant franchises to water, gas, and street railway companies duly incorporated under the laws of the state. Cowperwood calculated that if he could form separate and seemingly distinct companies for each of the villages and towns, and one general company for the city later, he would be in a position to dictate terms to the older organizations. It was simply a question of obtaining his charters and franchises before his rivals had awakened to the situation. The one difficulty was that he knew absolutely nothing of the business of gas, its practical manufacture and distribution, and had never been particularly interested in it. Street railroading, his favorite form of municipal profit-seeking, and one upon which he had acquired an almost endless fund of specialized information, offered no present practical opportunity for him here in Chicago. He meditated on the situation, did some reading on the manufacture of gas, and then suddenly, as was his luck, found an implement ready to his hand. It appeared that in the course of the life and growth of the South Side Company there had once been a smaller organization founded by a man by the name of Sippens, Henry De Soto Sippens, who had entered and actually secured by some hocus pocus a franchise to manufacture and sell gas in the downtown districts, but who had been annoyed by all sorts of legal processes until he had finally been driven out or persuaded to get out. He was now in the real estate business in Lakeview. Old Peter Laughlin knew him. "He's a smart little cuss," Laughlin told Cowperwood. "I once thought he'd make a go of it, but they catched him where his hair was short, and he had to let go. There was an explosion in his tank over here near the river once, and I think that he thought them fellas blew him up. Anyhow, he got out. I ain't seen nor heard sight of him for years." Cowperwood sent old Peter to look up Mr. Sippens and find out what he was really doing, and whether he would be interested to get back in the gas business. Enter then a few days later into the office of Peter Laughlin and Company, Henry De Soto Sippens. He was a very little man, about 50 years of age. He wore a high, four-cornered, stiff felt hat with a short brown business coat, which in the summer became seersucker, and square-toed shoes. He looked for all the world like a country drug or bookstore owner, with perhaps the air of a country doctor or lawyer superadded. His cuffs protruded too far from his coat sleeves, his necktie bulged too far out of his vest, and his high hat was set a little too far back on his forehead. Otherwise, he was acceptable, pleasant, and interesting. He had short sideburns, reddish-brown, which stuck out quite defiantly, and his eyebrows were heavy. "Mr. Sippens," said Cowperwood blandly, "you were once in the gas manufacturing and distributing business here in Chicago, weren't you?" "I think I know as much about the manufacture of gas as anyone," replied Sippens, almost contemptuously. "I worked at it for a number of years." "Well, now, Mr. Sippens, I was thinking that it might be interesting to start a little gas company in one of these outlying villages that are growing so fast, and see if we couldn't make some money out of it. I'm not a practical gas man myself, but I thought I might interest someone who was." He looked at Sippens in a friendly, estimating way. "I have heard of you as one who has had considerable experience in this field here in Chicago. If I should get up a company of this kind with considerable backing, do you think you might be willing to take the management of it?" "Oh, I know all about this gas field," Mr. Sippens was about to say. It can't be done. But he changed his mind before opening his lips. "If I were paid enough," he said cautiously. "I suppose you know what you have to contend with." "Oh, yes," Cowperwood replied, smiling. "What would you consider paid enough to mean?" "Oh, if I were given $6,000 a year and a sufficient interest in the company, say a half, or something like that, I might consider it," replied Sippens, determined, as he thought, to frighten Cowperwood off by his exorbitant demands. He was making almost $6,000 a year out of his present business. "You wouldn't think that $4,000 in several companies, say up to $15,000, and an interest of about a tenth in each would be better?" Mr. Sippens meditated carefully on this. Plainly the man before him was no trifling beginner. He looked at Cowperwood shrewdly and saw at once, without any additional explanation of any kind, that the latter was preparing a big fight of some sort. 10 years before, Sippens had sensed the immense possibility of the gas business. He had tried to get in on it, but had been sued, waylaid, enjoined, financially blockaded, and finally blown up. He had always resented the treatment he had received, and he had bitterly regretted his inability to retaliate. He had thought his days of financial effort were over, but here was a man who was subtly suggesting a stirring fight, and who was calling him, like a hunter with horn, to the chase. "Well, Mr. Cowperwood," he replied, with less defiance and more camaraderie, "if you could show me that you have a legitimate proposition in hand, I am a practical gas man. I know all about mains, franchise contracts, and gas machinery. I organized and installed the plant at Dayton, Ohio, and Rochester, New York. I would have been rich if I had got here a little earlier." The echo of regret was in his voice. "Well, now here's your chance, Mr. Sippens," urged Cowperwood, subtly. "Between you and me, there's going to be a big new gas company in the field. We'll make these old fellows step up and see us quickly. Doesn't that interest you? There'll be plenty of money. It isn't that that's wanting. It's an organizer, a fighter, a practical gas man to build the plant, lay the mains, and so on." Cowperwood rose suddenly, straight and determined, a trick with him when he wanted to really impress anyone. He seemed to radiate force, conquest, victory. "Do you want to come in?" "Yes, I do, Mr. Cowperwood," exclaimed Sippens, jumping to his feet, putting on his hat, and shoving it far back on his head. He looked like a chest-swollen bantam rooster. Cowperwood took his extended hand. "Get your real estate affairs in order. I want you to get me a franchise in Lakeview shortly and build me a plant. I'll give you all the help you need. I'll arrange everything to your satisfaction within a week or so. We will want a good lawyer or two." Sippens smiled ecstatically as he left the office. Oh, the wonder of this! And after 10 years. Now he would show those crooks. Now he had a real fighter behind him, a man like himself. Now, by George, the fur would begin to fly. Who was this man, anyhow? What a wonder! He would look him up. He knew that from now on he would do almost anything Cowperwood wanted him to do. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Titan by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Now, this is fighting. When Cowperwood, after failing in his overture to the 3 city gas companies, confided to Addison his plan of organizing rival companies in the suburbs, the banker glared at him appreciatively. "You're a smart one," he finally exclaimed. "You'll do. I back you to win." He went on to advise Cowperwood that he would need the assistance of some of the strong men on the various village councils. "They're all as crooked as eels' teeth," he went on, "but there are 1 or 2 that are more crooked than others, and safe bellwethers. Have you got a lawyer?" "I haven't picked one yet, but I will. I'm looking around for the right man now." "Well, of course. I needn't tell you how important that is. There is one man, old General Van Sickle, who has had considerable training in these matters. He's fairly reliable." The entrance of General Judson P. Van Sickle threw at the very outset a suggestive light on the whole situation. The old soldier, over 50, had been a general of division during the Civil War, and had got his real start in life by filing false titles to property in southern Illinois, and then bringing suits to substantiate his fraudulent claims before friendly associates. He was now a prosperous go-between, requiring heavy retainers, and yet not over-prosperous. There was only one kind of business that came to the general, this kind, and one instinctively compared him to that decoy sheep at the stockyards that had been trained to go forth in nervous, frightened flocks of its fellow sheep, balking at being driven into the slaughtering pens, and lead them peacefully into the shambles, knowing enough always to make his own way quietly to the rear during the onward progress, and thus escape. A dusty old lawyer this, with heaven knows what welter of altered wills, broken promises, suborned juries, influenced judges, bribed councilmen and legislators, double-intentioned agreements and contracts, and a whole world of shifty legal calculations and false pretenses floating around in his brain. Among the politicians, judges, and lawyers generally, by reason of past useful service, he was supposed to have some powerful connections. He liked to be called into any case largely because it meant something to do and kept him from being bored. When compelled to keep an appointment in winter, he would slip on an old greatcoat of gray twill that he had worn until it was shabby, then taking down a soft felt hat, twisted and pulled out of shape by use, he would pull it low over his dull gray eyes and amble forth. In summer his clothes looked as crinkled as though he had slept in them for weeks. He smoked. In case of countenance he was not wholly unlike General Grant, with a short gray beard and mustache, which always seemed more or less unkempt, and hair that hung down over his forehead in a gray mass. The poor general! He was neither very happy nor very unhappy, a doubting Thomas, without faith or hope in humanity, and without any particular affection for anybody. "I'll tell you how it is with these small councils, Mr. Cowperwood," observed Van Sickle sagely, after the preliminaries of the first interview had been dispensed with. "They are worse than the city council almost, and that's about as bad as it can be. You can't do anything without money where these little fellows are concerned. I don't like to be too hard on men, but these fellows—" He shook his head. "I understand," commented Cowperwood. "They're not very pleasing, even after you make all allowances." "Most of them," went on the general, "won't stay put when you think you have them. They sell out. They're just as apt as not to run to this North Side Gas Company and tell them all about the whole thing before you get well under way. Then you have to pay them more money. Rival bills will be introduced and all that." The old general pulled a long face. "Still, there are one or two of them that are all right," he added, "if you can once get them interested. Mr. Duniway and Mr. Garrick." "I'm not so much concerned with how it has to be done, General," suggested Cowperwood amiably, "but I want to be sure that it will be done quickly and quietly. I don't want to be bothered with details. Can it be done without too much publicity? And about what do you think it is going to cost?" "Well, that's pretty hard to say until I look into the matter," said the general thoughtfully. "It might cost only $4, and it might cost all of $40,000, even more. I can't tell. I'd like to take a little time and look into it." The old gentleman was wondering how much Cowperwood was prepared to spend. "Well, we won't bother about that now. I'm willing to be as liberal as necessary. I've sent for Mr. Sippens, the president of the Lakeview Gas and Fuel Company, and he'll be here in a little while. You will want to work with him as closely as you can." The energetic Sippens came after a few moments, and he and Van Sickle, after being instructed to be mutually helpful and to keep Cowperwood's name out of all matters relating to this work, departed together. They were an odd pair, the dusty old general, phlegmatic, disillusioned, useful, but not inclined to feel so, and the smart, chipper Sippens, determined to wreak a kind of poetic vengeance on his old-time enemy, the South Side Gas Company, via this seemingly remote North Side conspiracy. In 10 minutes they were hand in glove, the General describing to Sippens the penurious and unscrupulous brand of Councilman Duniway's politics, and the friendly but expensive character of Jacob Garrick. Such is life. In the organization of the Hyde Park Company, Cowperwood, because he never cared to put all his eggs in one basket, decided to secure a second lawyer and a second dummy president, although he proposed to keep De Soto Sippens as general practical advisor for all 3 or 4 companies. He was thinking this matter over when there appeared on the scene a very much younger man than the old general, one Kent Barrows McKibben, the only son of ex-Judge Marshall Scammon McKibben of the State Supreme Court. Kent McKibben was 33 years old, tall, athletic, and after a fashion, handsome. He was not at all vague intellectually, that is, in the matter of the conduct of his business, but dandified and at times remote. He had an office in one of the best blocks in Dearborn Street, which he reached in a reserved, speculative mood every morning at 9, unless something important called him downtown earlier. It so happened that he had drawn up deeds and agreements for the real estate company that sold Cowperwood his lots at 37th Street and Michigan Avenue, and when they were ready, he journeyed to the latter's office to ask if there were any additional details which Cowperwood might want to have taken into consideration. When he was ushered in, Cowperwood turned to him his keen, analytical eyes and saw at once a personality he liked. McKibben was just remote and artistic enough to suit him. He liked his clothes, his agnostic unreadableness, his social air. McKibben, on his part, caught the significance of the superior financial atmosphere at once. He noted Cowperwood's light brown suit picked out with strands of red, his maroon tie, and small cameo cufflinks. His desk, glass-covered, looked clean and official. The woodwork of the rooms was all cherry, hand-rubbed and oiled. The pictures interesting, steel engravings of American life, appropriately framed. The typewriter, at that time just introduced, was in evidence, and the stock ticker, also new, was ticking volubly the prices current. The secretary who waited on Cowperwood was a young Polish girl named Antoinette Nowak. Reserved, seemingly astute, dark, and very attractive. "What sort of business is it you handle, Mr. McKibben?" asked Cowperwood quite casually in the course of the conversation. And after listening to McKibben's explanation, he added idly, "You might come and see me sometime next week. It is just possible that I may have something in your line." In another man McKibben would have resented this remote suggestion of future aid. Now, instead, he was intensely pleased. The man before him gripped his imagination. His remote intellectuality relaxed. When he came again and Cowperwood indicated the nature of the work he might wish to have done, McKibben rose to the bait like a fish to a fly. "I wish you would let me undertake that, Mr. Cowperwood," he said quite eagerly. "It's something I've never done, but I'm satisfied I can do it. I live out in Hyde Park and know most of the councilmen. I can bring considerable influence to bear for you." Cowperwood smiled pleasantly. So a second company, officered by dummies of McKibben's selection, was organized. De Soto Sippens, without old General Van Sickle's knowledge, was taken in as practical advisor. An application for a franchise was drawn up, and Kent Barrows McKibben began silent, polite work on the South Side, coming into the confidence by degrees of the various councilmen. There was still a third lawyer, Burton Stimson, the youngest but assuredly not the least able of the 3, a pale, dark-haired, Romeo-ish youth with burning eyes who Cowperwood had encountered doing some little work for Laughlin, and who was engaged to work on the West Side with old Laughlin as ostensible organizer and the sprightly De Soto Sippens as practical advisor. Stimson was no mooning Romeo, however, but an eager, incisive soul, born very poor, eager to advance himself. Cowperwood detected that pliability of intellect which, while it might spell disaster to some, spelled success for him. He wanted the intellectual servants. He was willing to pay them handsomely, to keep them busy, to treat them with almost princely courtesy, but he must have the utmost loyalty. Stimson, while maintaining his calm and reserve, could have kissed the archiepiscopal hand. Such is the subtlety of contact. Behold then at once on the north side, the south side, the west side, dark goings to and fro, and walking up and down in the earth. In Lakeview, old General Van Sickle and De Soto Sippens, conferring with shrewd Councilman Duniway, druggist, and with Jacob Gerecht, ward boss and wholesale butcher, both of whom were agreeable but exacting, holding pleasant back-room and drug-store confabs with almost tabulated details of rewards and benefits. In Hyde Park, Mr. Kent Barrows McKibben, smug and well-dressed, a Chesterfield among lawyers, and with him one J. Bergdahl, a notable hireling, long-haired and dusty, ostensibly president of the Hyde Park Gas and Fuel Company, conferring with Councilman Alfred B. Davis, manufacturer of willow and rattan ware, and Mr. Patrick Gilgan, saloon-keeper, arranging a prospective distribution of shares, offering certain cash considerations, lots, favors, and the like. Observe also in the village of Douglas and West Park on the west side, just over the city line, the angular, humorous Peter Laughlin and Burton Stimson arranging a similar deal or deals. The enemy, the city gas companies, being divided into three factions, were in no way prepared for what was now coming. When the news finally leaked out that applications for franchises had been made to the several corporate village bodies, each old company suspected the other of invasion, treachery, robbery. Pettifogging lawyers were sent, one by each company, to the village council in each particular territory involved, but no one of the companies had as yet the slightest idea who was back of it all or the general plan of operations. Before any one of them could reasonably protest, before it could decide that it was willing to pay a very great deal to have the suburb adjacent to its particular territory left free, before it could organize a legal fight, councilmanic ordinances were introduced, giving the applying company what it sought, and after a single reading in each case and one open hearing, as the law compelled, they were almost unanimously passed. There were loud cries of dismay from minor suburban papers, which had almost been forgotten in the arrangements of rewards. The large city newspapers cared little at first. Seeing these were outlying districts, they merely made the comment that the villages were beginning well, following in the steps of the city council in its distinguished career of crime. Cowperwood smiled as he saw in the morning papers the announcement of the passage of each ordinance granting him a franchise. He listened with comfort thereafter on many a day to accounts by Laughlin, Sippens, McKibben, and Van Sickle of overtures made to buy them out or to take over their franchises. He worked on plans with Sippens, looking to the actual introduction of gas plants. There were bond issues now to float, stocks to be marketed, contracts for supplies to be awarded, actual reservoirs and tanks to be built, and pipes to be laid. A pumped-up public opposition had to be smoothed over. In all this De Soto Sippens proved a trump. With Van Sickle, McKibben, and Stimson as his advisers in different sections of the city, he would present tabloid propositions to Cowperwood, to which the latter had merely to bow his head in assent or say no. Then De Soto would buy, build, and excavate. Cowperwood was so pleased that he was determined to keep De Soto with him permanently. De Soto was pleased to think that he was being given a chance to pay up old scores and to do large things. He was really grateful. "We're not through with those sharpers," he declared to Cowperwood triumphantly one day. "They'll fight us with suits. They may join hands later. They blew up my gas plant. They may blow up ours." "Let 'em blow," said Cowperwood. "We can blow too, and sue also. I like lawsuits. We'll tie them up so that they'll beg for quarter. His eyes twinkled cheerfully. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Titan by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In Search of Victory. In the meantime, the social affairs of Aileen had been prospering in a small way, for while it was plain that they were not to be taken up at once, that was not to be expected. It was also plain that they were not to be ignored entirely. One thing that helped in providing a nice, harmonious working atmosphere was the obvious warm affection of Cowperwood for his wife. While many might consider Aileen a little brash or crude, still in the hands of so strong and capable a man as Cowperwood, she might prove available. So thought Mrs. Addison, for instance, and Mrs. Rambaud. McKibben and Lord felt the same way. If Cowperwood loved her, as he seemed to do, he would probably put her through successfully. And he really did love her after his fashion. He could never forget how splendid she had been to him in those old days when, knowing full well the circumstances of his home, his wife, his children, the probable opposition of her own family, she had thrown over convention and sought his love. How freely she had given of hers. No petty, squeamish bickering or dickering here. He had been her Frank from the start, and he still felt keenly that longing in her to be with him, to be his, which had produced those first wonderful, almost terrible days. She might quarrel, fret, fuss, argue, suspect, and accuse him of flirtation with other women, but slight variations from the norm in his case did not trouble her. At least she argued that they wouldn't. She had never had any evidence. She was ready to forgive him anything, she said, and she was too, if only he would love her. "You devil," she used to say to him playfully, "I know you. I can see you looking around. That's a nice stenographer you have in the office. I suppose it's her." "Don't be silly, Aileen," he would reply. "Don't be coarse. You know I wouldn't take up with a stenographer. An office isn't the place for that sort of thing." "Oh, isn't it? Don't silly me. I know you. Any old place is good enough for you." He laughed, and so did she. She could not help it. She loved him so. There was no particular bitterness in her assaults. She loved him, and very often he would take her in his arms, kiss her tenderly, and coo, "Are you my fine big baby? Are you my red-headed doll? Do you really love me so much? Kiss me then." Frankly pagan passion in these two ran high. So long as they were not alienated by extraneous things, he could never hope for more delicious human contact. There was no reaction either to speak of, no gloomy disgust. She was physically acceptable to him. He could always talk to her in a genial, teasing way, even tender, for she did not offend his intellectuality with prudish or conventional notions. Loving and foolish as she was in some ways, she would stand blunt reproof or correction. She could suggest in a nebulous, blundering way things that would be good for them to do. Most of all, at present, their thoughts centered upon Chicago society, the new house, which by now had been contracted for, and what it would do to facilitate their introduction and standing. Never did a woman's life look more rosy, Aileen thought. It was almost too good to be true. Her Frank was so handsome, so loving, so generous. There was not a small idea about him. What if he did stray from her at times? He remained faithful to her spiritually, and she knew as yet of no single instance in which he had failed her. She little knew, as much as she knew, how blandly he could lie and protest in these matters. But he was fond of her just the same, and he really had not strayed to any extent. By now, also, Cowperwood had invested about $100,000 in his gas company speculations, and he was jubilant over his prospects. The franchises were good for 20 years. By that time he would be nearly 60, and he would probably have bought, combined with or sold out to the older companies at a great profit. The future of Chicago was all in his favor. He decided to invest as much as $30,000 in pictures, if he could find the right ones, and to have Aileen's portrait painted while she was still so beautiful. This matter of art was again beginning to interest him immensely. Addison had 4 or 5 good pictures, a Rousseau, a Greuze, a Wouverman, and one Lawrence, picked up heaven knows where. A hotel man by the name of Collard, a dry goods and real estate merchant, was said to have a very striking collection. Addison had told him of one Davis Trask, a hardware prince, who was now collecting. There were many homes, he knew, where art was beginning to be assembled. He must begin, too. Cowperwood, once the franchises had been secured, had installed Sippens in his own office, giving him charge for the time being. Small rented offices and clerks were maintained in the region where practical plant building was going on. All sorts of suits to enjoin, annul, and restrain had been begun by the various old companies, but McKibben, Stimson, and old General Van Sickle were fighting these with Trojan vigor and complacency. It was a pleasant scene. Still no one knew very much of Cowperwood's entrance into Chicago as yet. He was a very minor figure. His name had not even appeared in connection with this work. Other men were being celebrated daily, a little to his envy. When would he begin to shine? Soon now, surely. So off they went in June, comfortable, rich, gay, in the best of health and spirits, intent upon enjoying to the full their first holiday abroad. It was a wonderful trip. Addison was good enough to telegraph flowers to New York for Mrs. Cowperwood to be delivered on shipboard. McKibben sent books of travel. Cowperwood, uncertain whether anybody would send flowers, ordered them himself, 2 amazing baskets, with which Addison's made 3, and these, with attached cards, awaited them in the lobby of the main deck. Several at the captain's table took pains to seek out the Cowperwoods. They were invited to join several card parties and to attend informal concerts. It was a rough passage, however, and Aileen was sick. It was hard to make herself look just nice enough, so she kept to her room. She was very haughty, distant to all but a few, and to these careful of her conversation. She felt herself coming to be a very important person. Before leaving, she had almost exhausted the resources of the Donovan establishment in Chicago. Lingerie, boudoir costumes, walking costumes, riding costumes, evening costumes she possessed in plenty. She had a jewel bag hidden away about her person containing all of $30,000 worth of jewels. Her shoes, stockings, hats, and accessories in general were innumerable. Because of all this, Cowperwood was rather proud of her. She had such a capacity for life. His first wife had been pale and rather anemic, while Aileen was fairly bursting with sheer physical vitality. She hummed and jested and primped and posed. There are some souls that just are, without previous revision or introspection. The earth, with all its long past, was a mere suggestion to Aileen, dimly visualized if at all. She may have heard that there were once dinosaurs and flying reptiles, but if so, it made no deep impression on her. Somebody had said, or was saying, that we were descendants from monkeys, which was quite absurd, though it might be true enough. On the sea, the thashing hills of green water suggested a kind of immensity and terror, but not the immensity of the poet's heart. The ship was safe. The captain at table in brass buttons and blue uniform, eager to be nice to her, told her so. Her faith really was in the captain, and there with her always was Cowperwood, looking at this whole moving spectacle of life with a suspicious, not apprehensive, but wary eye, and saying nothing about it. In London, letters given them by Addison brought several invitations to the opera, to dinner, to Goodwood for a week-end, and so on. Carriages, tally-hos, cabs for riding were invoked. A week-end invitation to a houseboat on the Thames was secured. The English hosts, looking on all this as a financial adventure, good financial wisdom, were courteous and civil, nothing more. Aileen was intensely curious. She noted servants, manners, forms. Immediately she began to think that America was not good enough. Perhaps it wanted so many things. "Now, Aileen, you and I have to live in Chicago for years and years," commented Cowperwood. "Don't get wild. These people don't care for Americans. Can't you see that? They wouldn't accept us if we were over here. Not yet, anyhow. We're merely passing strangers, being courteously entertained." Cowperwood saw it all. Aileen was being spoiled in a way, but there was no help. She dressed and dressed. The English used to look at her in Hyde Park, where she rode and drove, at Claridge's, where they stayed, in Bond Street, where she shopped. The English women, the majority of them remote, ultra-conservative, simple in their tastes, lifted their eyes. Cowperwood sensed the situation, but said nothing. He loved Aileen, and she was satisfactory to him, at least for the present, anyhow. Beautiful. If he could adjust her station in Chicago, that would be sufficient for a beginning. After 3 weeks of very active life, during which Aileen patronized the ancient and honorable glories of England, they went on to Paris. Here she was quickened to a childlike enthusiasm. "You know," she said to Cowperwood quite solemnly the second morning, "the English don't know how to dress. I thought they did, but the smartest of them copy the French. Take those men we saw last night in the Café d'Anglais. There wasn't an Englishman I saw that compared with them." "My dear, your tastes are exotic," replied Cowperwood, who was watching her with pleased interest while he adjusted his tie. "The French smart crowd are almost too smart, dandified. I think some of those young fellows had on corsets." "What of it?" replied Aileen. "I like it. If you're going to be smart, why not be very smart?" "I know that's your theory, my dear," he said, "but it can be overdone. There is such a thing as going too far. You have to compromise, even if you don't look as well as you might. You can't be too very conspicuously different from your neighbors, even in the right direction." "You know," she said, stopping and looking at him, "I believe you're going to get very conservative some day, like my brothers." She came over and touched his tie and smoothed his hair. "Well, one of us ought to be, for the good of the family," he commented, half smiling. "I'm not so sure, though, that it will be you either." "It's a charming day. See how nice those white marble statues look. Shall we go to the Cluny or the Versailles or the Fontainebleau? Tonight we ought to see Bernhardt at the Française." Aileen was so gay. It was so splendid to be traveling with her true husband at last. It was on this trip that Cowperwood's taste for art and life and his determination to possess them revived to the fullest. He made the acquaintance in London, Paris, and Brussels of the important art dealers. His conception of great masters and the older schools of art shaped themselves. By one of the dealers in London, who at once recognized him as a possible future patron, he was invited with Aileen to view certain private collections, and here and there was an artist, such as Lord Lytton, Dante Gabriel Rossetti, or Whistler, to whom he was introduced casually, an interested stranger. These men only saw a strong, polite, remote, conservative man. He realized the emotional, egotistical, and artistic soul. He felt on the instant that there could be little in common between such men and himself in so far as personal contact was concerned. Yet there was mutual ground on which they could meet. He could not be a slavish admirer of anything, only a princely patron. So he walked and saw, wondering how soon his dreams of grandeur were to be realized. In London he bought a portrait by Raeburn. In Paris a ploughing scene by Millet. a small Jan Steen, a battle piece by Messonnier, and a romantic courtyard scene by Isabey. Thus began the revival of his former interest in art, the nucleus of that future collection which was to mean so much to him in later years. On their return, the building of the new Chicago mansion created the next interesting diversion in the lives of Aileen and Cowperwood. Because of some chateau they saw in France, that form, or rather a modification of it, as suggested by Taylor Lord, was adopted. Mr. Lord figured that it would take all of a year, perhaps a year and a half, to deliver it in perfect order. But time was of no great importance in this connection. In the meanwhile, they could strengthen their social connections and prepare for that interesting day when they should be of the Chicago elite. There were at this time several elements in Chicago, those who, having grown suddenly rich from dull poverty, could not so easily forget the village church and the village social standards, those who, having inherited wealth or migrated from the East where wealth was old, understood more of the savoir-faire of the game, and those who, being newly born into wealth and seeing the drift toward a smarter American life, were beginning to wish they might shine in it. These last, the very young people. The latter were just beginning to dream of dances at Kinsley's, a stated kermesse, and summer diversions of the European kind, but they had not arrived as yet. The first class, although by far the dullest and most bovine, were still the most powerful because they were the richest, money as yet providing the highest standard. The functions which these people provided were stupid to the verge of distraction. Really, they were only the week-day receptions and Sunday afternoon calls of squedunk and hohocus raised to the nth power. The purpose of the whole matter was to see and be seen. Novelty in either thought or action was decidedly eschewed. It was, as a matter of fact, customariness of thought and action and the quintessence of convention that was desired. The idea of introducing a play actress, for instance, as was done occasionally in the East or in London, never. Even a singer or artist was eyed askance. One could easily go too far. But if a European prince should have strayed to Chicago, which he never did, or if an Eastern social magnate chanced to stay over a train or two, then the topmost circle of local wealth was prepared to strain itself to the breaking point. Cowperwood had sensed all this on his arrival, but he fancied that if he became rich and powerful enough, he and Aileen, with her fine house to help them, might well be the leaven which would lighten the whole lump. Unfortunately, Aileen was too obviously on the qui vive for those opportunities which might lead to social recognition and equality, if not supremacy. Like the savage, unorganized for protection and at the mercy of the horrific caprice of nature, she was almost tremulous at times with thoughts of possible failure. Almost at once she had recognized herself as unsuited temperamentally for association with certain types of society women. The wife of Anson Merrill, the great dry goods prince, whom she saw in one of the downtown stores one day, impressed her as much too cold and remote. Mrs. Merrill was a woman of superior mood and education who found herself, in her own estimation, hard put to it for suitable companionship in Chicago. She was Eastern-bred Boston, and familiar in an offhand way with the superior world of London, which she had visited several times. Chicago at its best was to her a sordid commercial mess. She preferred New York or Washington, but she had to live here. Thus she patronized nearly all of those with whom she condescended to associate, using an upward tilt of the head, a tired droop of the eyelids, and a fine upward arching of the brow to indicate how trite it all was. It was a Mrs. Henry Huddlestone who had pointed out Mrs. Merrill to Aileen. Mrs. Huddlestone was the wife of a soap manufacturer, living very close to the Cowperwoods' temporary home, and she and her husband were on the outer fringe of society. She had heard that the Cowperwoods were people of wealth, that they were friendly with the Addisons, and that they were going to build a $200,000 mansion. The value of houses always grows in the telling. That was enough. She had called, being 3 doors away, to leave her card, and Aileen, willing to curry favor here and there, had responded. Mrs. Huddlestone was a little woman, not very attractive in appearance, clever in a social way, and eminently practical. "Speaking of Mrs. Merrill," commented Mrs. Huddlestone on this particular day, "there she is near the dress goods counter. She always carries that lorgnette in just that way." Aileen turned and examined critically a tall, dark, slender woman of the high world of the West, very remote, disdainful, superior. "You don't know her?" questioned Aileen, curiously, surveying her at leisure. "No," replied Mrs. Huddlestone defensively. "They live on the North Side, and the different sets don't mingle so much." As a matter of fact, it was just the glory of the principal families that they were above this arbitrary division of sides, and could pick their associates from all 3 divisions. "Oh," observed Aileen nonchalantly. She was secretly irritated to think that Mrs. Huddlestone should find it necessary to point out Mrs. Merrill to her as a superior person. "You know, she darkens her eyebrows a little, I think," suggested Mrs. Huddlestone, studying her enviously. "Her husband, they say, isn't the most faithful person in the world. There's another woman, a Mrs. Gladdens, that lives very close to them that he's very much interested in." "Oh," said Aileen cautiously. After her own Philadelphia experience, she had decided to be on her guard and not to indulge in too much gossip. Arrows of this particular kind could so readily fly in her direction. "But her set is really much the smartest," complimented Aileen's companion. Thereafter it was Aileen's ambition to associate with Mrs. Anson Merrill, to be fully and freely accepted by her. She did not know, although she might have feared, that that ambition was never to be realized. But there were others who had called at the first Cowperwood home, or with whom the Cowperwoods managed to form an acquaintance. There were the Sunderland Sleds, Mr. Sled being general traffic manager of one of the southwestern railways entering the city, and a gentleman of taste and culture and some wealth, his wife an ambitious nobody. There were the Walter Rysam Cottons, Cotton being a wholesale coffee broker, but more especially a local social litterateur, his wife a graduate of Vassar. There were the Norrie Simses, Sims being secretary and treasurer of the Douglas Trust and Savings Company, and a power in another group of financial people, a group entirely distinct from that represented by Addison and Rambaud. Others included the Stanislaw Hoxamus, wealthy furriers, the Dwayne Kingsland, wholesale flour, the Webster Israelis, packers, the Bradford Candas, jewelers. All these people amounted to something socially. They all had substantial homes and substantial income, so that they were worthy of consideration. The difference between Aileen and most of the women involved a difference between naturalism and illusion. But this calls for some explanation. To really know the state of the feminine mind at this time, one would have to go back to that period in the Middle Ages when the church flourished, and the industrial poet, half schooled in the facts of life, surrounded women with a mystical halo. Since that day the maiden, and the matron as well, has been schooled to believe that she is of a finer clay than man, that she was born to uplift him, that her favors are priceless. This rose-tinted mist of romance, having nothing to do with personal morality, has brought about, nevertheless, a holier-than-thou attitude of women toward men, and of even women toward women. Now the Chicago atmosphere in which Aileen found herself was composed in part of this very illusion. The ladies to whom she had been introduced were of this high world of fancy. They conceived themselves to be perfect even as they were represented in religious art and in fiction. Their husbands must be models, worthy of their high ideals, and other women must have no blemish of any kind. Aileen, urgent, elemental, would have laughed at all this if she could have understood. Not understanding, she felt diffident and uncertain of herself in certain presences. Instance in this connection Mrs. Norrie Simms, who was a satellite of Mrs. Anson Merrill. To be invited to the Anson Merrills for tea, dinner, luncheon, or to be driven downtown by Mrs. Merrill was paradise to Mrs. Simms. She loved to recite the bon mot of her idol, to discourse upon her astonishing degree of culture, to narrate how people refused on occasion to believe that she was the wife of Anson Merrill, even though she herself declared it. Those old chestnuts of the social world which must have had their origin in Egypt and Chaldea. Mrs. Simms herself was of a nondescript type, not a real personage, clever, good-looking, tasteful, a social climber. The two Simms children, little girls, had been taught all the social graces of the day, to pose, smirk, genuflect, and the like, to the immense delight of their elders. The nurse in charge was in uniform. The governess was a much put-upon person. Mrs. Simms had a high manner, eyes for those above her only, a serene contempt for the commonplace world in which she had to dwell. During the first dinner at which she entertained the Cowperwoods, Mrs. Simms attempted to dig into Aileen's Philadelphia history, asking if she knew the Arthur Lees, the Trevor Drakes, Roberta Willing, or the Martin Walkers. Mrs. Simms did not know them herself, but she had heard Mrs. Merrill speak of them, and that was enough of a handle whereby to swing them. Aileen, quick on the defense, ready to lie manfully on her own behalf, assured her that she had known them, as indeed she had, very casually, and before the rumor which connected her with Cowperwood had been voiced abroad. This pleased Mrs. Simms. "I must tell Nellie," she said, referring thus familiarly to Mrs. Merrill. Aileen feared that if this sort of thing continued, it would soon be all over town that she had been a mistress before she had been a wife, that she had been the unmentioned correspondent in the divorce suit, and that Cowperwood had been in prison. Only his wealth and her beauty could save her, and would they? One night they had been to dinner at the Duane Kingslands, and Mrs. Bradford Canda asked her, in what seemed a very significant way, whether she had ever met her friend, Mrs. Schuyler Evans of Philadelphia. This frightened Aileen. "Don't you suppose they must know some of them about us?" she asked Cowperwood on the way home. "I suppose so," he replied thoughtfully. "I'm sure I don't know. I wouldn't worry about that if I were you." "If you worry about it, you'll suggest it to them. I haven't made any secret of my term in prison in Philadelphia, and I don't intend to. It wasn't a square deal, and they had no right to put me there." "I know, dear," replied Aileen. "It might not make so much difference if they did know. I don't see why it should. We are not the only ones that have had marriage troubles, I'm sure. There's just one thing about this. Either they accept us or they don't. If they don't, well and good. We can't help it. We'll go on and finish the house and give them a chance to be decent. If they won't be, there are other cities. Money will arrange matters in New York, that I know. We can build a real place there and go in on equal terms, if we have money enough. And I will have money enough," he added, after a moment's pondering. "Never fear. I'll make millions here, whether they want me to or not. And after that, well, after that, we'll see what we'll see. Don't worry. I haven't seen many troubles in this world that money wouldn't cure." His teeth had that even set that they always assumed when he was dangerously in earnest. He took Aileen's hand, however, and pressed it gently. "Don't worry," he repeated. "Chicago isn't the only city, and we won't be the poorest people in America either in 10 years. Just keep up your courage. It will all come out right. It's certain to." Aileen looked out on the lamp-lit length of Michigan Avenue, down which they were rolling past many silent mansions. The tops of all the lamps were white and gleaming through the shadows, receding to a thin point. It was dark, but fresh and pleasant. Oh, only if Frank's money could buy them position and friendship in this interesting world. If it only would. She did not quite realize how much on her own personality, or the lack of it, this struggle depended. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Titan by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A test. The opening of the house in Michigan Avenue occurred late in November in the fall of 1878, when Aileen and Cowperwood had been in Chicago about 2 years. Altogether, between people whom they had met at the races, at various dinners and teas, and at receptions of the Union and Calumet clubs, to which Cowperwood, through Addison's backing, had been admitted, and those whom McKibben and Lord influenced, they were able to send invitations to about 300, of whom some 250 responded. Up to this time, owing to Cowperwood's quiet manipulation of his affairs, there had been no comment on his past, no particular interest in it. He had money, affable ways, a magnetic personality. The businessmen of the city, those whom he met socially, were inclined to consider him fascinating and very clever. Aileen, being beautiful and graceful for attention, was accepted at more or less her own value, though the kingly high world knew them not. It is amazing what a showing the socially unplaced can make on occasion where tact and discrimination are used. There was a weekly social paper published in Chicago at this time, a rather able publication as such things go, which Cowperwood, with McKibben's assistance, had pressed into service. Not much can be done under any circumstances where the cause is not essentially strong, but where, as in this case, there is a semblance of respectability, considerable wealth, and great force and magnetism, all things are possible. Kent McKibben knew Horton Biggers, the editor, who was a rather desolate and disillusioned person of 45, gray and depressed-looking, a sort of human sponge or barnacle, who was only galvanized into seeing interest and cheerfulness by sheer necessity. Those were the days when the society editor was accepted as a member of society de facto, and treated more or less as a guest than a reporter, though even then the tendency was toward elimination. Working for Cowperwood and liking him, McKibben said to Biggers one evening, "You know the Cowperwoods, don't you, Biggers?" "No," replied the latter, who devoted himself barnacle-wise to the more exclusive circles. "Who are they?" "Why, he's a banker over here in LaSalle Street. They're from Philadelphia. Mrs. Cowperwood's a beautiful woman, young and all that. They're building a house out here on Michigan Avenue. You ought to know them. They're going to get in, I think. The Addisons like them. If you were to be nice to them now, I think they'd appreciate it later. He's rather liberal and a good fellow." Biggers picked up his ears. This social journalism was thin picking at best, and he had very few ways of turning an honest penny. The would-bes and half-ins who expected nice things said of them had to subscribe, and rather liberally, to his paper. Not long after this brief talk, Cowperwood received a subscription blank from the business office of the Saturday Review, and immediately sent a check for $100 to Mr. Horton Biggers direct. Subsequently, certain not very significant personages noticed that when the Cowperwoods dined at their boards, the function received comment by the Saturday Review. Not otherwise. It looked as though the Cowperwoods must be favored, but who were they, anyhow? The danger of publicity, and even moderate social success, is that scandal loves a shining mark. When you begin to stand out the least way in life, as separate from the masses, the cognoscenti wish to know who, what, and why. The enthusiasm of Aileen, combined with the genius of Cowperwood, was for making their opening entertainment a very exceptional affair, which under the circumstances and all things considered was a dangerous thing to do. As yet Chicago was exceedingly slow socially. Its movements were, as had been said, more or less bovine and phlegmatic. To rush in with something utterly brilliant and pyrotechnic was to take notable chances. The more cautious members of Chicago society, even if they did not attend, would hear, and then would come ultimate comment and decision. The function began with a reception at 4, which lasted until 6:30, and this was followed by a dance at 9, with music by a famous stringed orchestra of Chicago, a musical program by artists of considerable importance, and a gorgeous supper from 11 until 1 in a Chinese fairyland of lights, at small tables filling 3 of the ground-floor rooms. As an added fillip to the occasion, Cowperwood had hung not only the important pictures which he had purchased abroad, but a new one, a particularly brilliant Jerome, then in the heyday of his exotic popularity, a picture of nude odalisques of the harem, idling beside the highly colored stone marquetry of an oriental bath. It was more or less loose art for Chicago, shocking to the uninitiated, though harmless enough to the Illuminati, but it gave a touch of color to the art gallery which the latter needed. There was also, newly arrived and newly hung, a portrait of Aileen by a Dutch artist, Jan van Beers, whom they had encountered the previous summer at Brussels. He had painted Aileen in 9 sittings, a rather brilliant canvas, high in key, with a summery out-of-door world behind her, a low stone-curbed pool, the red corner of a Dutch brick palace, a tulip bed, and a blue sky with fleecy clouds. Aileen was seated on the curved arm of a stone bench, green grass at her feet, a pink and white parasol with a lacy edge held idly to one side, her rounded, vigorous figure clad in the latest mode of Paris, a white and blue striped silk walking suit, with a blue and white banded straw hat, wide-brimmed, airy, shading her lusty animal eyes. The artist had caught her spirit quite accurately, the dash, the assumption, the bravado based on the courage of inexperience or lack of true subtlety. A refreshing thing in its way, a little showy, as everything that related to her was, and inclined to arouse jealousy in those not so liberally endowed by life, but fine as a character piece. In the warm glow of the guttered gas jets she looked particularly brilliant here, pampered, idle, jaunty, the well-kept, stall-fed pet of the world. Many stopped to see, and many were the comments, private and otherwise. The day began with a flurry of uncertainty and worried anticipation on the part of Aileen. At Cowperwood's suggestion she had employed a social secretary, a poor hack of a girl, who had sent out all the letters, tabulated the replies, run errands, and advised on one detail and another. Fadette, the French maid, was in the throes of preparing for 2 toilets which would have to be made this day, one by 2 o'clock at least, another between 6 and 8. Her mon Dieus and parblus could be heard continuously as she hunted for some article of dress or polished an ornament, buckle or pin. The struggle of Aileen to be perfect was, as usual, severe. Her meditations as to the most becoming gown to wear were trying. Her portrait was on the east wall in the art gallery, a spur to emulation. She felt as though all society were about to judge her. Teresa Donovan, the local dressmaker, had given some advice, but Aileen decided on a heavy brown velvet, constructed by Worth of Paris, a thing of varying aspects, showing her neck and arms to perfection, and composing charmingly with her flesh and hair. She tried amethyst earrings and changed to topaz. She stockinged her legs in brown silk, and her feet were shod in brown slippers with red enamel buttons. The trouble with Aileen was that she never did things with that ease which is a sure sign of the socially efficient. She never quite so much dominated a situation as she permitted it to dominate her. Only the superior ease and graciousness of Cowperwood carried her through at times, but that always did. When he was near, she felt quite the great lady, suited to any realm. When she was alone, her courage, great as it was, often trembled in the balance. Her dangerous past was never quite out of her mind. At 4, Kent McKibben, smug in his afternoon frock, his quick receptive eyes approving only partially of all this show and effort, took his place in the general reception room, talking to Taylor Lord, who had completed his last observation and was leaving to return later in the evening. If these two had been closer friends, quite intimate, they would have discussed the Cowperwoods' social prospects, but as it was, they confined themselves to dull conventionalities. At this moment Aileen came downstairs for a moment, radiant. Kent McKibben thought he had never seen her look more beautiful. After all, contrasted with some of the stuffy creatures who moved about in society, shrewd, hard, bony, calculating, trading on their assured position, she was admirable. It was a pity she did not have more poise. She ought to be a little harder, not quite so genial. Still, with Cowperwood at her side, she might go far. "Really, Mrs. Cowperwood," he said, "it is all most charming. I was just telling Mr. Lord here that I consider the house a triumph." From McKibben, who was in society, and with Lord another in standing by, this was like wine to Aileen. She beamed joyously. Among the first arrivals were Mrs. Webster Israels, Mrs. Bradford Canda, and Mrs. Walter Rysam Cotton, who were to assist in receiving. These ladies did not know that they were taking their future reputations for sagacity and discrimination in their hands. They had been carried away by the show of luxury of Aileen, the growing financial repute of Cowperwood, and the artistic qualities of the new house. Mrs. Webster Israel's mouth was of such peculiar shape that Aileen was always reminded of a fish, but she was not utterly homely, and today she looked brisk and attractive. Mrs. Bradford Canda, whose old rose and silver gray dress made up in part for an amazing angularity, but who was charming withal, was the soul of interest, for she believed this to be a very significant affair. Mrs. Walter Rysam Cotton, a younger woman than either of the others, had the polish of Vassar life about her, and was above many things. Somehow she half suspected the Cowperwoods might not do, but they were making strides, and might possibly surpass all other aspirants. It behooved her to be pleasant. Life passes from individuality and separateness at times to a sort of Monticelloesque mood of color, where individuality is nothing, the glittering totality of all. The new house, with its charming French windows on the ground floor, its heavy bands of stone flowers and deep-sunk florated door, was soon crowded with a moving, colorful flow of people. Many whom Aileen and Cowperwood did not know at all had been invited by McKibben and Lord. They came and were now introduced. The adjacent side streets and the open space in front of the house were crowded with champing horses and smartly veneered carriages. All with whom the Cowperwoods had been the least intimate came early, and finding the scene colorful and interesting, they remained for some time. The caterer, Kinsley, had supplied a small army of trained servants who were posted like soldiers and carefully supervised by the Cowperwood butler. The new dining room, rich with a Pompeian scheme of color, was aglow with a wealth of glass and an artistic arrangement of delicacies. The afternoon costumes of the women, ranging through autumnal grays, purples, browns, and greens, blended effectively with the brown-tinted walls of the entry hall, the deep gray and gold of the general living room, the old Roman red of the dining room, the white and gold of the music room, and the neutral sepia of the art gallery. Aileen, backed by the courageous presence of Cowperwood, who, in the dining room, the library, and the art gallery, was holding a private levee of men, stood up in her vain beauty, a thing to see, almost to weep over, embodying the vanity of all seeming things, the mockery of having and yet not having. This parading throng that was more curious than interested, more jealous than sympathetic, more critical than kind, was coming almost solely to observe. "Do you know, Mrs. Cowperwood," Mrs. Simms remarked lightly, "your house reminds me of an art exhibit today. I hardly know why." Aileen, who caught the implied slur, had no clever words wherewith to reply. She was not gifted in that way, but she flared with resentment. "Do you think so?" she replied caustically. Mrs. Simms, not at all dissatisfied with the effect she had produced, passed on with a gay air, attended by a young artist who followed amorously in her train. Aileen saw from this and other things like it how little she was really in. The exclusive set did not take either her or Cowperwood seriously as yet. She almost hated the comparatively dull Mrs. Israels, who had been standing beside her at the time, and who had heard the remark, and yet Mrs. Israels was much better than nothing. Mrs. Simms had condescended a mild how-do to the latter. It was in vain that the Addisons, Sleds, Kingslands, Hexamas, and others made their appearance. Aileen was not reassured. However, after dinner the younger set, influenced by McKibben, came to dance, and Aileen was at her best in spite of her doubts. She was gay, bold, attractive. Kent McKibben, a past master in the mazes and mysteries of the Grand March, had the pleasure of leading her in that airy, fairy procession, followed by Cowperwood, who gave his arm to Mrs. Simms. Aileen, in white satin with a touch of silver here and there, and necklet, bracelet, earrings, and hair ornament of diamonds, glittered in almost an exotic way. She was positively radiant. McKibben, almost smitten, was most attentive. "This is such a pleasure," he whispered intimately. "You are very beautiful. A dream." "You would find me a very substantial one," returned Aileen. "Would that I might find—" He laughed gaily, and Aileen, gathering the hidden significance, showed her teeth teasingly. Mrs. Simms, engrossed by Cowperwood, could not hear as she would have liked. After the march, Aileen, surrounded by half a dozen of gay, rudely thoughtless young bloods, escorted them all to see her portrait. The conservative commented on the flow of wine, the intensely nude Jerome at one end of the gallery and the sparkling portrait of Aileen at the other, the enthusiasm of some of the young men for her company. Mrs. Rambaud, pleasant and kindly, remarked to her husband that Aileen was very eager for life, she thought. Mrs. Addison, astonished at the material flair of the Cowperwoods, quite transcending in glitter if not in size and solidity anything she and Addison had ever achieved, remarked to her husband that he must be making money very fast. "The man's a born financier, Ella," Addison explained sententiously. "He's a manipulator, and he's sure to make money. Whether they can get into society, I don't know. He could if he were alone, that's sure." "She's beautiful, but he needs another kind of woman, I'm afraid. She's almost too good looking." "That's what I think, too. I like her, but I'm afraid she's not going to play her cards right. It's too bad, too." Just then Aileen came by, a smiling youth on either side, her own face glowing with a warmth of joy engendered by much flattery. The ballroom, which was composed of the music and drawing rooms thrown into one, was now the objective. It glittered before her with a moving throng. The air was full of the odor of flowers and the sound of music and voices. Mrs. Cowperwood observed, Bradford Canda to Horton Biggers, the society editor, is one of the prettiest women I have seen in a long time. She's almost too pretty." "How do you think she's taking?" queried the cautious Biggers. "Charming, but she's hardly cold enough, I'm afraid. Hardly clever enough. It takes a more serious type. She's a little too high-spirited. These old women would never want to get near her. She makes them look too old. She'd do better if she were not so young and so pretty." "That's what I think, exactly," said Biggers. As a matter of fact, he did not think so at all. He had no power of drawing any such accurate conclusions. But he believed it now because Bradford Canda had said it. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Titan by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Fruits of Daring. Next morning, over the breakfast cup at the Norrie Simmses' and elsewhere, the import of the Cowperwoods' social effort was discussed and the problem of their eventual acceptance or non-acceptance carefully weighed. "The trouble with Mrs. Cowperwood," observed Mrs. Simms, "is that she is too gauche. The whole thing was much too showy. The idea of her portrait at one end of the gallery and that Jerome at the other. And then this item in the press this morning. Why, you'd really think they were in society." Mrs. Simms was already a little angry at having let herself be used, as she now fancied she had been, by Taylor Lord and Kent McKibben, both friends of hers. "What did you think of the crowd?" asked Norrie, buttering a roll. "Why, it wasn't representative at all, of course. We were the most important people they had there, and I'm sorry now that we went. Who are the Israelses and the Hoxhamas, anyhow? That dreadful woman." She was referring to Mrs. Hoxham. "I never listened to duller remarks in my life." "I was talking to Haguenin of the Press in the afternoon," observed Norrie. "He says that Cowperwood failed in Philadelphia before he came here, and that there were a lot of lawsuits. Did you ever hear that?" "No, but she says she knows the Drakes and the Walkers there. I've been intending to ask Nellie about that. I have often wondered why he should leave Philadelphia if he was getting along so well. People don't usually do that." Simms was envious already of the financial showing Cowperwood was making in Chicago. Besides, Cowperwood's manner bespoke supreme intelligence and courage, and that is always resented by all save the suppliants or the triumphant masters of other walks in life. Simms was really interested at last to know something more about Cowperwood, something definite. Before this social situation had time to adjust itself one way or the other, however, a matter arose which in its way was far more vital, though Aileen might not have thought so. The feeling between the new and old gas companies was becoming strained. The stockholders of the older organizations were getting uneasy. They were eager to find out who was back of these new gas companies which were threatening to poach on their exclusive preserves. Finally, one of the lawyers who had been employed by the North Chicago Gas Illuminating Company to fight the machinations of De Soto Sippens and old General Van Sickle, finding that the Lakeview Council had finally granted the franchise to the new company and that the appellate court was about to sustain it, hit upon the idea of charging conspiracy and wholesale bribery of councilmen. Considerable evidence had been accumulated that Duniway, Jacob Garrick, and others on the North Side had been influenced by cash, and to bring legal action would delay final approval of the franchises and give the old company time to think what else to do. This North Side Company lawyer was a man by the name of Parsons, who had been following up the movements of Sippens and old General Van Sickle, and had finally concluded that they were mere dummies and pawns, and that the real instigator in all this excitement was Cowperwood, or if not he, then men whom he represented. Parsons visited Cowperwood's office one day in order to see him, Getting no satisfaction, he proceeded to look up his record and connections. These various investigations and counter-schemings came to a head in a court proceeding filed in the United States Circuit Court late in November, charging Frank Algernon Cowperwood, Henry De Soto Sippens, Judson P. Van Sickle, and others with conspiracy. This again was followed almost immediately by suits begun by the West and South Side companies charging the same thing. In each case Cowperwood's name was mentioned as the secret power behind the new companies, conspiring to force the old companies to buy him out. His Philadelphia history was published, but only in part, a highly modified account he had furnished the newspapers some time before. Though conspiracy and bribery are ugly words, still lawyers' charges prove nothing. But a penitentiary record, for whatever reason served, coupled with previous failure, divorce, and scandal, though the newspapers made only the most guarded reference to all this, served to whet public interest and to fix Cowperwood and his wife in the public eye. Cowperwood himself was solicited for an interview, but his answer was that he was merely a financial agent for the three new companies, not an investor, and that the charges, insofar as he was concerned, were untrue, mere legal fol-de-rol trumped up to make the situation as annoying as possible. He threatened to sue for libel. Nevertheless, although these suits eventually did come to nothing, for he had fixed it so that he could not be traced save as a financial agent in each case, yet the charges had been made, and he was now revealed as a shrewd, manipulative factor, with a record that was certainly spectacular. "I can see," said Anson Merrill to his wife one morning at breakfast, "that this man Cowperwood is beginning to get his name in the papers." He had the Times on the table before him, and was looking at a headline which, after the old-fashioned pyramids then in vogue, read, "Conspiracy charged against various Chicago citizens. Frank Algernon Cowperwood, Judson P. Van Sickle, Henry De Soto Sippens, and others named in Circuit Court complaint." It went on to specify other facts. "I supposed he was just a broker." "I don't know much about them," replied his wife, "except what Bella Simms tells me. What does it say?" He handed her the paper. "I have always thought they were mere climbers," continued Mrs. Merrill. "From what I hear she is impossible. I never saw her." "He begins well for a Philadelphian," smiled Merrill. "I've seen him at the Calumet. He looks like a very shrewd man to me. He's going about his work in a brisk spirit, anyhow." Similarly, Mr. Norman Schryhart, a man who up to this time had taken no thought of Cowperwood, although he had noted his appearance about the halls of the Calumet and Union League clubs, began to ask seriously who he was. Schryhart, a man of great physical and mental vigor, 6 feet tall, hale and stolid as an ox, a very different type of man from Anson Merrill, met Addison one day at the Calumet Club shortly after the newspaper talk began. Sinking into a great leather divan beside him, he observed, "Who is this man Cowperwood, whose name is in the paper these days, Addison? You know all these people. Didn't you introduce him to me once?" "I surely did," replied Addison cheerfully, who, in spite of the attack on Cowperwood, was rather pleased than otherwise. It was quite plain from the concurrent excitement that attended all this struggle that Cowperwood must be managing things rather adroitly, and best of all, he was keeping his backers' names from view. "He's a Philadelphian by birth. He came out here several years ago and went into the grain and commission business. He's a banker now. A rather shrewd man, I should say. He has a lot of money." "Is it true, as the papers say, that he failed for $1 million in Philadelphia in 1871? "Insofar as I know it is." "Well, was he in the penitentiary down there?" "I think so, yes. I believe it was for nothing really criminal, though. There appears to have been some political financial mix-up, from all I can learn." "And he is only 40, as the papers say?" "About that, I should judge. Why?" Oh, this scheme of his looks rather pretentious to me, holding up the old gas companies here. Do you suppose he'll manage to do it?" "I don't know that. All I know is what I have read in the papers," replied Addison, cautiously. As a matter of fact, he did not care to talk about this business at all. Cowperwood was busy at this very time through an agent attempting to effect a compromise and union of all the interests concerned. It was not going very well. Commented Schryhart. He was wondering why men like himself, Merrill, Arneel, and others had not worked into this field long ago and bought out the old companies. He went away interested, and a day or two later, even the next morning, had formulated a scheme. Not unlike Cowperwood, he was a shrewd, hard, cold man. He believed in Chicago implicitly and in all that related to its future. This gas situation, now that Cowperwood had seen the point, was very clear to him. Even yet, it might not be impossible for a third party to step in and by intricate manipulation secure the much coveted rewards. Perhaps Cowperwood himself could be taken over. Who could tell? Mr. Schryhart, being a very dominating type of person, did not believe in minor partnerships or investments. If he went into a thing of this kind, it was his preference to rule. He decided to invite Cowperwood to visit the Schryhart office and talk matters over. Accordingly, he had his secretary pen a note, which in rather lofty phrases invited Cowperwood to call on a matter of importance. Now, just at this time, it so chanced, Cowperwood was feeling rather secure as to his place in the Chicago financial world, although he was still smarting from the bitterness of the aspersions recently cast upon him from various quarters. Under such circumstances, it was his temperament to evince a rugged contempt for humanity, rich and poor alike. He was well aware that Schryhart, although introduced, had never previously troubled to notice him. "Mr. Cowperwood begs me to say," wrote Miss Antoinette Nowak at his dictation, "that he finds himself very much pressed for time at present, but he would be glad to see Mr. Schryhart at his office at any time." This irritated the dominating, self-sufficient Schryhart a little, but nevertheless he was satisfied that a conference could do no harm in this instance—was advisable, in fact. So one Wednesday afternoon he journeyed to the office of Cowperwood, and was most hospitably received. "How do you do, Mr. Schryhart?" observed Cowperwood cordially, extending his hand. "I'm glad to see you again. I believe we met once before, several years ago." "I think so myself," replied Mr. Schryhart, who was broad-shouldered, square-headed, black-eyed, and with a short black mustache gracing a firm upper lip. He had hard, dark, piercing eyes. "I see by the papers, if they can be trusted," he said, coming direct to the point, "that you are interesting yourself in local gas. Is that true?" "I'm afraid the papers cannot be generally relied on," replied Cowperwood, quite blandly. "Would you mind telling me what makes you interested to know whether I am or not?" "Well, to tell the truth," replied Schryhart, staring at the financier, "I am interested in this local gas situation myself. It offers a rather profitable field for investment, and several members of the old companies have come to me recently to ask me to help them combine." This was not true at all. "I have been wondering what chance you thought you had of winning along the lines you are now taking." Cowperwood smiled. "I hardly care to discuss that," he said, "unless I know much more of your motives and connections than I do at present. Do I understand that you have really been appealed to by stockholders of the old companies to come in and help adjust this matter?" "Exactly," said Schryhart. "And you think you can get them to combine? On what basis?" "Oh, I should say it would be a simple matter to give each of them 2 or 3 shares of a new company for 1 in each of the old. We could then elect 1 set of officers, have 1 set of offices, stop all these suits, and leave everybody happy." He said this in an easy, patronizing way, as though Cowperwood had not really thought it all out years before. It amazed the latter no little
To see his own scheme patronizingly brought back to him, and that, too, by a very powerful man locally, one who thus far had chosen to overlook him utterly. "On what basis," asked Cowperwood cautiously, "would you expect these new companies to come in?" "Oh, on the same basis as the others, if they are not too heavily capitalized. I haven't thought out all the details. 2 or 3 for 1, according to investment. Of course, the prejudices of these old companies have to be considered." Cowperwood meditated. Should or should not he entertain this offer? Here was a chance to realize quickly by selling out to the old companies. Only Schryhart, not himself, would be taking the big end in this manipulative deal. Whereas, if he waited, even if Schryhart managed to combine the 3 old companies into one, he might be able to force better terms. He was not sure. Finally he asked, "How much stock of the new company would be left in your hands, or in the hands of the organizing group, after each of the old and new companies had been provided for on this basis?" "Oh, possibly 35 or 40% of the whole," replied Schryhart ingratiatingly. "The laborer is worthy of his hire." "Quite so," replied Cowperwood, smiling. "But seeing that I am the man who has been cutting the pole to knock this persimmon, it seems to me a pretty good share of that should come to me. Don't you think so?" "Just what do you mean?" "Just what I have said. I personally have organized the new companies which have made this proposed combination possible. The plan you propose is nothing more than what I have been proposing for some time. The officers and directors of the old companies are angry at me merely because I am supposed to have invaded the fields that belong to them. Now, if on account of that they are willing to operate through you rather than through me, it seems to me that I should have a much larger share in the surplus. My personal interest in these new companies is not very large. I am really more of a fiscal agent than anything else." This was not true, but Cowperwood preferred to have his guest think so. Schryhart smiled. "But my dear sir," he explained, "you forget that I will be supplying nearly all the capital to do this." "You forget," retorted Cowperwood, "that I am not a novice. I will guarantee to supply all the capital myself and give you a good bonus for your services, if you want that. The plants and franchises of the old and new companies are worth something. You must remember that Chicago is growing." "I know that," replied Schryhart evasively, "but I also know that you have a long, expensive fight ahead of you. As things are now, you cannot of yourself expect to bring these old companies to terms. They won't work with you, as I understand it. It will require an outsider like myself, someone of influence, or perhaps I had better say of old standing in Chicago, someone who knows these people, to bring about this combination. Have you anyone, do you think, who can do it better than I?" "It is not at all impossible that I will find someone," replied Cowperwood, quite easily. "I hardly think so. Certainly not as things are now. The old companies are not disposed to work through you, and they are through me. Don't you think you had better accept my terms and allow me to go ahead and close this matter up?" "Not at all on that basis," replied Cowperwood quite simply. "We have invaded the enemy's country too far and done too much. 3 for 1 or 4 for 1, whatever terms are given the stockholders of the old companies, is the best I will do about the new shares, and I must have 1/2 of whatever is left for myself. At that I will have to divide with others." This was not true either. "No," replied Schryhart evasively and opposingly, shaking his square head. "It can't be done. The risks are too great. I might allow you 1/4, possibly. I can't tell yet." "1/2 or nothing," said Cowperwood definitely. Schryhart got up. "That's the best you will do, is it?" he inquired. "The very best." "I'm afraid, then," he said, "we cannot come to terms. I'm sorry. You may find this a rather long and expensive fight." "I have fully anticipated that," replied the financier. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of The Titan by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A new retainer. Cowperwood, who had rebuffed Schryhart so courteously but firmly, was to learn that he who takes the sword may well perish by the sword. His own watchful attorney, on guard at the state capitol, where certificates of incorporation were issued in the city and village councils, in the courts, and so forth, was not long in learning that a counter-movement of significance was under way. Old General Van Sickle was the first to report that something was in the wind in connection with the North Side Company. He came in late one afternoon, his dusty greatcoat thrown loosely about his shoulders, his small soft hat low over his shaggy eyes, and in response to Cowperwood's "Evening, General. What can I do for you?" seated himself portentously. "I think you'll have to prepare for real rough weather in the future, Captain," he remarked, addressing the financier with a courtesy title that he had fallen in the habit of using. "What's the trouble now?" asked Cowperwood. "No real trouble as yet, but there may be. Someone, I don't know who, is getting these three old companies together in one. There's a certificate of incorporation been applied for at Springfield for the United Gas and Fuel Company of Chicago, and there are some directors' meetings now going on at the Douglas Trust Company. I got this from Duniway, who seems to have friends somewhere that know." Cowperwood put the ends of his fingers together in his customary way and began to tap them lightly and rhythmically. "Let me see. The Douglas Trust Company. Mr. Simms is president of that. He isn't shrewd enough to organize a thing of that kind. Who are the incorporators?" The General produced a list of 4 names, none of them officers or directors of the old companies. "Dummies, every one," said Cowperwood succinctly. "I think I know," he said after a few moments' reflection, "who is behind it, General, but don't let that worry you. They can't harm us if they do unite. They're bound to sell out to us or buy us out eventually." Still, it irritated him to think that Schryhart had succeeded in persuading the old companies to combine on any basis. He had meant to have Addison go shortly, posing as an outside party, and proposed this very thing. Schryhart, he was sure, had acted swiftly following their interview. He hurried to Addison's office in the Lake National. "Have you heard the news?" exclaimed that individual the moment Cowperwood appeared. "They're planning to combine. It's Schryhart. I was afraid of that. Simms of the Douglas Trust is going to act as the fiscal agent. I had the information not 10 minutes ago." "So did I," replied Cowperwood calmly. "We should have acted a little sooner. Still, it isn't our fault exactly. Do you know the terms of agreement?" "They're going to pool their stock on a basis of 3-to-1, with about 30% of the holding company left for Schryhart to sell or keep as he wants to. He guarantees the interest. We did that for him. Drove the game right into his bag." "Nevertheless," replied Cowperwood, "he still has to deal with us. I propose now that we go into the city council and ask for a blanket franchise. It can be had. If we should get it, it would bring them to their knees. We will really be in a better position than they are with these smaller companies as feeders. We can unite with ourselves." "That will take considerable money, won't it?" "Not so much. We may never need to lay a pipe or build a plant. They will offer to sell out, buy, or combine before that. We can fix the terms. Leave it to me. You don't happen to know by any chance this Mr. McKenty, who has so much to say in local affairs here, John J. McKenty?" Cowperwood was referring to a man who was at once gambler, rumored owner or controller of a series of houses of prostitution, rumored maker of mayors and aldermen, rumored financial backer of many saloons and contracting companies, in short, the patron saint of the political and social underworld of Chicago, and who was naturally to be reckoned with in matters which related to the city and state legislative program. "I don't," said Addison, "but I can get you a letter. Why?" Don't trouble to ask me that now. Get me as strong an introduction as you can." "I'll have one for you today sometime," replied Addison, efficiently. "I'll send it over to you." Cowperwood went out while Addison speculated as to this newest move. Trust Cowperwood to dig a pit into which the enemy might fall. He marveled sometimes at the man's resourcefulness. He never quarreled with the directness and incisiveness of Cowperwood's action. The man McKenty, whom Cowperwood had in mind in this rather disturbing hour, was as interesting and forceful an individual as one would care to meet anywhere. A typical figure of Chicago and the West at the time. He was a pleasant, smiling, bland, affable person, not unlike Cowperwood in magnetism and subtlety, but different by degree of animal coarseness, not visible on the surface, which Cowperwood would scarcely have understood, and in a kind of temperamental pull drawing to him that vast pathetic life of the underworld in which his soul found its solution. There is a kind of nature not artistic, not spiritual, in no way emotional, nor yet unduly philosophical, that is nevertheless a sphered content of life, not crystalline, perhaps, and yet not utterly dark. An agate temperament, cloudy and strange. As a 3-year-old child, McKenty had been brought from Ireland by his immigrant parents during a period of famine. He had been raised on the far South Side in a shanty which stood near a maze of railroad tracks, and as a naked baby he had crawled on its earthen floor. His father had been promoted to a section boss after working for years as a day laborer on the adjoining railroad, and John, Jr., as one of 8 other children, had been sent out early to do many things: to be an errand boy in a store, a messenger boy for a telegraph company, an emergency sweep about a saloon, and finally a bartender. This last was his true beginning, for he was discovered by a keen-minded politician and encouraged to run for the state legislature and to study law. Even as a stripling, what things had he not learned? Robbery, ballot box stuffing, the sale of votes, the appointive power of leaders, graft, nepotism, vice exploitations, all the things that go to make up, or did, the American world of politics and financial and social strife. There is a strong assumption in the upper walks of life that there is nothing to be learned at the bottom. If you could have looked into the capacious but balanced temperament of John J. McKenty, you would have seen a strange wisdom there, and stranger memories. Whole worlds of brutalities, tendernesses, errors, immoralities suffered, endured, even rejoiced in. The hardy, eager life of the animal that has nothing but its perceptions, instincts, appetites to guide it. Yet the man had the air and the poise of a gentleman. Today at 48, McKenty was an exceedingly important personage. His roomy house on the west side at Harrison Street and Ashland Avenue was visited at sundry times by financiers, businessmen, office holders, priests, saloon keepers, in short, the whole range and gamut of active, subtle political life. From McKenty they could obtain that counsel, wisdom, surety, solution, which all of them on occasion were anxious to have, and which in one deft way and another, often by no more than gratitude and an acknowledgment of his leadership, they were willing to pay for. To police captains and officers whose places he occasionally saved when they should justly have been discharged, to mothers whose erring boys or girls he took out of prison and sent home again, to keepers of bawdy houses whom he protected from a too harsh invasion of the grafting propensities of the local police, to politicians and saloon keepers who were in danger of being destroyed by public upheavals of one kind and another. He seemed, in hours of stress, when his smooth, genial, almost artistic face beamed on them, like a heaven-sent sun of light, a kind of Western god, all-powerful, all-merciful, perfect. On the other hand, there were ingrates, uncompromising, or pharisaical religionists and reformers, plotting, scheming rivals who found him deadly to contend with. There were many henchmen, runners from an almost imperial throne, to do his bidding. He was simple in dress and taste, married, and apparently very happy, a professing though virtually non-practicing Catholic, a suave, genial, Buddha-like man, powerful and enigmatic. When Cowperwood and McKenty first met, it was on a spring evening at the latter's home. The windows of the large house were pleasantly open, though screened, and the curtains were blowing faintly in a light air. Along with a sense of the new green life everywhere came a breath of stockyards. On the presentation of Addison's letter and of another secured through Van Sickle from a well-known political judge, Cowperwood had been invited to call. On his arrival he was offered a drink, a cigar, introduced to Mrs. McKenty, who, lacking an organized social life of any kind, was always pleased to meet these celebrities of the upper world, if only for a moment, and shown eventually into the library. Mrs. McKenty, as he might have observed if he had had the eye for it, was plump and 50, a sort of superannuated Aileen, but still showing traces of a former hardy beauty, and concealing pretty well the evidences that she had once been a prostitute. It so happened that on this particular evening McKenty was in a most genial frame of mind. There were no immediate political troubles bothering him just now. It was early in May. Outside, the trees were budding, the sparrows and robins were voicing their several moods. A delicious haze was in the air, and some early mosquitoes were reconnoitering the screens which protected the windows and doors. Cowperwood, in spite of his various troubles, was in a complacent state of mind himself. He liked life, even its very difficult complications, perhaps its complications best of all. Nature was beautiful, tender at times, but difficulties, plans, plots, schemes to unravel and make smooth, these things were what made existence worth while. "Well, now, Mr. Cowperwood," McKenty began when they finally entered the cool, pleasant library, "what can I do for you?" "Well, Mr. McKenty," said Cowperwood, choosing his words and bringing the finest resources of his temperament into play, "it isn't so much, and yet it is. I want a franchise from the Chicago City Council, and I want you to help me get it, if you will. I know you may say to me, why not go to the councilman direct? I would do that, except that there are certain other elements, individuals, who might come to you. It wouldn't offend you, I know, when I say that I have always understood that you are a sort of clearinghouse for political troubles in Chicago." Mr. McKenty smiled. "That's flattering," he replied dryly. "Now, I am rather new myself to Chicago," went on Cowperwood softly. "I have been here only a year or two. I come from Philadelphia. I have been interested as a fiscal agent and an investor in several gas companies that have been organized in Lakeview, Hyde Park, and elsewhere outside the city limits, as you may possibly have seen by the papers lately. I am not their owner in the sense that I have provided all or even a good part of the money invested in them. I am not even their manager except in a very general way. I might better be called their promoter and guardian. But I am that for other people and myself." Mr. McKenty nodded. "Now, Mr. McKenty, it was not very long after I started out to get franchises to do business in Lakeview and Hyde Park before I found myself confronted by the interests which control the three old city gas companies. They were very much opposed to our entering the field in Cook County anywhere, as you may imagine, although we were not really crowding in on their field. Since then they have fought me with lawsuits, injunctions, and charges of bribery and conspiracy." "I know," put in Mr. McKenty. "I have heard something of it." "Quite so," replied Cowperwood. "Because of their opposition I made them an offer to combine these three companies and the three new ones into one, take out a new charter, and give the city a uniform gas service. They would not do that, largely because I was an outsider, I think. Since then another person, Mr. Schryhart," McKenty nodded, "who has never had anything to do with the gas business here, has stepped in and offered to combine them. His plan is to do exactly what I want it to do. Only his further proposition is, once he has the three old companies united, to invade this new gas field of ours and hold us up, or force us to sell by obtaining rival franchises in these outlying places. There is talk of combining these suburbs with Chicago, as you know, which would allow these three downtown franchises to become mutually operative with our own. This makes it essential for us to do one of several things, as you may see, either to sell out on the best terms we can now, or to continue to fight at a rather heavy expense without making any attempt to strike back, or to get into the city council and ask for a franchise to do business in the downtown section, a general blanket franchise to sell gas in Chicago alongside of the old companies, with the sole intention of protecting ourselves, as one of my officers is fond of saying," added Cowperwood humorously. McKenty smiled again. "I see," he said. "Isn't that a rather large order, though, Mr. Cowperwood, seeking a new franchise? Do you suppose the general public would agree that the city needs an extra gas company? It's true the old companies haven't been any too generous. My own gas isn't of the best." He smiled vaguely, prepared to listen further. "Now, Mr. McKenty, I know that you are a practical man," went on Cowperwood, ignoring this interruption, "and so am I. I am not coming to you with any vague story concerning my troubles and expecting you to be interested as a matter of sympathy. I realize that to go into the city council of Chicago with a legitimate proposition is one thing. To get it passed and approved by the city authorities is another. I need advice and assistance, and I am not begging it. If I could get a general franchise such as I have described, it would be worth a great deal of money to me. It would help me to close up and realize on these new companies which are entirely sound and needed. It would help me to prevent the old companies from eating me up. As a matter of fact, I must have such a franchise to protect my interests and give me a running, fighting chance. Now I know that none of us are in politics or finance for our health. If I could get such a franchise, it would be worth from 1/4 to 1/2 of all I personally would make out of it, providing my plan of combining these new companies with the old ones should go through. Say from $300,000 to $400,000. Here again Cowperwood was not quite frank, but safe. It is needless to say to you that I can command ample capital. This franchise would do that. Briefly, I want to know if you won't give me your political support in this matter and join in with me on the basis that I propose. I will make it perfectly clear to you beforehand who my associates are. I will put all the data and details on the table before you so that you can see for yourself how things are. If you should find at any time that I have misrepresented anything, you are at full liberty, of course, to withdraw. As I said before," he concluded, "I am not a beggar. I am not coming here to conceal any facts or to hide anything which might deceive you as to the worth of all of this to us. I want you to know the facts. I want you to give me your aid on such terms as you think are fair and equitable. Really, the only trouble with me in this situation is that I am not a silk stocking. If I were, this gas war would have been adjusted long ago. These gentlemen who are so willing to reorganize through Mr. Schryhart are largely opposed to me because I am, comparatively, a stranger in Chicago and not in their set. If I were," he moved his hand slightly, "I don't suppose I would be here this evening asking for your favor, although that does not say that I am not glad to be here, or that I would not be glad to work with you in any way that I might. Circumstances simply have not thrown me across your path before." As he talked, his eyes fixed McKenty steadily, almost innocently, and the latter, following him clearly, felt all the while that he was listening to a strange, able, dark, and very forceful man. There was no beating about the bush here, no squeamishness of spirit, and yet there was subtlety, the kind McKenty liked. While he was amused by Cowperwood's casual reference to the silk stockings who were keeping him out, It appealed to him. He caught the point of view as well as the intention of it. Cowperwood represented a new and rather pleasing type of financier to him. Evidently he was traveling in able company if one could believe the men who had introduced him so warmly. McKenty, as Cowperwood was well aware, had personally no interest in the old companies, and also, though this he did not say, no particular sympathy with them. They were just remote financial corporations to him, paying political tribute on demand, expecting political favors in return. Every few weeks now they were in council, asking for one gas main franchise after another, special privileges in certain streets, asking for better, more profitable, light contracts, asking for dock privileges in the river, a lower tax rate, and so forth and so on. McKenty did not pay much attention to these things personally. He had a subordinate in council, a very powerful henchman by the name of Patrick Dowling, a meaty, vigorous Irishman and a true watchdog of graft for the machine, who worked with the mayor, the city treasurer, the city tax receiver, in fact, all the officers of the current administration, and saw that such minor matters were properly equalized. Mr. McKenty had only met 2 or 3 of the officers of the South Side Gas Company, and that quite casually. He did not like them very well. The truth was that the old companies were officered by men who considered politicians of the McKenty and Dowling stripe as very evil men. If they paid them and did other such wicked things, it was because they were forced to do so. "Well," McKenty replied, lingering his thin gold watch chain in a thoughtful manner, "that's an interesting scheme you have. Of course, the old companies wouldn't like your asking for a rival franchise, but once you had it they couldn't object very well, could they?" He smiled. Mr. McKenty spoke with no suggestion of a brogue. "From one point of view it might be looked upon as bad business, but not entirely. They would be sure to make a great cry, though they haven't been any too kind to the public themselves. But if you offered to combine with them, I see no objection. It's certain to be as good for them in the long run as it is for you. This merely permits you to make a better bargain." "Exactly," said Cowperwood. "And you have the means, you tell me, to lay mains in every part of the city and fight with them for business if they won't give in?" "I have the means," said Cowperwood, "or if I haven't, I can get them." Mr. McKenty looked at Mr. Cowperwood very solemnly. There was a kind of mutual sympathy, understanding, and admiration between the 2 men, but it was still heavily veiled by self-interest. To Mr. McKenty, Cowperwood was interesting because he was one of the very few business men he had met who were not ponderous, pharisaical, even hypocritical when they were dealing with him. "Well, I'll tell you what I'll do, Mr. Cowperwood," he said finally. "I'll take it under consideration. Let me think it over until Monday, anyhow. There is more of an excuse now for the introduction of a general gas ordinance than there would be a little later. I can see that. Why don't you draw up your proposed franchise and let me see it? Then we might find out what some of the other gentlemen of the city council think." Cowperwood almost smiled at the word gentleman. "I've already done that," he said. "Here it is." McKenty took it, surprised and yet pleased at this evidence of business proficiency. He liked a strong manipulator of this kind, the more since he was not one himself, and most of those that he did know were thin-blooded and squeamish. "Let me take this," he said. "I'll see you next Monday again if you wish." "Come Monday." Cowperwood got up. "I thought I'd come and talk to you direct, Mr. McKenty," he said, "and now I'm glad that I did. You will find, if you will take the trouble to look into this matter, that it is just as I represent it. There's a very great deal of money here in one way and another, though it will take some little time to work it out." Mr. McKenty saw the point. "Yes," he said sweetly, "to be sure." They looked into each other's eyes as they shook hands. "I'm not sure but you haven't hit upon a very good idea here," concluded McKenty sympathetically. "A very good idea indeed. Come and see me again next Monday, or about that time, and I'll let you know what I think. Come any time you have anything else you want of me. I'll always be glad to see you. It's a fine night, isn't it?" he added, looking out as they neared the door. "A nice moon that," he added. A sickle moon was in the sky. "Good night." End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Titan by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The die is cast. The significance of this visit was not long in manifesting itself. At the top in large affairs, life goes off into almost inexplicable tangles of personalities. Mr. McKenty, now that the matter had been called to his attention, was interested to learn about this gas situation from all sides, whether it might not be more profitable to deal with the Schryhart end of the argument, and so on. But his eventual conclusion was that Cowperwood's plan, as he had outlined it, was the most feasible for political purposes, largely because the Schryhart faction, not being in a position where they needed to ask the city council for anything at present, were so obtuse as to forget to make overtures of any kind to the buccaneering forces at the city hall. When Cowperwood next came to McKenty's house, the latter was in a receptive frame of mind. "Well," he said, after a few genial preliminary remarks, "I've been learning what's going on. Your proposition is fair enough. Organize your company and arrange your plan conditionally. Then introduce your ordinance, and we'll see what can be done." They went into a long, intimate discussion as to how the forthcoming stock should be divided, how it was to be held in escrow by a favorite bank of Mr. McKenty's until the terms of the agreement under the eventual affiliation with the old companies or the new union company should be fulfilled, and details of that sort. It was rather a complicated arrangement, not as satisfactory to Cowperwood as it might have been, but satisfactory in that it permitted him to win. It required the undivided services of General Van Sickle, Henry De Soto Sippens, Kent Barrows, McKibben, and Alderman Dowling for some little time, but finally all was in readiness for the coup. On a certain Monday night, therefore, following the Thursday on which, according to the rules of the city council, an ordinance of this character would have to be introduced, the plan, after being publicly broached but this very little while, was quickly considered by the city council and passed. There had been really no time for public discussion. This was just the thing, of course, that Cowperwood and McKenty were trying to avoid. On the day following the particular Thursday on which the ordinance had been broached in council as certain to be brought up for passage, Schryhart, through his lawyers and the officers of the old individual gas companies, had run to the newspapers and denounced the whole thing as plain robbery. But what were they to do? There was so little time for agitation. True, the newspapers, obedient to this larger financial influence, began to talk of fair play to the old companies, and the uselessness of two large rival companies in the field where one would serve as well. Still the public, instructed or urged by the McKenty agents to the contrary, were not prepared to believe it. They had not been so well treated by the old companies as to make any outcry on their behalf. Standing outside the city council door on Monday evening, when the bill was finally passed, Mr. Samuel Blackman, president of the South Side Gas Company, a little wispy man with shoe-brush whiskers, declared emphatically, "This is a scoundrelly piece of business. If the mayor signs that, he should be impeached. There is not a vote in there tonight that has not been purchased, not one. This is a fine element of brigandage to introduce into Chicago. Why, people who have worked years and years to build up a business are not safe." "It's true, every word of it," complained Mr. Jordan Jules, president of the North Side Company, a short, stout man with a head like an egg lying lengthwise, a mere fringe of hair, and hard blue eyes. He was with Mr. Hudson Baker, tall and ambling, who was president of the West Chicago Company.
All of these had come to protest. "It's that scoundrel from Philadelphia. He's the cause of all our troubles." It's high time the respectable business element of Chicago realized just what sort of man they have to deal with in him. He ought to be driven out of here. Look at his Philadelphia record. They sent him to the penitentiary down there, and they ought to do it here. Mr. Baker, very recently the guest of Schryhart's and his henchmen, too, were also properly chagrined. "The man's a charlatan," he protested to Blackman. "He doesn't play fair. It is plain that he doesn't belong in respectable society." Nevertheless, and in spite of this, the ordinance was passed. It was a bitter lesson for Mr. Norman Schryhart, Mr. Norrie Simms, and all those who had unfortunately become involved. A committee composed of all three of the old companies visited the mayor, but the latter, a tool of McKenty's, giving his future into the hands of the enemy, signed it just the same. Cowperwood had his franchise, and groan as they might, it was now necessary, in the language of a later day, to step up and see the captain. Only Schryhart felt personally that his score with Cowperwood was not settled. He would meet him on some other ground later. The next time he would try to fight fire with fire, but for the present, shrewd man that he was prepared to compromise. Thereafter, dissembling his chagrin as best he could, he kept on the lookout for Cowperwood at both of the clubs of which he was a member. But Cowperwood had avoided them during this period of excitement, and Mohammed would have to go to the mountain. So one drowsy June afternoon, Mr. Schryhart called at Cowperwood's office. He had on a bright new steel gray suit and a straw hat. From his pocket, according to the fashion of the time, protruded a neat blue-bordered silk handkerchief, and his feet were immaculate in new shining Oxford ties. "I'm sailing for Europe in a few days, Mr. Cowperwood," he remarked genially, "and I thought I'd drop around to see if you and I could reach some agreement in regard to this gas situation. The officers of the old companies naturally feel that they do not care to have a rival in the field, and I'm sure that you are not interested in carrying on a useless rate war that won't leave anybody any profit. I recall that you were willing to compromise on a half-and-half basis with me before, and I was wondering whether you were still of that mind." Sit down, Mr. Schryhart," remarked Cowperwood cheerfully, waving the newcomer to a chair. "I'm pleased to see you again. No, I'm no more anxious for a rate war than you are. As a matter of fact, I hope to avoid it. But as you see, things have changed somewhat since I saw you. The gentlemen who have organized and invested their money in this new city gas company are perfectly willing, rather anxious, in fact, to go on and establish a legitimate business. They feel all the confidence in the world that they can do this, and I agree with them. A compromise might be effected between the old and the new companies, but not on the basis which I was willing to settle some time ago. A new company has been organized since then, stock issued, and a great deal of money expended." This was not true. "That stock will have to figure in any new agreement. I think a general union of all the companies is desirable, but it will have to be on a basis of 1, 2, 3, or 4 shares, whatever is decided, at par for all stock involved." Mr. Schryhart pulled a long face. "Don't you think that's rather steep?" he said solemnly. "Not at all, not at all," replied Cowperwood. "You know these new expenditures were not undertaken voluntarily." The irony of this did not escape Mr. Schryhart, but he said nothing. "I admit all that, but don't you think, since your shares are worth practically nothing at present, that you ought to be satisfied if they were accepted at par?" "I can't see why," replied Cowperwood. "Our future prospects are splendid. There must be an even adjustment here or nothing. What I want to know is how much treasury stock you would expect to have in the safe for the promotion of this new organization after all the old stockholders have been satisfied." "Well, as I thought before, from 30 to 40% of the total issue," replied Schryhart, still hopeful of a profitable adjustment. "I should think it could be worked on that basis." "And who gets that?" "Why, the organizer," said Schryhart evasively. "Yourself, perhaps, and myself." "And how would you divide it? Half and half as before?" "I should think that would be fair." "It isn't enough," returned Cowperwood incisively. "Since I talked to you last I have been compelled to shoulder obligations and make agreements which I did not anticipate then. The best I can do now is to accept 3/4." Schryhart straightened up determinedly and offensively. This was outrageous, he thought, impossible, the effrontery of it. "It can never be done, Mr. Cowperwood," he replied forcefully. "You are trying to unload too much worthless stock on the company as it is. The old company's stock is selling right now, as you know, from 150 to 210. Your stock is worth nothing. If you are to be given 2 or 3 for 1 for that, and 3/4 of the remainder in the treasury, I, for one, want nothing to do with the deal. You would be in control of the company, and it will be waterlogged at that. Talk about getting something for nothing. The best I would suggest to the stockholders of the old companies would be half and half, and I may say to you frankly, although you may not believe it, that the old companies will not join in with you in any scheme that gives you control. They are too much incensed. Feeling is running too high. It will mean a long, expensive fight, and they will never compromise. Now, if you have anything really reasonable to offer, I would be glad to hear it. Otherwise, I'm afraid these negotiations are not going to come to anything." "Share and share alike, and 3/4 of the remainder," repeated Cowperwood grimly. "I do not want control. If they want to raise the money and buy me out on that basis, I'm willing to sell. I want a decent return for investments I have made, and I'm going to have it. I cannot speak for the others behind me, but as long as they deal through me, that is what they will expect." Mr. Schryhart went angrily away. He was exceedingly wroth. This proposition, as Cowperwood now outlined it, was buccaneering at its best. He proposed for himself to withdraw from the old companies if necessary, to close out his holdings and let the old companies deal with Cowperwood as best they could. So long as he had anything to do with it, Cowperwood should never gain control of the gas situation. Better to take him at his suggestion, raise the money and buy him out, even at an exorbitant figure. Then the old gas companies could go along and do business in their old-fashioned way without being disturbed. This buccaneer, this upstart, what a shrewd, quick, forceful move he had made. It irritated Mr. Schryhart greatly. The end of all this was a compromise in which Cowperwood accepted 1/2 of the surplus stock of the new general issue and 2 for 1 of every share of stock for which his new companies had been organized. At the same time, selling out to the old companies, clearing out completely. It was a most profitable deal, and he was enabled to provide handsomely, not only for Mr. McKenty and Addison, but for all the others connected with him. It was a splendid coup, as McKenty and Addison assured him. Having now done so much, he began to turn his eyes elsewhere for other fields to conquer. But this victory in one direction brought with it corresponding reverses in another. The social future of Cowperwood and Aileen was now in great jeopardy. Schryhart, who was a force socially, having met with defeat at the hands of Cowperwood, was now bitterly opposed to him. Norrie Simms naturally sided with his old associates, but the worst blow came through Mrs. Anson Merrill. Shortly after the housewarming, and when the gas argument and the conspiracy charges were rising to their heights, she had been to New York and had there chanced to encounter an old acquaintance of hers, Mrs. Martin Walker of Philadelphia, one of the circle which Cowperwood, once upon a time, had been vainly ambitious to enter. Mrs. Merrill, aware of the interests the Cowperwoods had aroused in Mrs. Simms and others, welcomed the opportunity to find out something definite. "By the way, did you ever chance to hear of Frank Algernon Cowperwood or his wife in Philadelphia?" she inquired of Mrs. Walker. "Why, my dear Nellie," replied her friend, nonplussed that a woman so smart as Mrs. Merrill should even refer to them. "Have those people established themselves in Chicago? His career in Philadelphia was, to say the least, spectacular. He was connected with a city treasurer there who stole $500,000, and they both went to the penitentiary. That wasn't the worst of it. He became intimate with some young girl, a Miss Butler, the sister of Owen Butler, by the way, who is now such a power down there, and— She merely lifted her eyes. While he was in the penitentiary her father died, and the family broke up. I even heard it was rumored that the old gentleman killed himself. She was referring to Aileen's father, Edward Malia Butler. When he came out of the penitentiary, Cowperwood disappeared, and I did hear someone say that he had gone west and divorced his wife and married again. His first wife is still living in Philadelphia somewhere with his 2 children. Mrs. Merrill was properly astonished, but she did not show it. "Quite an interesting story, isn't it?" she commented distantly, thinking how easy it would be to adjust to Cowperwood's situation, and how pleased she was that she had never shown any interest in them. "Did you ever see her, his new wife?" "I think so, but I forgot where. I believe she used to ride and drive a great deal in Philadelphia." "Did she have red hair?" "Oh, yes. She was a very striking blonde." "I fancy it must be the same person. They have been in the papers recently in Chicago. I wanted to be sure." Mrs. Merrill was meditating some fine comments to be made in the future. "I suppose now they're trying to get into Chicago society." Mrs. Walker smiled condescendingly and contemptuously, as much at Chicago society as at the Cowperwoods. "It's possible they might attempt something like that in the East and succeed, I'm sure. I don't know," replied Mrs. Merrill, caustically resenting the slur. "But attempting and achieving are quite different things in Chicago." The answer was sufficient. It ended the discussion. When next Mrs. Simms was rash enough to mention the Cowperwoods, or rather the peculiar publicity in connection with him, her future viewpoint was definitely fixed for her. "If you take my advice," commented Mrs. Merrill finally, "the less you have to do with these friends of yours the better. I know all about them. You might have seen that from the first. They can never be accepted." Mrs. Merrill did not trouble to explain why, but Mrs. Simms, through her husband, soon learned the whole truth, and she was righteously indignant and even terrified. Who was to blame for this sort of thing anyhow, she thought. Who had introduced them? The Addisons, of course. But the Addisons were socially unassailable, if not all-powerful, and so the best had to be made of that. But the Cowperwoods could be dropped from the lists of herself and her friends instantly, and that was now done. A sudden slump in their social significance began to manifest itself, though not so swiftly but what for the time being it was slightly deceptive. The first evidence of change which Aileen observed was when the customary cards and invitations for receptions and the like, which had come to them quite freely of late, began to decline sharply in number, and when the guests to her own Wednesday afternoons, which rather prematurely she had ventured to establish, became a mere negligible handful. At first she could not understand this, not being willing to believe that, following so soon upon her apparent triumph as a hostess in her own home, there could be so marked a decline in her local importance. Of a possible 75 or 50 who might have called or left cards within 3 weeks after the housewarming, only 20 responded. A week later it had declined to 10, and within 5 weeks, all told, there was scarcely a caller. It is true that a very few of the unimportant, those who had looked to her for influence, and the self-protecting Taylor Lord and Kent McKibben, who were commercially obligated to Cowperwood, were still faithful, but they were really worse than nothing. Aileen was beside herself with disappointment, opposition, chagrin, shame. There are many natures, rhinoceros-bitted and iron-souled, who can endure almost any rebuff in the hope of eventual victory, who are almost too thick-skinned to suffer, but hers was not one of these. Already in spite of the original daring in regard to the opinion of society and the rights of the former Mrs. Cowperwood, she was sensitive on the score of her future and what her past might mean to her. Really, her original actions could be attributed to her youthful passion and the powerful sex magnetism of Cowperwood. Under more fortunate circumstances, she would have married safely enough and without the scandal which followed. As it was now, her social future here needed to end satisfactorily in order to justify herself to herself and, she thought, to him. "You may put the sandwiches in the icebox," she said to Louis, the butler, after one of the earliest of the at-home failures, referring to the undue supply of pink and blue ribboned tidbits which, uneaten, honored some fine Savoy with their presence. "Send the flowers to the hospital. The servants may drink the claret cup and lemonade. Keep some of the cakes fresh for dinner." The butler nodded his head. "Yes, madam," he said. Then, by way of pouring oil on what appeared to him to be a troubled situation, he added, "It's a rough day. I suppose that has something to do with it." Aileen was aflame in a moment. She was about to exclaim, "Mind your business," but changed her mind. "Yes, I presume so," was her answer as she ascended to her room. If a single poor at home was to be commented on by servants, things were coming to a pretty pass. She waited until the next week to see whether this was the weather or a real change in public sentiment. It was worse than the one before. The singers she had engaged had to be dismissed without performing the service for which they had come. Kent McKibben and Taylor Lord, very well aware of the rumors now flying about, called, but in a remote and troubled spirit. Aileen saw that too. An affair of this kind, with only these two and Mrs. Webster Israels and Mrs. Henry Huddlestone calling, was a sad indication of something wrong. She had to plead illness and excuse herself. The third week, fearing a worse defeat than before, Aileen pretended to be ill. She would see how many cards were left. There were just 3. That was the end. She realized that her at-homes were a notable failure. At the same time, Cowperwood was not to be spared his share in the distrust and social opposition which was now rampant. His first inkling of the true state of affairs came in connection with a dinner which, on the strength of an old invitation, they unfortunately attended at a time when Aileen was still uncertain. It had originally been arranged by the Sunderland Sleds, who were not so much socially, and who at the time it occurred were as yet unaware of the ugly gossip going about, or at least of society's new attitude toward the Cowperwoods. At this time it was understood by nearly all, the Sims, Candas, Cottons, and Kingslands, that a great mistake had been made, and that the Cowperwoods were by no means admissible. To this particular dinner a number of people, whom the latter knew, had been invited. Uniformly, all, when they learned or recalled that the Cowperwoods were expected, sent 11th-hour regrets. So sorry. Outside the Sleds there was only one other couple, the Stanislaw Hexamus, for whom Cowperwood did not particularly care. It was a dull evening. Aileen complained of a headache, and they went home. Very shortly afterward, at a reception given by their neighbors, the Hatstedts, to which they had long since been invited, there was an evident shyness in regard to them, quite new in its aspect, although the hosts themselves were still friendly enough. Previous to this, when strangers of prominence had been present at an affair of this kind, they were glad to be brought over to the Cowperwoods, who were always conspicuous because of Aileen's beauty. On this day, for no reason obvious to Aileen or Cowperwood, although both suspected, introductions were almost uniformly refused. There were a number who knew them and who talked casually, but the general tendency on the part of all was to steer clear of them. Cowperwood sensed the difficulty at once. "I think we'd better leave early," he remarked to Aileen after a little while. "This isn't very interesting." They returned to their own home, and Cowperwood, to avoid discussion, went downtown. He did not care to say what he thought of this as yet. It was previous to a reception given by the Union League that the first real blow was struck at him personally, and that in a roundabout way. Addison, talking to him at the Lake National Bank one morning, had said quite confidentially and out of a clear sky, "I want to tell you something, Cowperwood. You know by now something about Chicago society. You also know where I stand in regard to some things you told me about your past life when I first met you. Well, there's a lot of talk going around about you now in regard to all that, and these two clubs to which you and I belong are filled with a lot of two-faced, double-breasted hypocrites who've been stirred up by this talk of conspiracy in the papers. There are 4 or 5 stockholders of the old companies who are members, and they are trying to drive you out. They've looked up that story you told me, and they're talking about filing charges with the House committees at both places. Now, nothing can come of it in either case. They've been talking to me. But when this next reception comes along, you'll know what to do. They have to extend you an invitation, but they won't mean it." Cowperwood understood. "This whole thing is certain to blow over, in my judgment. It will if I have anything to do with it. But for the present—" He stared at Cowperwood in a friendly way. The latter smiled. "I expected something like this, Judah, to tell you the truth," he said easily. "I've expected it all along. You needn't worry about me. I know all about this. I've seen which way the wind is blowing, and I know how to trim my sails." Addison reached out and took his hand. "But don't resign, whatever you do," he said cautiously. "That would be a confession of weakness, and they don't expect you to. I wouldn't want you to. Stand your ground. This whole thing will blow over. They're jealous, I think." "I never intended to," replied Cowperwood. "There's no legitimate charge against me. I know it will all blow over if I'm given time enough." Nevertheless, he was chagrined to think that he should be subjected to such a conversation as this with anyone. Similarly, in other ways, society so-called was able to enforce its mandates and conclusions. The one thing that Cowperwood most resented when he learned of it much later was a snub direct given to Aileen at the door of the Norrie Simmses. She called there only to be told that Mrs. Simms was not at home, although the carriages of others were in the street. A few days afterward, Aileen, much to his regret and astonishment, for he did not then know the cause, actually became ill. If it had not been for Cowperwood's eventual financial triumph over all opposition, the complete routing of the enemy in the struggle for control in the gas situation, the situation would have been hard indeed. As it was, Aileen suffered bitterly. She felt that the slight was principally directed at her and would remain in force. In the privacy of their own home, they were compelled eventually to admit, the one to the other, that their house of cards, resplendent and forceful looking as it was, had fallen to the ground. Personal confidences between people so closely united are really the most trying of all. Human souls are constantly trying to find each other and rarely succeeding. "You know," he finally said to her once when he came in rather unexpectedly and found her sick in bed, her eyes wet and her maid dismissed for the day, "I understand what this is all about. To tell you the truth, Aileen, I rather expected it. We have been going too fast, you and I. We have been pushing this matter too hard. Now I don't like to see you taking it this way, dear. The battle isn't lost. Why, I thought you had more courage than this. Let me tell you something which you don't seem to remember. Money will solve all this sometime. I'm winning in this fight right now, and I'll win in others. They are coming to me. My dearie, you oughtn't to despair. You're too young. I never do. You'll win yet. We can adjust this matter right here in Chicago, and when we do, we will pay up a lot of scores at the same time. We're rich, and we're going to be richer. That will settle it. Now put on a good face and look pleased. There are plenty of things to live for in this world besides society. Get up now and dress, and we'll go for a drive and dinner downtown. You have me yet. Isn't that something?" "Oh, yes," sighed Aileen, heavily, but she sank back again. She put her arms about his neck and cried, as much out of joy over the consolation he offered as over the loss she had endured. "It was as much for you as for me," she sighed. "I know that," he soothed, "but don't worry about it now. You will come out all right. We both will. Come on, get up." Nevertheless, he was sorry to see her yield so weakly. It did not please him. He resolved some day to have a grim adjustment with society on this score. Meanwhile, Aileen was recovering her spirits. She was ashamed of her weakness when she saw how forcefully he faced it all. "Oh, Frank," she exclaimed finally, "you're always so wonderful. You're such a darling." "Never mind," he said cheerfully. "If we don't win this game here in Chicago, we will somewhere." He was thinking of the brilliant manner in which he had adjusted his affairs with the old gas companies and Mr. Schryhart, and how thoroughly he would handle some other matters when the time came. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Titan by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Undercurrents. It was during the year that followed their social repudiation, and the next that Cowperwood achieved a keen realization of what it would mean to spend the rest of his days in social isolation, or at least confined in his sources of entertainment to a circle or element which constantly reminded him of the fact that he was not identified with the best, or at least not the most significant, however dull that might be. When he had first attempted to introduce Aileen into society, it was his idea that, however tame they might chance to find it to begin with, they themselves, once admitted, could make it into something very interesting and even brilliant. Since the time the Cowperwoods had been repudiated, however, they had found it necessary, if they wished any social diversion at all, to fall back upon such various minor elements as they could scrape an acquaintance with, passing actors and actresses to whom occasionally they could give a dinner, artists and singers whom they could invite to the house upon gaining an introduction, and, of course, a number of the socially unimportant, such as the Hastets, Hexamus, Vidaris, Baileys, and others still friendly and willing to come in a casual way. Cowperwood found it interesting from time to time to invite a business friend, a lover of pictures, or some young artist to the house to dinner or for an evening, and on these occasions Aileen was always present. The Addisons called or invited them occasionally, but it was a dull game, and the more so since their complete defeat was thus all the more plainly indicated. This defeat, as Cowperwood kept reflecting, was really not his fault at all. He had been getting along well enough personally. If Aileen had only been a somewhat different type of woman. Nevertheless, he was in no way prepared to desert or reproach her. She had clung to him through his stormy prison days. She had encouraged him when he needed encouragement. He would stand by her and see what could be done a little later. But this ostracism was a rather dreary thing to endure. Besides, personally, he appeared to be becoming more and more interesting to men and to women. The men friends he had made he retained: Addison, Bailey, Videra, McKibben, Rambaud, and others. There were women in society, a number of them, who regretted his disappearance, if not that of Aileen. Occasionally the experiment would be tried of inviting him without his wife. At first he refused invariably. Later he went alone occasionally to a dinner party without her knowledge. It was during this interregnum that Cowperwood for the first time clearly began to get the idea that there was a marked difference between him and Aileen intellectually and spiritually, and that while he might be in accord with her in many ways, emotionally, physically, idyllically, there were nevertheless many things which he could do alone which she could not do, heights to which he could rise where she could not possibly follow. Chicago society might be a negligible quantity, but he was now to contrast her sharply with the best of what the old world had to offer in the matter of femininity. For following their social expulsion in Chicago and his financial victory, he had once more decided to go abroad. In Rome, at the Japanese and Brazilian embassies, where, because of his wealth, he gained introduction, and at the newly established Italian court, he encountered at a distance charming social figures of considerable significance, Italian countesses, English ladies of high degree, talented American women of strong artistic and social proclivities. As a rule, they were quick to recognize the charm of his manner, the incisiveness and grip of his mind, and to estimate at all its worth the high individuality of his soul. But he could always see that Aileen was not so acceptable. She was too rich in her entourage, too showy. Her glowing health and beauty was a species of affront to the paler, more sublimated souls of many who were not in themselves unattractive. "Isn't that the typical American for you?" he heard a woman remark at one of those large, very general court receptions to which so many are freely admitted, and to which Aileen had been determined to go. He was standing aside talking to an acquaintance he had made, an English-speaking Greek banker, stopping at the Grand Hotel, while Aileen promenaded with the banker's wife. The speaker was an Englishwoman, so gaudy, so self-conscious, and so naive. Cowperwood turned to look. It was Aileen, and the lady speaking was undoubtedly well-bred, thoughtful, good-looking. He had to admit that much that she said was true. But how were you to gauge a woman like Aileen anyhow? She was not reprehensible in any way, just a full-blooded animal glowing with a love of life. She was attractive to him. It was too bad that people of obviously more conservative tendencies were so opposed to her. Why could they not see what he saw, a kind of childish enthusiasm for luxury and show which sprang perhaps from the fact that in her youth she had not enjoyed the social opportunities which she needed and longed for? He felt sorry for her. At the same time, he was inclined to feel that perhaps now another type of woman would be better for him socially. If he had a harder type, one with keener artistic perceptions and a penchant for just the right social touch or note, how much better he would do. He came home bringing a Perugino, brilliant examples of Luini, Privatali, and Petruchio, this last a portrait of Caesar Borgia, which he picked up in Italy, to say nothing of two red African vases of great size that he found in Cairo, a tall gilt Louis XV standard of carved wood that he discovered in Rome, two ornate candelabra from Venice for his walls, and a pair of Italian torchères from Naples to decorate the corners of his library. It was thus, by degrees, that his art collection was growing. At the same time, it should be said, in the matter of women and the sex question, his judgment and views had begun to change tremendously. When he had first met Aileen, he had many keen intuitions regarding life and sex, and above all, clear faith that he had the right to do as he pleased. Since he had been out of prison and once more on his upward way, there had been many a stray glance cast in his direction. He had so often had it clearly forced upon him that he was fascinating to women. Although he had only so recently acquired Aileen legally, yet she was years old to him as a mistress, and the first engrossing, it had been almost all engrossing, enthusiasm was over. He loved her not only for her beauty, but for her faithful enthusiasm. But the powers of others to provoke in him a momentary interest, and passion even, was something which he did not pretend to understand, explain, or moralize about. So it was, and so he was. He did not want to hurt Aileen's feeling by letting her know that his impulses thus wantonly strayed to others, but so it was. Not long after he had returned from the European trip, he stopped one afternoon in the one exclusive dry goods store in State Street to purchase a tie. As he was entering, a woman crossed the aisle before him from one counter to another, a type of woman which he was coming to admire, but only from a rather distant point of view, seeing them going here and there in the world. She was a dashing type, essentially smart and trig, with a neat figure, dark hair and eyes, and olive skin, small mouth, quaint nose. All in all, quite a figure for Chicago at the time. She had, furthermore, a curious look of current wisdom in her eyes, an air of saucy insolence which aroused Cowperwood's sense of mastery, his desire to dominate. To the look of provocation and defiance which she flung him for the fraction of a second, he returned a curiously leonine glare which went over her like a dash of cold water. It was not a hard look, however, merely urgent and full of meaning. She was a vagrom-minded wife of a prosperous lawyer who was absorbed in his business and in himself. She pretended indifference for a moment after the first glance, but paused a little way off as if to examine some laces. Cowperwood looked after her to catch a second fleeting, attracted look. He was on his way to several engagements which he did not wish to break, but he took out a notebook, wrote on a slip of paper the name of a hotel, and underneath, "Parlor, second floor, Tuesday, 1 p.m." Passing by where she stood, he put it into her gloved hand, which was hanging by her side. The fingers closed over it automatically. She had noted his action. On the day and hour suggested she was there, although he had given no name. That liaison, while delightful to him, was of no great duration. The lady was interesting, but too fanciful. Similarly, at the Henry Huddlestones, one of their neighbors at the first Michigan Avenue house they occupied, he encountered one evening at a small dinner party a girl of 23 who interested him greatly for the moment. Her name was not very attractive, Ella F. Hubby, as he eventually learned, but she was not unpleasing. Her principal charm was a laughing hoydishness countenance and roguish eyes. She was the daughter of a well-to-do commission merchant in South Water Street. That her interest should have been aroused by that of Cowperwood and her was natural enough. She was young, foolish, impressionable, easily struck by the glitter of a reputation, and Mrs. Huddlestone had spoken highly of Cowperwood and his wife and the great things he was doing or was going to do. When Ella saw him and saw that he was still young-looking, with the love of beauty in his eyes and a force of presence which was not at all hard where she was concerned, she was charmed. And when Aileen was not looking, her glance kept constantly wandering to his with a laughing signification of friendship and admiration. It was the most natural thing in the world for him to say to her when they had adjourned to the drawing-room that if she were in the neighborhood of his office some day she might care to look in on him. The look he gave her was one of keen understanding and brought a look of its own kind, warm and flushing, in return. She came, and there began a rather short liaison. It was interesting, but not brilliant. The girl did not have sufficient temperament to bind him beyond a period of rather idle investigation. There was still, for a little while, another woman whom he had known, a Mrs. Josephine Ledwell, a smart widow who came primarily to gamble on the Board of Trade, but who began to see at once on introduction the charm of a flirtation with Cowperwood. She was a woman not unlike Aileen in type, a little older, not so good-looking, and of harder, more subtle commercial type of mind. She rather interested Cowperwood because she was so trig, self-sufficient, and careful. She did her best to lure him on to a liaison with her, which finally resulted, her apartment on the North Side being the center of this relationship. It lasted perhaps 6 weeks. Through it all he was quite satisfied that he did not like her so very well. Anyone who associated with him had Aileen's present attractiveness to contend with, as well as the original charm of his first wife. It was no easy matter. It was during this period of social dullness, however, which somewhat resembled, though it did not exactly parallel his first years with his first wife, that Cowperwood finally met a woman who was destined to leave a marked impression on his life. He could not soon forget her. Her name was Rita Sohlberg. She was the wife of Harold Sohlberg, a Danish violinist who was then living in Chicago, a very young man. But she was not a Dane, and he was by no means a remarkable violinist, though he had unquestionably the musical temperament. You have perhaps seen the would-bes, the nearlys, the pretenders in every field, interesting people all, devoted with a kind of mad enthusiasm to the thing they wish to do. They manifest in some ways all the externals or earmarks of their professional traditions, and yet are as sounding brass and tinkling cymbals. You would have had to know Harold Sohlberg only a little while to appreciate that he belonged to this order of artists. He had a wild, stormy November eye, a wealth of loose, brownish black hair combed upward from the temples, with one lock straggling Napoleonically down toward the eyes, cheeks that had almost a babyish tint to them, lips much too rich, red, and sensuous, a nose that was fine and large and full, but only faintly aquiline, and eyebrows and mustache that somehow seemed to flare quite like his errant and foolish soul. He had been sent away from Denmark, Copenhagen, because he had been a ne'er-do-well up to 25, and because he was constantly falling in love with women who would not have anything to do with him. Here in Chicago as a teacher, with his small pension of $40 a month sent him by his mother, he had gained a few pupils, and by practicing a kind of erratic economy which kept him well dressed or hungry by turns, he had managed to make an interesting showing and pull himself through. He was only 28 at the time he met Rita Greenough of Wichita, Kansas, and at the time they met Cowperwood, Harold was 34 and she 27. She had been a student at the Chicago Fine Arts School, and at various student affairs had encountered Harold when he seemed to play divinely, and when life was all romance and art. Given the spring, the sunshine on the lake, white sails of ships, a few walks and talks on pensive afternoons when the city swam in a golden haze, and the thing was done. There was a sudden Saturday afternoon marriage, a runaway day to Milwaukee, a return to the studio, now to be fitted out for two, then kisses, 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 until love was satisfied or eased. But life cannot exist on that diet alone, and so by degrees the difficulties had begun to manifest themselves. Fortunately, the latter were not allied with sharp financial want. Rita was not poor. Her father conducted a small but profitable grain elevator at Wichita, and after her sudden marriage decided to continue her allowance, though this whole idea of art and music in its upper reaches was to him a strange, far-off, uncertain thing. A thin, meticulous, genial person, interested in small trade opportunities, and exactly suited to the rather sparse social life of Wichita, he found Harold as curious as a bomb, and preferred to handle him gingerly. Gradually, however, being a very human if simple person, he came to be very proud of it, boasted in Wichita of Rita and her artist husband, invited them home to astound the neighbors during the summertime, and the fall brought his almost farmer-like wife on to see them and to enjoy trips, sightseeing, studio teas. It was amusing, typically American, naive, almost impossible from many points of view. Rita Sohlberg was of the semi-phlegmatic type, soft, full-blooded, with a body that was going to be fat at 40, but which at present was deliciously alluring. Having soft, silky, light brown hair the color of light dust, and moist gray blue eyes, with a fair skin and even white teeth, she was flatteringly self-conscious of her charms. She pretended in a gay, childlike way to be unconscious of the thrill she sent through many susceptible males, and yet she knew well enough all the while what she was doing and how she was doing it. It pleased her so to do. She was conscious of the wonder of her smooth, soft arms and neck, the fullness and seductiveness of her body, the grace and perfection of her clothing, or at least the individuality and taste which she made them indicate. She could take an old straw hat form, a ribbon, a feather, or a rose, and with an innate artistry of feeling turn it into a bit of millinery which somehow was just the effective thing for her. She chose naive combinations of white and blues, pinks and whites, browns and pale yellows, which somehow suggested her own soul, and topped them with great sashes of silky brown or even red ribbon tied about her waist, and a large, soft-brimmed, face-haloing hat. She was a graceful dancer, could sing a little, could play feelingly, sometimes brilliantly, and could draw. Her art was a makeshift, however. She was no artist. The most significant thing about her was her moods and her thoughts, which were uncertain, casual, anarchic. Rita Sohlberg, from the conventional point of view, was a dangerous person, and yet, from her own point of view at this time, she was not so at all, just dreamy and sweet. A part of the peculiarity of her state was that Sohlberg had begun to disappoint Rita sorely. To tell the truth, he was suffering from that most terrible of all maladies, uncertainty of soul and inability to truly find himself. At times he was not sure whether he was cut out to be a great violinist or a great composer or merely a great teacher, which last he was never willing really to admit. "I am an artiste," he was fond of saying. "Oh, how I suffer from my temperament!" And again, "These dogs, these cows, these pigs," this of other people. The quality of his playing was exceedingly erratic, even though at times it attained to a kind of subtlety, tenderness, awareness, and charm which brought him some attention. As a rule, however, it reflected the chaotic state of his own brain. He would play violently, feverishly, with a wild passionateness of gesture which robbed him of all ability to control his own technique. "Oh, Harold," Rita used to exclaim at first ecstatically. Later, she was not so sure. Life and character must really get somewhere to be admirable, and Harold really and truly did not seem to be getting anywhere. He taught, stormed, dreamed, wept, but he ate his 3 meals a day, Rita noticed, and he took an excited interest at times in other women. To be the be-all and end-all of some one man's life was the least that Rita could conceive or concede as the worth of her personality, and so, as the years went on, and Harold began to be unfaithful, first in moods, transports, then in deeds, her mood became dangerous. She counted them up: a girl music pupil, then an art student, then the wife of a banker at whose house Harold played socially. There followed strange, sullen moods on the part of Rita, visits home, groveling repentance on the part of Harold, tears, violent, passionate reunions, and then the same thing over again. What would you? Rita was not jealous of Harold any more. She had lost faith in his ability as a musician, but she was disappointed that her charms were not sufficient to blind him to all others. That was the fly in the ointment. It was an affront to her beauty, and she was still beautiful. She was unctuously full-bodied, not quite so tall as Aileen, not really as large, but rounder and plumper, softer and more seductive. Physically she was not well set up, so vigorous, but her eyes and mouth and the roving character of her mind held a strange lure. Mentally she was much more aware than Aileen, much more precise in her knowledge of art, music, literature, and current events, and in the field of romance she was much more vague and alluring. She knew many things about flowers, precious stones, insects, birds, characters in fiction, and poetic prose and verse generally. At the time the Cowperwoods first met the Songbirds, the latter still had their studio in the New Arts Building, and all was seemingly as serene as a May morning. Only Harold was not getting along very well. He was drifting. The meeting was at a tea given by the Hastedts, with whom the Cowperwoods were still friendly, and Harold played. Aileen, who was there alone, seeing a chance to brighten her own life a little, invited the Songbirds, who seemed rather above the average, to her house to a musical evening. They came. On this occasion Cowperwood took one look at Songbird and placed him exactly. An erratic emotional temperament, he thought, probably not able to place himself for want of consistency and application. But he liked him after a fashion. Songbird was interesting as an artistic type or figure, quite like a character in a Japanese print might be. He greeted him pleasantly. "And Mrs. Songbird, I suppose," he remarked, feelingly, catching a quick suggestion of the rhythm and sufficiency and naive taste that went with her. She was in simple white and blue, small blue ribbons threaded above lacy flounces in the skin. Her arms and throat were deliciously soft and bare. Her eyes were quick, yet soft and babyish, petted eyes. "You know," she said to him with a peculiar rounded formation of the mouth, which was a characteristic of her when she talked, a pretty, pouty mouth, "I thought we would never get here at all." There was a fire, she pronounced it fire, at 12th Street. The 12th was 12th in her mouth, and the engines were all about there. Oh, such sparks and smoke, and the flames coming out the windows. The flames were very dark red, almost orange and black. They're pretty when they're that way, don't you think so? Cowperwood was charmed. "Indeed I do," he said, genially, using a kind of superior yet sympathetic air which he could easily assume on occasion. He felt as though Mrs. Songbird might be a charming daughter to him. She was so cuddling and shy, and yet he could see that she was definite and individual. Her arms and face, he told himself, were lovely. Mrs. Songbird only saw before her a smart, cold, exact man, capable, very, she presumed, with brilliant, incisive eyes. How different from Harold, she thought, who would never be anything much, not even famous. "I'm so glad you brought your violin," Aileen was saying to Harold, who was in another corner. "I've been looking forward to you coming to play for us." "Very nice of you, I'm sure," Songbird replied, with his sweetly drawl. "Such a nice place you have here. All these lovely books, and jade and glass." He had an unctuous, yielding way which was charming, Aileen thought. He should have a strong, rich woman to take care of him. He was like a stormy, erratic boy. After refreshments were served, Songbird played. Cowperwood was interested by his standing figure, his eyes, his hair. But he was much more interested in Mrs. Songbird, to whom his look constantly strayed. He watched her hands on the keys, her fingers, the dimples at her elbows. What an adorable mouth, he thought, and what light, fluffy hair. But more than that, there was a mood that invested it all, a bit of tinted color of the mind that reached him and made him sympathetic and even passionate toward her. She was the kind of woman he would like. She was somewhat like Aileen when she was 6 years younger. Aileen was now 33, and Mrs. Songbird 27. Only Aileen had been more robust, more vigorous, less nebulous. Mrs. Songbird, he finally thought it out for himself, was like the rich tinted interior of a South Sea oyster shell, warm, colorful, delicate. But there was something firm there, too. Nowhere in society had he seen anyone like her. She was rapt, sensuous, beautiful. He kept his eyes on her until finally she became aware that he was gazing at her, and then she looked back at him in an arch, smiling way, fixing her mouth in a potent line. Cowperwood was captivated. Was she vulnerable? Was his one thought. Did that faint smile mean anything more than mere social complacence? Probably not. But could not a temperament so rich and full be awakened to feeling by his own? When she was through playing, he took occasion to say, "Wouldn't you like to stroll into the gallery? Are you fond of pictures?" He gave her his arm. "Now you know," said Mrs. Sohlberg quaintly, very captivatingly, he thought, because she was so pretty. "At one time I thought I was going to be a great artist. Isn't that funny? I sent my father one of my drawings inscribed, 'To whom I owe it all.' You would have to see the drawing to see how funny that is." She laughed softly. Cowperwood responded with a refreshed interest in life. Her laugh was as grateful to him as a summer wind. "See," he said gently as they entered the room aglow with the soft light produced by guttered jets. "Here is a Luini bought last winter. It was the mystic marriage of St. Catherine." He paused while she surveyed the rapt expression of the attenuated saint. "And here," he went on, "is my greatest find so far." They were before the crafty countenance of Caesar Borgia, painted by Petruchio. "What a strange face," commented Mrs. Sohlberg naively. "I didn't know anyone had ever painted him." "He looks somewhat like an artist himself, doesn't he?" She had never read the involved and quite satanic history of this man, and only knew the rumor of his crimes and machinations. "He was in his way," smiled Cowperwood, who had an outline of his life, and that of his father, Pope Alexander VI, furnished him at the time of the purchase. Only so recently had his interest in Caesar Borgia begun. Mrs. Sohlberg scarcely gathered the sly humor of it. "Oh, yes, and here is Mrs. Cowperwood," she commented, turning to the painting by Van Beers. "It's high in key, isn't it?" she said loftily, but with an innocent loftiness that appealed to him. He liked spirit and some presumption in a woman. "What brilliant colors! I like the idea of the garden and the clouds." She stepped back, and Cowperwood, interested only in her, surveyed the line of her back and the profile of her face. Such coordinated perfection of line and color. "Where every motion weaves and sings," he might have commented. Instead he said, "That was in Brussels. The clouds were an afterthought, and the vase on the wall, too." "It's very good, I think," commented Mrs. Sohlberg, and moved away. "How do you like this Israels?" he asked. It was the painting called "The Frugal Meal." "I like it," she said, "and also your Bastien Lepage," referring to the forge. "But I think your old masters are much more interesting. If you get many more, you ought to put them together in a room. Don't you think so? I don't care for your Jerome very much." She had a cute draw, which he considered infinitely alluring. "Why not?" asked Cowperwood. "Oh, it's rather artificial. Don't you think so? I like the color, but the women's bodies are too perfect, I should say. It's very pretty, though." He had little faith in the ability of women aside from their value of objects of art, and yet now and then, as in this instance, they revealed a sweet insight which sharpened his own. Aileen, he reflected, would not be capable of making such a remark as this. She was not as beautiful now as this woman, not as alluringly simple, naive, delicious, nor yet as wise. Mrs. Sohlberg, he reflected shrewdly, had a kind of fool for a husband. Would she take an interest in him, Frank Cowperwood? Would a woman like this surrender on any basis outside of divorce and marriage? He wondered. On her part, Mrs. Sohlberg was thinking what a forceful man Cowperwood was and how close he had stayed by her. She felt his interest, for she had often seen these symptoms in other men and knew what they meant. She knew the pull of her own beauty, and while she heightened it as artfully as she dared, yet she kept aloof, too, feeling that she had never met anyone as yet for whom it was worth while to be different. But Cowperwood, he needed someone more soulful than Aileen, she thought. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Titan by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A New Affection. The growth of a relationship between Cowperwood and Rita Sohlberg was fostered quite accidentally by Aileen, who took a foolishly sentimental interest in Harold, which yet was not based on anything of real meaning. She liked him because he was a superlatively gracious, flattering, emotional man where women, pretty women, were concerned. She had some idea she could send him pupils, and anyhow it was nice to call at the Sohlberg studio. Her social life was dull enough as it was. So she went, and Cowperwood, mindful of Mrs. Sohlberg, came also. Shrewd to the point of destruction, he encouraged Aileen in her interest in them. He suggested that she invite them to dinner, that they give a musical at which Sohlberg could play and be paid. There were boxes at the theaters, tickets for concerts sent, invitations to drive Sundays or other days. The very chemistry of life seems to play into the hands of a situation of this kind. Once Cowperwood was thinking vividly, forcefully of her, Rita began to think in like manner of him. Hourly he grew more attractive, a strange, gripping man. Beset by his mood, she was having the devil's own time with her conscience. Not that anything had been said as yet, but he was investing her, gradually beleaguering her, sealing up, apparently, one avenue after another of escape. One Thursday afternoon, when neither Aileen nor he could attend the Sohlberg tea, Mrs. Sohlberg received a magnificent bunch of Jacques Monod roses. "For your nooks and corners," said a card. She knew well enough from whom it came and what it was worth. There were all of $50 worth of roses. It gave her breath of a world of money that she had never known. Daily she saw the name of his banking and brokerage firm advertised in the papers. Once she met him in Merrill's store at noon, and he invited her to lunch, but she felt obliged to decline. Always he looked at her with such straight, vigorous eyes. To think that her beauty had done or was doing this! Her mind, quite beyond herself, ran forward to an hour when perhaps this eager, magnetic man would take charge of her in a way never dreamed of by Harold. But she went on practicing, shopping, calling, reading, brooding over Harold's inefficiency, and stopping oddly sometimes to think. The etherealized grip of Cowperwood upon her. Those strong hands of his, how fine they were, and those large, soft, hard, incisive eyes. The Puritanism of Wichita, modified sometime since by the art life of Chicago, such as it was having a severe struggle with the manipulative subtlety of the ages, represented in this man. "You know you are very elusive," he said to her one evening at the theater, when he sat behind her during the entr'acte, and Harold and Aileen had gone to walk in the foyer. The hubbub of conversation drowned the sound of anything that might be said. Mrs. Sohlberg was practically pleasing in a lacy evening gown. "No," she replied, amusedly flattered by his attention and acutely conscious of his physical nearness. By degrees she had been yielding herself to his mood, thrilling at his every word. "It seems to me I am very stable," she went on. "I'm certainly substantial enough." She looked at her full, smooth arm lying on her lap. Cowperwood, who was feeling all the drag of her substantiality, but in addition the wonder of her temperament, which was so much richer than Aileen's, was deeply moved. Those little blood moods that no words or rarely indicate were coming to him from her. Faint, zephyr-like emanations of emotions, moods, and fancies in her mind, which allured him. She was like Aileen in animality, but better, still sweeter, more delicate. much richer spiritually. Or was he just tired of Aileen for the present? He asked himself at times. No, no, he told himself, that could not be. Rita Sohlberg was by far the most pleasing woman he had ever known. Yet, but elusive just the same, he went on, leaning toward her. You remind me of something that I can find no word for, a bit of color or a perfume or tone, a flash of something. I follow you in my thoughts all the time now. Your knowledge of art interests me. I like your playing. It is like you. You make me think of delightful things that have nothing to do with the ordinary run of my life. Do you understand? It is very nice, she said, if I do. She took a breath, softly, dramatically. You make me think vain things, you know. Her mouth was a delicious O. You paint a pretty picture. She was warm, flushed, suffused with a burst of her own temperament. You are like that, he went on insistently. You make me feel like that all the time. You know, he added, leaning over her chair, I sometimes think you have never lived. There is so much that would complete your perfectness. I should like to send you abroad, or take you, anyhow. You should go. You are very wonderful to me. Do you find me at all interesting to you? Yes, but, she paused, you know I am afraid of all this, and of you. Her mouth had that same delicious formation which had first attracted him. I don't think we had better talk like this, do you? Harold is very jealous, or would be. What do you suppose Mrs. Cowperwood would think? I know very well, but we needn't stop to consider that now, need we? It will do her no harm to let me talk to you. Life is between individuals, Rita. You and I have very much in common. Don't you see that? You are infinitely the most interesting woman I have ever known. You are bringing me something I have never known. Don't you see that? I want you to tell me something truly. Look at me. You are not happy as you are you? Not perfectly happy. No. She smoothed her fan with her fingers. Are you happy at all? I thought I was once. I'm not any more, I think. It's so plain why, he commented. You are so much more wonderful than your place gives you scope for. You are an individual, not an acolyte to swing a censer for another. Mr. Sohlberg is very interesting, but you can't be happy that way. It surprises me you haven't seen it. Oh, she exclaimed with a touch of weariness, but perhaps I have. He looked at her keenly, and she thrilled. I don't think we'd better talk so here, she replied. You'd better be. He laid his hand on the back of her chair, almost touching her shoulder. Rita, he said, using her given name again. You wonderful woman. Oh, she breathed. Cowperwood did not see Mrs. Sohlberg again for over a week, 10 days exactly, when one afternoon Aileen came for him in a new kind of trap, having stopped first to pick up the Sohlbergs. Harold was up front with her, and she had left a place behind for Cowperwood with Rita. She did not in the vaguest way suspect how interested he was. His manner was so deceptive. Aileen imagined that she was the superior woman of the two, the better looking, the better dressed, hence the more ensnaring. She could not guess what allure this woman's temperament had for Cowperwood, who was so brisk, dynamic, seemingly unromantic, but who, just the same, in his nature concealed under a very forceful exterior a deep underlying element of romance and fire. This is charming, he said, sinking down beside Rita. What a fine evening! And the nice straw hat with the roses, and the nice linen dress. My, my! The roses were red, the dress white, with thin green ribbon run through it here and there. She was keenly aware of the reason for his enthusiasm. He was so different from Harold, so healthy and out-of-doorish, so able. Today Harold had been in tantrums over fate, life, his lack of success. "Oh, I shouldn't complain so much if I were you," she had said to him, bitterly. "You might work harder and storm less." This had produced a scene which she had escaped by going for a walk. Almost at the very moment when she had returned, Aileen had appeared. It was a way out. She had cheered up and accepted, dressed. So had Sohlberg. Apparently smiling and happy, they had set out on the drive. Now as Cowperwood spoke, she glanced about her contentedly. "I'm lovely," she thought, "and he loves me. How wonderful it would be if we dared." But she said aloud, "I'm not so very nice. It's just the day, don't you think so? It's a simple dress. I'm not very happy, though, tonight either." "What's the matter?" he asked, cheeringly, the rumble of the traffic destroying the carrying power of their voices. He leaned toward her, very anxious to solve any difficulty which might confront her, perfectly willing to ensnare her by kindness.
Isn't there something I can do?
"We're going now for a long ride to the pavilion in Jackson Park, and then after dinner we'll come back by moonlight. Won't that be nice? You must be smiling now and like yourself, happy. You have no reason to be otherwise that I know of. I will do anything for you that you want done, that can be done. You can have anything you want that I can give you. What is it? You know how much I think of you. If you leave your affairs to me, you would never have any troubles of any kind." "Oh, it isn't anything you can do. Not now, anyhow. My affairs? Oh, yes. What are they? Very simple, all." She had that delicious atmosphere of remoteness, even from herself. He was enchanted. "But you are not so simple to me, Rita," he said softly. "Nor are your affairs. They concern me very much. You are so important to me. I have told you that. Don't you see how true it is? You are a strange complexity to me. Wonderful. I'm mad over you. Ever since I saw you last I have been thinking, thinking. If you have troubles, let me share them. You are so much to me, my only trouble. I can fix your life. Join it with mine. I need you, and you need me." "Yes," she said, "I know." Then she paused. "It's nothing much," she went on. "Just a quarrel." "What over?" "Over me, really." The mouth was delicious. "I can't swing the censer always, as you say." That thought of his had stuck. "It's all right now, though. Isn't the day lovely? Beautiful." Cowperwood looked at her and shook his head. She was such a treasure, so inconsequential. Aileen, busy driving and talking, could not see or hear. She was interested in Sohlberg, and the southward crush of vehicles on Michigan Avenue was distracting her attention. As they drove swiftly past budding trees, kempt lawns, fresh-made flower beds, open windows, the whole seductive world of spring, Cowperwood felt as though life had once more taken a fresh start. His magnetism, if it had been visible, would have enveloped him like a glittering aura. Mrs. Sohlberg felt that this was going to be a wonderful evening. The dinner was at the park, an open-air, chicken a la Maryland affair, with waffles and champagne to help out. Aileen, flattered by Sohlberg's gaiety, under her spell, was having a delightful time, jesting, toasting, laughing, walking on the grass. Sohlberg was making love to her in a foolish, inconsequential way, as many men were inclined to do, but she was putting him off gaily with "silly boy" and "hush." She was so sure of herself that she was free to tell Cowperwood afterward how emotional he was and how she had to laugh at him. Cowperwood, quite certain that she was faithful, took it all in good part. Sohlberg was such a dunce, and such a happy convenience ready to his hand. "He's not a bad sort," he commented. "I rather like him, though I don't think he's so much of a violinist." After dinner they drove along the lake shore, out through an open bit of tree-blocked prairie land, the moon shining in a clear sky, filling the fields and topping the lake with a silvery effulgence. Mrs. Sohlberg was being inoculated with the virus Cowperwood, and it was taking deadly effect. The tendency of her own disposition, however lethargic it might seem, once it was stirred emotionally, was to act. She was essentially dynamic and passionate. Cowperwood was beginning to stand out in her mind as the force that he was. It would be wonderful to be loved by such a man. There would be an eager, vivid life between them. It frightened and drew her like a blazing lamp in the dark. To get control of herself she talked of art, people, of Paris, Italy, and he responded in like strain, but all the while he smoothed her hand, and once, under the shadow of some trees, he put his hand to her hair, turned her face, and put his mouth softly to her cheek. She flushed, trembled, turned pale in the grip of this strange storm, but drew herself together. It was wonderful. Heaven! Her old life was obviously going to pieces. "Listen," he said guardedly. "Will you meet me tomorrow at 3 just beyond the Rush Street bridge? I will pick you up promptly. You won't have to wait a moment." She paused, meditating, dreaming, almost hypnotized by his strange world of fancy. "Will you?" he asked eagerly. "Wait," she said softly. "Let me think. Can I?" She paused. "Yes," she said after a time, drawing in a deep breath. "Yes," as if she had arranged something in her mind. "My sweet," he whispered, pressing her arm while he looked at her profile in the moonlight. "But I'm doing a great deal," she replied softly, a little breathless and a little pale. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of The Titan by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Fateful Interlude. Cowperwood was enchanted. He kept the proposed tryst with eagerness and found her all that he had hoped. She was sweeter, more colorful, more elusive than anybody he had ever known. In their charming apartment on the North Side, which he had once engaged, and where he sometimes spent mornings, evenings, afternoons, as opportunity afforded, he studied her with the most critical eye and found her almost flawless. She had that boundless value which youth and a certain insouciance of manner contribute. There was, delicious to relate, no melancholy in her nature, but a kind of innate sufficiency which neither looked forward to nor back upon troublesome ills. She loved beautiful things, but was not extravagant, and what interested him and commanded his respect was that no urgings of his toward prodigality, however subtly advanced, could affect her. She knew what she wanted, spent carefully, bought tastefully, arrayed herself in ways which appealed to him as the flowers did. His feeling for her became at times so great that he wished, one might almost have said, to destroy it, to appease the urge and allay the pull in himself, but it was useless. The charm of her endured. His transports would leave her refreshed, apparently, prettier, more graceful than ever, it seemed to him, putting back her ruffled hair with her hand, mouthing at herself prettily in the glass, thinking of many remote, delicious things at once. "Do you remember that picture we saw in the art store the other day, Algernon?" she would drawl, calling him by his second name, which she had adopted for herself as being more suited to his moods when with her, and more pleasing to her. Cowperwood had protested, but she had held to it. "Do you remember that lovely blue of the old man's coat? It was an adoration of the Magi. Wasn't that beautiful?" She drawled so sweetly and fixed her mouth in such an odd way that he was impelled to kiss her. "You clover blossom," he would say to her, coming over and taking her by the arms. "You sprig of cherry bloom, you Dresden china dream. Now you are going to muss my hair when I've just managed to fix it." The voice was the voice of a careless, genial innocence, and the eyes. "Yes, I am, minx." "Yes, but you mustn't smother me, you know. Really, you know you almost hurt me with your mouth. Aren't you going to be nice to me?" "Yes, sweet, but I want to hurt you, too." "Well, then, if you must." But for all his transports, the lure was still there. She was like a butterfly, he thought,
yellow and white or blue and gold, fluttering over a hedge of wild rose. In these intimacies it was that he came quickly to understand how much she knew of social movements and tendencies, though she was just an individual of the outer fringe. She caught at once a clear understanding of his social point of view, his art ambition, his dreams of something better for himself in every way. She seemed to see clearly that he had not as yet realized himself, that Aileen was not just the woman for him, though she might be one. She talked of her own husband after a time in a tolerant way, his foibles, defects, weaknesses. She was not unsympathetic, he thought, just weary of a state that was not properly balanced either in love, ability, or insight. Cowperwood had suggested that she could take a larger studio for herself and Harold, do away with the petty economies that had hampered her and him, and explain it all on the grounds of a larger generosity on the part of her family. At first she objected, but Cowperwood was tactful and finally brought it about. He again suggested a little while later that she should persuade Harold to go to Europe. There would be the same ostensible reason, additional means from her relatives. Mrs. Sohlberg, thus urged, petted, made over, assured, came finally to accept his liberal rule, to bow to him. She became as contented as a cat. With caution she accepted of his largesse and made the cleverest use of it she could. For something over a year neither Sohlberg nor Aileen was aware of the intimacy which had sprung up. Sohlberg, easily bamboozled, went back to Denmark for a visit, then to study in Germany. Mrs. Sohlberg followed Cowperwood to Europe the following year. At Aix-les-Bains, Biarritz, Paris, even London, Aileen never knew that there was an additional figure in the background. Cowperwood was trained by Rita into a really finer point of view. He came to know better music, books, even the facts. She encouraged him in his idea of a representative collection of the old masters and begged him to be cautious in his selection of moderns. He felt himself to be delightfully situated indeed. The difficulty with this situation, as with all such, where an individual ventures thus buccaneeringly on the sea of sex, is the possibility of those storms which result from misplaced confidence and from our built-up system of ethics relating to property in women. To Cowperwood, however, who was a law unto himself, who knew no law except as might be imposed upon him by his lack of ability to think, this possibility of entanglement, wrath, rage, pain, offered no particular obstacle. It was not at all certain that any such thing would follow. Where the average man might have found one such liaison difficult to manage, Cowperwood, as we have seen, had previously entered on several such affairs almost simultaneously, and now he had ventured on yet another, in the last instance with much greater feeling and enthusiasm. The previous affairs had been emotional makeshifts at best, more or less idle philanderings, in which his deeper moods and feelings were not concerned. In the case of Mrs. Sohlberg, all this was changed. For the present, at least, she was really all in all to him. But this temperamental characteristic of his relating to his love of women, his artistic if not emotional subjection to their beauty, and the mystery of their personalities, led him into still a further affair, and this last was not so fortunate in its outcome. Antoinette Nowak had come to him fresh from a West Side high school and a Chicago business college, and had been engaged as his private stenographer and secretary. The girl had blossomed forth into something exceptional, as American children of foreign parents are wont to do. You would have scarcely believed that she, with her fine, lithe body, her good taste in dress, her skill in stenography, bookkeeping, and business details, could be the daughter of a struggling Pole who had first worked in the Southwest Chicago steel mills, and who later
kept the fifth-rate cigar, news, and stationery store in the Polish district, the merchandise of playing cards and a back room for idling and casual gaming being the principal reasons for its existence. Antoinette, whose first name had not been Antoinette at all, but Minka, the Antoinette having been borrowed by her from an article in one of the Chicago Sunday papers, was a fine, dark, brooding girl, ambitious and hopeful, who 10 days after she had accepted her new place was admiring Cowperwood and following his every daring movement with almost excited interest. To be the wife of such a man, she thought, to even command his interest, let alone his affection, must be wonderful. After the dull world she had known, it seemed dull compared to the upper rarefied realms which she was beginning to glimpse through him, and after the average men in the real estate office over the way where she had first worked, Cowperwood, in his good clothes, his remote mood, his easy, commanding manner, touched the most ambitious chords of her being. One day she saw Aileen sweep in from her carriage, wearing warm brown furs, smart polished boots, a street suit of corded brown wool, and a fur toque sharpened and emphasized by a long dark red feather which shot upward like a dagger or a quill pen. Antoinette hated her. She conceived herself to be better, or as good at least. Why was life divided so unfairly? What sort of man was Cowperwood anyhow? One night, after she had written out a discreet but truthful history of himself, which he had dictated to her, and which she had sent to the Chicago newspapers for him soon after the opening of his brokerage office in Chicago, she went home and dreamed of what he had told her, only altered, of course, as in dreams. She thought that Cowperwood stood beside her in his handsome private office in LaSalle Street and asked her, "Antoinette, what do you think of me?" Antoinette was nonplussed but brave. In her dream she found herself intensely interested in him. "Oh, I don't know what to think. I'm so sorry," was her answer. Then he laid his hand on hers, on her cheek, and she awoke. She began thinking, what a pity, what a shame that such a man should ever have been in prison. He was so handsome. He had been married twice. Perhaps his first wife was very homely or very mean-spirited. She thought of this, and the next day went to work meditatively. Cowperwood, engrossed in his own plans, was not thinking of her at present. He was thinking of the next moves in his interesting gas war, and Aileen, seeing her one day, merely considered her an underling. The woman in business was such a novelty that as yet she was déclassée. Aileen really thought nothing of Antoinette at all. Somewhat over a year after Cowperwood had become intimate with Mrs. Sohlberg, his rather practical business relations with Antoinette Nowak took on a more intimate color. What shall we say of this? That he had already wearied of Mrs. Sohlberg? Not in the least. He was desperately fond of her. Or that he despised Aileen, whom he was thus grossly deceiving? Not at all. She was to him at times as attractive as ever, perhaps more so for the reason that her self-imagined rights were being thus roughly infringed upon. He was sorry for her, but he inclined to justify himself on the ground that these other relations, with possibly the exception of Mrs. Sohlberg, were not enduring. If it had been possible to marry Mrs. Sohlberg, he might have done so, and he did speculate at times as to whether anything would ever induce Aileen to leave him. But this was more or less idle speculation. He rather fancied they would live out their days together, seeing that he was able thus easily to deceive her. But as for a girl like Antoinette Nowak, she figured in that braided symphony of mere sex attraction which somehow makes up that geometric formula of beauty which rules the world. She was charming in a dark way, beautiful, with eyes that burned with an unsatisfied fire, and Cowperwood, although at first only in the least moved by her, became by degrees interested in her,
wondering at the amazing transforming power of the American atmosphere. "Are your parents English, Antoinette?" he asked her one morning, with that easy familiarity which he assumed to all underlings and minor intellects, an air that could not be resented in him, and which was usually accepted as a compliment. Antoinette, clean and fresh, in a white shirt-waist, a black walking skirt, a ribbon of black velvet about her neck, and her long black hair laid in a heavy braid low over her forehead and held close by a white celluloid comb, looked at him with pleased and grateful eyes. She had been used to such different types of men, the earnest, fiery, excitable, sometimes drunken and swearing men of her childhood, always striking, marching, praying in the Catholic churches, and then the men of the business world, crazy over money, with no understanding of anything save some few facts about Chicago and its monetary possibilities. In Cowperwood's office, taking his letters and hearing him talk in his quick, genial way with old Laughlin, Sippens, and others, she had learned more of life than she had ever dreamed existed. He was like a vast open window, out of which she was looking upon an almost illimitable landscape. "No, sir," she replied, dropping her slim, firm white hand, holding a black lead pencil restfully on her notebook. She smiled quite innocently because she was pleased. "I thought not," he said, "and yet you're American enough." "I don't know how it is," she said quite solemnly. "I have a brother who is quite as American as I am. We don't either of us look like our father or mother." "What does your brother do?" he asked indifferently. "He's one of the weighers at our Neal & Company. He expects to be a manager sometime." She smiled. Cowperwood looked at her speculatively, and after a momentary return glance she dropped her eyes. Slowly, in spite of herself, a telltale flush rose and mantled her brown cheeks. It always did when he looked at her. "Take this letter to General Van Sickle," he began, on this occasion quite helpfully, and in a few minutes she had recovered. She could not be near Cowperwood for long at a time, however, without being stirred by a feeling which was not of her own willing. He fascinated and suffused her with a dull fire. She sometimes wondered whether a man so remarkable would ever be interested in a girl like her. The end of this essential interest, of course, was the eventual assumption of Antoinette. One might go through all the dissolving details of days in which she sat taking dictation, receiving instructions, going about her office duties in a state of apparently chill, practical, commercial single-mindedness. But it would be to no purpose. As a matter of fact, without in any way affecting the preciseness and accuracy of her labor, her thoughts were always upon the man in the inner office, the strange master who was then seeing his men, and in between, so it seemed, a whole world of individuals, solemn and commercial, who came, presented their cards, talked at times almost interminably, and went away. It was the rare individual, however, she observed, who had the long conversation with Cowperwood, and that interested her the more. His instructions to her were always of the briefest, and he depended upon her native intelligence to supply much that he scarcely more than suggested. "You understand, do you?" was his customary phrase. "Yes," she would reply. She felt as though she were 50 times as significant here as she had ever been in her life before. The office was clean, hard, bright, like Cowperwood himself. The morning sun, streaming in through an almost solid glass east front, shaded by pale green roller curtains, came to have an almost romantic atmosphere for her. Cowperwood's private office, as in Philadelphia, was a solid cherrywood box, in which he could shut himself completely, sight-proof, sound-proof. When the door was closed, it was sacrosanct. He made it a rule, sensibly, to keep his door open as much as possible, even when he was dictating, sometimes not. It was in these half hours of dictation, the door open, as a rule, for he did not care for too much privacy, that he and Miss Nowak came closest. After months and months, and because he had been busy with the other women mentioned, of whom she knew nothing, she came to enter sometimes with a sense of suffocation, sometimes of maidenly shame. It would never have occurred to her to admit frankly that she wanted Cowperwood to make love to her. It would have frightened her to have thought of herself as yielding easily, and yet there was not a detail of his personality that was not now burned in her brain. His light, thick, always smoothly parted hair, his wide, clear, inscrutable eyes, his carefully manicured hands, so full and firm, his fresh clothing of delicate, intricate patterns. How these fascinated her! He seemed always remote, except just at the moment of doing something, when, curiously enough, he seemed intensely intimate and near. One day, after many exchanges of glances, in which her own always fell sharply in the midst of a letter, he arose and closed the half-open door. She did not think so much of that. As a rule, it had happened before, but now, today, because of a studied glance he had given her, neither tender nor smiling, she felt as though something unusual were about to happen. Her own body was going hot and cold by turns, her neck and hands. She had a fine figure, finer than she realized, with shapely limbs and torso. Her head had some of the sharpness of the old Greek coinage, and her hair was plaited as in ancient cut stone. Cowperwood noted it. He came back and, without taking his seat, bent over her and intimately took her hand. "Antoinette," he said, lifting her gently. She looked up, then arose, for he slowly drew her, breathless, the color gone, much of the capable practicality that was hers completely eliminated. She felt limp, inert. She pulled at her hand faintly, and then, lifting her eyes, was fixed by that hard, insatiable gaze of his. Her head swam. Her eyes were filled with a telltale confusion. "Antoinette." "Yes," she murmured. "You love me, don't you?" She tried to pull herself together, to inject some of her native rigidity of soul into her air, that rigidity which she always imagined would never desert her. But it was gone. There came instead to her a picture of the far Blue Island Avenue neighborhood from which she had emanated, its low brown cottages, and then this smart, hard office, and this strong man. He came out of such a marvelous world, apparently. A strange foaming seemed to be in her blood. She was deliriously, deliciously numb and happy. Antoinette. "Oh, I don't know what I think," she gasped. "Oh, yes, I do, I do." "I like your name," he said simply, "Antoinette." And then, pulling her to him, he slipped his arm about her waist. She was frightened, numb, and then suddenly, not so much from shame as shock, tears rushed to her eyes. She turned and put her hand on the desk and hung her head and sobbed. "Why, Antoinette?" he asked, gently bending over her. "Are you so much unused to the world? I thought you said you loved me. Do you want me to forget all this and go on as before? I can, of course, if you can, you know." He knew that she loved him, wanted him. She heard him plainly enough, shaking. "Do you?" he said after a time, giving her moments in which to recover. "Oh, let me cry." She recovered herself sufficiently to say, quite wildly, "I don't know why I'm crying. It's just because I'm nervous, I suppose. Please don't mind me now." "Antoinette," he repeated, "look at me. Will you stop?" "Oh, no, not now. My eyes are so bad." "Antoinette, come look." He put his hand under her chin. "See, I'm not so terrible." "Oh," she said when her eyes met his again. "I—" And then she folded her arms against his breast while he petted her hand and held her close. "I'm not so bad, Antoinette. It's you as much as it is me. You do love me, then?" "Yes, yes, oh, yes." "And you don't mind?" "No, it's all so strange." Her face was hidden. "Kiss me, then." She put up her lips,
and slipped her arms about him. He held her close. He tried teasingly to make her say why she cried, thinking the while of what Aileen or Rita would think if they knew, but she would not at first, admitting later that it was a sense of evil. Curiously, she also thought of Aileen and how on occasion she had seen her sweep in and out. Now she was sharing with her, the dashing Mrs. Cowperwood, so vain and superior, the wonder of his affection. Strange as it may seem, she looked on it now as rather an honor. She had risen in her own estimation, her sense of life and power. Now, more than ever before, she knew something of life because she knew something of love and passion. The future seemed tremulous with promise. She went back to her machine after a while, thinking of this. What would it all come to, she wondered wildly. You could not have told by her eyes that she had been crying. Instead, a rich glow in her brown cheeks heightened her beauty. No disturbing sense of Aileen was involved with all this. Antoinette was of the newer order that was beginning to privately question ethics and morals. She had a right to her life, lead where it would, and to what it would bring her. The feel of Cowperwood's lips were still fresh on hers. What would the future reveal to her now? What? End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Titan by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An Overture to Conflict. The result of this understanding was not so important to Cowperwood as it was to Antoinette. In a vagrant mood, he had unlocked a spirit here which was fiery, passionate, but in his case, hopelessly worshipful. However much she might be grieved by him, Antoinette, as he subsequently learned, would never sin against his personal welfare. Yet she was unwittingly the means of first opening the floodgates of suspicion on Aileen, thereby establishing in the latter's mind the fact of Cowperwood's persistent unfaithfulness. The incidents which led up to this were comparatively trivial, nothing more indeed at first than the sight of Miss Nowak and Cowperwood talking intimately in his office one afternoon when the others had gone, and the fact that she appeared to be a little bit disturbed by Aileen's arrival. Later came the discovery, though of this Aileen could not be absolutely sure, of Cowperwood and Antoinette in a closed carriage one stormy November afternoon in State Street, when he was supposed to be out of the city. She was coming out of Merrill's store at the time, and just happened to glance at the passing vehicle, which was running near the curb. Aileen, although uncertain, was greatly shocked. Could it be possible that he had not left town? She journeyed to his office on the pretext of taking old Laughlin's dog Jenny a pretty collar she had found, actually to find if Antoinette were away at the same time. Could it be possible, she kept asking herself, that Cowperwood had become interested in his own stenographer? The fact that the office assumed that he was out of town and that Antoinette was not there gave her pause. Laughlin quite innocently informed her that he thought Miss Nowak had gone to one of the libraries to make up certain reports. It left her in doubt. What was Aileen to think? Her moods and aspirations were linked so closely with the love and success of Cowperwood that she could not, in spite of herself, but take fire at the least thought of losing him. He himself wondered sometimes, as he threaded the mesh-like paths of sex, what she would do once she discovered his variant conduct. Indeed, there had been little occasional squabbles, not sharp, but suggestive, when he was trifling about with Mrs. Kittredge, Mrs. Ledwell, and others. There were, as may be imagined, from time to time, absences, brief and unimportant, which he explained easily, passional indifferences which were not explained so easily, and the like. But since his affections were not really involved in any of these instances, he had managed to smooth the matter over quite nicely. Why do you say that, he would demand when she suggested, apropos of a trip or a day when she had not been with him, that there might have been another. You know there hasn't. If I am going in for that sort of thing, you'll learn it fast enough. Even if I did, it wouldn't mean that I was unfaithful to you spiritually." "Oh, wouldn't it?" exclaimed Aileen, resentfully, and with some disturbance of spirit. "Well, you can keep your spiritual faithfulness. I'm not going to be content with any sweet thoughts." Cowperwood laughed, even as she laughed, for he knew she was right and he felt sorry for her. At the same time, her biting humor pleased him. He knew that she did not really suspect him of actual infidelity. He was obviously so fond of her. But she also knew that he was innately attractive to women, and that there were enough of the philandering type to want to lead him astray and make her life a burden. Also that he might prove a very willing victim. Sex desire and its fruition being such an integral force in the marriage and every other sex relation, the average woman is prone to study the periodic manifestations that go with it, quite as one dependent on the weather. A sailor, for example, might study the barometer. In this, Aileen was no exception. She was so beautiful herself and had been so much to Cowperwood physically that she had followed the corresponding evidences of feeling in him with the utmost interest, accepting the recurring ebullitions of his physical emotions as an evidence of her own enduring charm. As time went on, however, and that was long before Mrs. Sohlberg or anyone else appeared, the original flare of passion had undergone a form of subsidence, though not noticeable enough to be disturbing. Aileen thought and thought, but she did not investigate. Indeed, because of the precariousness of her own situation as a social failure, she was afraid to do so. With the arrival of Mrs. Sohlberg and then of Antoinette Nowak as factors in the potpourri, the situation became more difficult. Humanly fond of Aileen as Cowperwood was, and because of his lapses and her affection, desirous of being kind, yet for the time being he was alienated almost completely from her. He grew remote according as his clandestine affairs were drifting or blazing, without, however, losing his firm grip on his financial affairs, and Aileen noticed it. It worried her. She was so vain that she could scarcely believe that Cowperwood could long be indifferent, and for a while her sentimental interest in Sohlberg's future and unhappiness of soul beclouded her judgment, but she finally began to feel the drift of affairs. The pathos of all this is that it so quickly descends into the realm of the unsatisfactory, the banal, the pseudo-intimate. Aileen noticed it at once. She tried protestations. "You don't kiss me the way you did once," and then, a little later, "You haven't noticed me hardly for 4 whole days. What's the matter?" "Oh, I don't know," replied Cowperwood easily. "I guess I want you as much as ever. I don't see that I am any different." He took her in his arms and petted and caressed her, but Aileen was suspicious, nervous. The psychology of the human animal, when confronted by these tangles, these ripping tides of the heart, has little to do with so-called reason or logic. It is amazing how in the face of passion and the affections and the changing face of life, all plans and theories by which we guide ourselves fall to the ground. Here was Aileen talking bravely at the time she invaded Mrs. Lillian Cowperwood's domain of the necessity of her Frank finding a woman suitable to his needs, tastes, abilities. But now that the possibility of another woman, equally or possibly better suited to him, was looming in the offing, although she had no idea who it might be, she could not reason in the same way. Her ox, God wot, was the one that was being gored. What if he should find someone whom he could want more than he did her? Dear heaven, how terrible that would be! What would she do? She asked herself thoughtfully. She lapsed into the blues one afternoon, almost cried. she could scarcely say why. Another time she thought of all the terrible things she would do, how difficult she would make it for any other woman who invaded her preserves. However, she was not sure. Would she declare war if she discovered another? She knew she would eventually, and yet she knew too that if she did, and Cowperwood were set in his passion, thoroughly alienated, it would do no good. It would be terrible, but what could she do to win him back? That was the issue. Once warned, however, by her suspicious questioning, Cowperwood was more mechanically attentive than ever. He did his best to conceal his altered moods, his enthusiasms for Mrs. Sohlberg, his interest in Antoinette Nowak, and this helped somewhat. But finally there was a detectable change. Aileen noticed it first after they had been back from Europe nearly a year. At this time she was still interested in Sohlberg, but in a harmless, flirtatious way. She thought he might be interesting physically, but would he be as delightful as Cowperwood? Never. When she felt that Cowperwood himself might be changing, she pulled herself up at once, and when Antoinette appeared, the carriage incident, Sohlberg lost his, at best, unstable charm. She began to meditate on what a terrible thing it would be to lose Cowperwood, seeing that she had failed to establish herself socially. Perhaps that had something to do with his defection. No doubt it had, yet she could not believe, after all his protestations of affection in Philadelphia, after all her devotion to him in those dark days of his degradation and punishment, that he would really turn on her. No, he might stray momentarily, but if she protested enough, made a scene, perhaps he would not feel so free to injure her. He would remember and be loving and devoted again. After seeing him, or imagining she had seen him in the carriage, she thought at first that she would question him, but later decided that she would wait and watch more closely. Perhaps he was beginning to run around with other women. There was safety in numbers, that she knew. Her heart, her pride, was hurt, but not broken. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Titan by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Clash. The peculiar personality of Rita Sohlberg was such that by her very action she ordinarily allayed suspicion, or rather distracted it. Although a novice, she had a strange ease, courage, or balance of soul which kept her whole and self-possessed under the most trying of circumstances. She might have been overtaken in the most compromising of positions, but her manner would always have indicated ease, a sense of innocence, nothing unusual, for she had no sense of moral degradation in this matter, no troublesome emotion as to what was to flow from a relationship of this kind, no worry as to her own soul, sin, social opinion, or the like. She was really interested in art and life, a pagan in fact. Some people are thus heartily equipped. It is the most notable attribute of the hardier types of personalities, not necessarily the most brilliant or successful. You might have said that her soul was naively unconscious of the agony of others in loss. She would have taken any loss to herself with an amazing equableness, some qualms of course, but not many, because her vanity and sense of charm would have made her look forward to something better or as good. She had called on Aileen quite regularly in the past, with or without Harold, and had frequently driven with the Cowperwoods or joined them at the theater or elsewhere. She had decided, after becoming intimate with Cowperwood, to study art again, which was a charming blind, for it called for attendance at afternoon or evening classes, which she frequently skipped. Besides, since Harold had more money, he was becoming gayer, more reckless and enthusiastic over women, and Cowperwood deliberately advised her to encourage him in some liaison which, in case exposure should subsequently come to them, would effectually tie his hands. "Let him get into some affair," Cowperwood told Rita. "We'll put detectives on his trail and get evidence. He won't have a word to say." "We don't really need to do that," she protested sweetly, naively. "He's been in enough scrapes as it is. He's given me some of the letters"—she pronounced it letters—"written him. But we'll need actual witnesses if we ever need anything at all. Just tell me when he's in love again, and I'll do the rest." "You know, I think," she drawled amusingly, "that he is now. I saw him on the street the other day with one of his students. Rather a pretty girl, too." Cowperwood was pleased. Under the circumstances, he would almost have been willing, not quite, for Aileen to succumb to Sohlberg in order to entrap her and make his situation secure. Yet he did not really wish it in the last analysis. Would have been grieved temporarily if she had deserted him. However, in the case of Sohlberg, detectives were employed, the new affair with the flighty pupil was unearthed and sworn to by witnesses, and this, combined with the letters held by Rita, constituted ample material wherewith to hush up the musician if he ever became unduly obstreperous. So Cowperwood in Rita's state was quite comfortable. But Aileen, meditating over Antoinette Nowak, was beside herself with curiosity, doubt, worry. She did not want to injure Cowperwood in any way after his bitter Philadelphia experience, and yet when she thought of his deserting her in this way she fell into a great rage. Her vanity, as much as her love, was hurt. What could she do to justify or set at rest her suspicions? Watch him personally? She was too dignified and vain to lurk about street corners or offices or hotels. Never. Start a quarrel without additional evidence? That would be silly. He was too shrewd to give her further evidence once she spoke. He would merely deny it. She brooded irritably, recalling after a time and with an aching heart that her father had put detectives on her track once 10 years before and had actually discovered her relations with Cowperwood and their rendezvous. Bitter as that memory was, torturing, yet now the same means seemed not too abhorrent to employ under the circumstances. No harm had come to Cowperwood in the former instance, she reasoned to herself. No especial harm from that discovery. This was not true. And none would come to him now. This also was not true. But one must forgive a fiery, passionate soul, wounded to the quick, some errors of judgment. Her thought was that she would first be sure just what it was her beloved was doing, and then decide what course to take. But she knew that she was treading on dangerous ground, and mentally she recoiled from the consequences which might follow. He might leave her if she fought him too bitterly. He might treat her as he had treated his first wife, Lillian. She studied her liege lord curiously these days, wondering if it were true that he had deserted her already, as he had deserted his first wife 13 years before, wondering if he could really take up with a girl as common as Antoinette Nowak, wondering, half afraid and yet courageous. What could be done with him? If only he still loved her, all would be well. But oh. The detective agency which she finally applied after weeks of soul-racking suspense was one of those disturbingly human implements which many are not opposed to using on occasion, when it is the only means of solving a troublesome problem of wounded feelings or jeopardized interests. Aileen, being obviously rich, was forthwith shamefully overcharged, but the services agreed upon were well performed. To her amazement, chagrin, and distress, after a few weeks of observation, Cowperwood was reported to have affairs not only with Antoinette Nowak, whom she did suspect, but also with Mrs. Sohlberg. And these two affairs at one and the same time. For the moment it left Aileen actually stunned and breathless. The significance of Rita Sohlberg to her in this hour was greater than that of any woman before or after. Of all living things, women dread women most of all, and of all women the clever and beautiful. Rita Sohlberg had been growing on Aileen as a personage, for she had obviously been prospering during this past year, and her beauty had been amazingly enhanced thereby. Once Aileen had encountered Rita in a light trap on the avenue, very handsome and very new, and she had commented on it to Cowperwood, whose reply had been, "Her father must be making some money. Sohlberg could never earn it for her." Aileen sympathized with Harold because of his temperament, but she knew that what Cowperwood said was true. Another time at a box party at the theater she had noted the rich elaborateness of Mrs. Sohlberg's dainty frock, the endless pleatings of pale silk, the startling charm of the needlework and the ribbons, countless, rosetted, small, that meant hard work on the part of someone. "How lovely this is," she had commented. "Yes," replied Rita airily. "I thought, don't you know, my dressmaker would never get done working on it." It had cost, all told, $220, and Cowperwood had gladly paid the bill. Aileen went home at the time thinking of Rita's taste and of how well she had harmonized her materials to her personality. She was truly charming. Now, however, when it appeared that the same charm that had appealed to her had appealed to Cowperwood, she conceived an angry animal opposition to it all. Rita Sohlberg, ha! A lot of satisfaction she'd get, knowing, as she would soon, that Cowperwood was sharing his affection for her with Antoinette Nowak, a mere stenographer. And a lot of satisfaction Antoinette would get, the cheap upstart, when she learned, as she would, that Cowperwood loved her so lightly that he would take an apartment for Rita Sohlberg and let a cheap hotel or an assignation house do for her. But in spite of this savage exultation, her thoughts kept coming back to herself, to her own predicament, to torture and destroy her. Cowperwood the liar, Cowperwood the pretender, Cowperwood the sneak. At one moment she conceived a kind of horror of the man because of all his protestations to her, at the next a rage, bitter, swelling, at the next a pathetic realization of her own altered position. Say what one will, to take the love of a man like Cowperwood away from a woman like Aileen was to leave her high and dry on land, a fish out of its native element, to take all the wind out of her sails, almost to kill her. Whatever position she had once thought to hold through him was now jeopardized. Whatever joy or glory she had had in being Mrs. Frank Algernon Cowperwood, it was now tarnished. She sat in her room this same day after the detectives had given their report, a tired look in her eyes, the first set lines her pretty mouth had ever known showing about it, her past and her future whirling painfully and nebulously in her brain. Suddenly she got up, and seeing Cowperwood's picture on her dresser, his still impressive eyes contemplating her, she seized it and threw it on the floor, stamping on his handsome face with her pretty foot and raging at him in her heart. The dog, the brute! Her brain was full of the thought of Rita's white arms about him, of his lips to hers. The spectacle of Rita's fluffy gowns, her enticing costumes, was in her eyes. Rita should not have him. She should not have anything connected with him, nor, for that matter, Antoinette Nowak either, the wretched upstart, the hireling. To think he should stoop to an office stenographer. Once on that thought, she decided that he should not be allowed to have a woman as an assistant any more. He owed it to her to love her after all she had done for him, the coward, and to let other women alone. Her brain whirled with strange thoughts. She was really not sane in her present state. She was so wrought up by her prospective loss that she could only think of rash, impossible, destructive things to do. She dressed swiftly, feverishly, and calling a closed carriage from the coach house, ordered herself to be driven to the New Arts Building. She would show this rosy cat of a woman, this smiling piece of impertinence, this she-devil, whether she could lure Cowperwood away. She meditated as she rode.
She would not sit back and be robbed as Mrs. Cowperwood had been by her. Never. He could not treat her that way. She would die first. She would kill Rita Sohlberg and Antoinette Nowak and Cowperwood and herself first. She would prefer to die that way rather than lose his love. Oh, yes, 1,000 times. Fortunately, Rita Sohlberg was not at the New Arts Building, or Sohlberg either. They had gone to a reception. Nor was she at the apartment on the North Side, where, under the name of Jacobs, as Aileen had been informed by the detectives, she and Cowperwood kept occasional tryst. Aileen hesitated for a moment, feeling it useless to wait. Then she ordered the coachman to drive her to her husband's office. It was now nearly 5 o'clock. Antoinette and Cowperwood had both gone, but she did not know it. She changed her mind, however, before she reached the office, for it was Rita Sohlberg she wished to reach first, and ordered her coachman to drive back to the Sohlberg studio. But still they had not returned. In a kind of aimless rage she went home, wondering how she could reach Rita Sohlberg first and alone. Then, to her savage delight, the game walked into her bag. The Sohlbergs, returning home at 6 o'clock from some reception farther out Michigan Avenue, had stopped at the wish of Harold merely to pass the time of day with Mrs. Cowperwood. Rita was exquisite in a pale blue and lavender concoction, with silver braid worked in here and there. Her gloves and shoes were pungent bits of romance, her hat a dream of graceful lines. At the sight of her, Aileen, who was still in the hall and had opened the door herself, fairly burned to seize her by the throat and strike her. But she restrained herself sufficiently to say, "Come in." She still had sense enough and self-possession enough to conceal her wrath and to close the door. Beside his wife Harold was standing, offensively smug and inefficient in the fashionable frock coat and silk hat of the time, a restraining influence as yet. He was bowing and smiling. "Oh," this sound was neither an "oh" nor an "ah," but a kind of Danish inflected "ah," which was usually not unpleasant to hear. "How are you once more, Mrs. Cowperwood? It is such a pleasure to see you again. Ah." "Won't you two just go into the reception room a moment?" said Aileen, almost hoarsely. "I'll be right in. I want to get something." Then, as an afterthought, she called very sweetly, "Oh, Mrs. Sohlberg, won't you come up to my room for a moment? I have something I want to show you." Rita responded promptly. She always felt it incumbent upon her to be very nice to Aileen. "We have only a moment to stay," she replied archly and sweetly, and coming out in the hall. "But I'll come up." Aileen stayed to see her go first, then followed upstairs swiftly, surely, entered after Rita, and closed the door. With a courage and rage born of a purely animal despair, she turned and locked it. Then she wheeled swiftly, her eyes lit with a savage fire, her cheeks pale, but later aflame, her hands and her fingers working in a strange, unconscious way. "So," she said, looking at Rita and coming toward her quickly and angrily, "you steal my husband, will you? You'll live in a secret apartment, will you? You'll come here smiling and lying to me, will you? You beast, you cat, you prostitute! I'll show you now, you tow-headed beast. I know you now for what you are. I'll teach you once and for all. Take that and that and that." Suiting action to word, Aileen had descended upon her whirlwind animal fashion, striking, scratching, choking, tearing her visitor's hat from her head, ripping the laces from her neck, beating her in the face, and clutching violently at her hair and throat to choke and mar her beauty if she could. For the moment she was really crazy with rage. By the suddenness of this onslaught Rita Sohlberg was taken back completely. It all came so swiftly, so terribly, she scarcely realized what was happening before the storm was upon her. There was no time for arguments, pleas, anything. Terrified, shamed, nonplussed, she went down quite limply under this almost lightning attack. When Aileen began to strike her, she attempted in vain to defend herself, uttering at the same time piercing screams,
which could be heard throughout the house. She screamed shrilly, strangely, like a wild, dying animal. On the instant all her fine, civilized poise had deserted her. From the sweetness and delicacy of the reception atmosphere, the polite cooings, posturings, and mouthings so charming to contemplate, so alluring in her, she had dropped on the instant to that native animal condition that shows itself in fear. Her eyes had a look of hunted horror. Her lips and cheeks were pale and drawn. She retreated in a staggering, ungraceful way. She writhed and squirmed, screamed in the strong clutch of the irate and vigorous Aileen. Cowperwood entered the hall below just before the screams began. He had followed the Sonbergs almost immediately from his office, and chancing to glance in the reception room, had observed Sonberg smiling, radiant, an intangible air of self-ingratiating, social, and artistic sycophancy about him. His long black frock coat buttoned smoothly around his body, his silk hat still in his hands. "Ah, how do you do, Mr. Cowperwood?" he was beginning to say, his curly head shaking in a friendly manner. "I'm so glad to see you again. When—" But who can imitate a scream of terror? We have no words, no symbols even, for those essential sounds of fright and agony. They filled the hall, the library, the reception room, the distant kitchen even, and the basement with a kind of vibrant terror. Cowperwood, always a man of action as opposed to nervous cogitation, braced up on the instant like taut wire. What, for heaven's sakes, could that be? What a terrible cry! Solberg, the artist, responding like a chameleon to the various emotional complexions of life, began to breathe stertorously, to blanch, to lose control of himself. "My God!" he exclaimed, throwing up his hands. "That's Rita. She's upstairs in your wife's room. Something must have happened. Oh!" On the instant he was quite beside himself, terrified, shaking, almost useless. Cowperwood, on the contrary, without a moment's hesitation, had thrown his coat to the floor, dashed up the stairs, followed by Solberg. What could it be? Where was Aileen? As he bounded upward, a clear sense of something untoward came over him. It was sickening, terrifying. Scream, scream, scream came the sounds. "Oh, my God, don't kill me! Help, help!" Scream, this last a long, terrified, ear-piercing wail. Solberg was about to drop from heart failure, he was so frightened. His face was an ashen gray. Cowperwood seized the doorknob vigorously, and finding the door locked, shook, rattled, and banged at it. "Aileen," he called sharply. "Aileen, what's the matter in there? Open this door, Aileen." "Oh, my God! Oh, help! Help! Oh, mercy! Oh!" It was the moaning voice of Rita. "I'll show you, you she-devil," he heard Aileen calling. "I'll teach you, you beast, you cat, you prostitute. There, there, there!" "Aileen!" he called hoarsely. "Aileen!" Then, getting no response and the screams continuing, he turned angrily. "Stand back!" he exclaimed to Solberg, who was moaning helplessly. "Get me a chair, get me a table, anything." The butler ran to obey, but before he could return, Cowperwood had found an implement. "Here," he said, seizing a long, thin, heavily carved and heavily wrought oak chair which stood at the head of the stairs on the landing. He whirled it vigorously over his head. Smash! The sound rose louder than the screams inside. Smash! The chair creaked and almost broke, but the door did not give. Smash! The chair broke and the door flew open. He had knocked the lock loose, and he leaped in to where Aileen, kneeling over Rita on the floor, was choking and beating her into insensibility. Like an animal, he was upon her. "Aileen," he shouted fiercely in a hoarse, ugly, guttural voice, "you fool, you idiot, let go! What the devil's the matter with you? What are you trying to do? Have you lost your mind, you crazy idiot?" He seized her strong hands and ripped them apart. He fairly dragged her back, half twisting and half throwing her over his knee, loosening her clutching hold. She was so insanely furious that she still struggled and cried, saying, "Let me at her, let me at her. I'll teach her. Don't you try to hold me, you dog. I'll show you, too, you brute. Oh!"
Pick up that woman, called Cowperwood firmly to Sohlberg and the butler who had entered. Get her out of here quickly. My wife has gone crazy. Get her out of here, I tell you. This woman doesn't know what she's doing. Take her out and get a doctor. What sort of hell's melee is this, anyway? Oh, moaned Rita, who was torn and fainting, almost unconscious from sheer terror. I'll kill her, screamed Aileen. I'll murder her. I'll murder you too, you dog. Oh, she began, striking at him. I'll teach you how to run around with other women, you dog, you brute. Cowperwood merely gripped her hands and shook her vigorously, forcefully. What the devil has got into you, anyway, you fool, he said to her bitterly as they carried Rita out. What are you trying to do, anyway? Murder her? Do you want the police to come in here? Stop your screaming and behave yourself, or I'll shove a handkerchief into your mouth. Stop, I tell you, stop. Do you hear me? This is enough, you fool. He clapped his hand over her mouth, pressing it tight and forcing her back against him. He shook her brutally, angrily. He was very strong. Now will you stop, he insisted, or do you want me to choke you quiet? I will if you don't. You're out of your mind. Stop it, I tell you. So this is the way you carry on when things don't go to suit you. She was sobbing, struggling, moaning, half screaming, quite beside herself. Oh, you crazy fool, he said, swinging her round and with an effort getting out a handkerchief which he forced over her face and in her mouth. There, he said relievedly. Now will you shut up? Holding her tight in an iron grip, he let her struggle and turn, quite ready to put an end to her breathing if necessary. Now that he had conquered her, he continued to hold her tightly, stooping beside her on one knee, listening and meditating. Hers was surely a terrible passion. From some points of view he could not blame her. Great was her provocation, great her love. He knew her disposition well enough to have anticipated something of this sort, yet the wretchedness, shame, scandal of the terrible affair upset his customary equilibrium. To think anyone should give way to such a storm as this, to think that Aileen should do it, to think that Rita should have been so mistreated. It was not at all unlikely that she was seriously injured, marred for life, possibly even killed. The horror of that, the ensuing storm of public rage, a trial, his whole career gone up in one terrific explosion of woe, anger, death. Great God! He called the butler to him by a nod of his head when the latter, who had gone out with Rita, hurried back. How is she? He asked desperately. Seriously hurt? No, sir, I think not. I believe she's just fainted. She'll be all right in a little while, sir. Can I be of any service, sir? Ordinarily Cowperwood would have smiled at such a scene. Now he was cold, sober. Not now, he replied with a sigh of relief, still holding Aileen firmly. Go out and close the door. Call a doctor. Wait in the hall. When he comes, call me. Aileen, conscious of things being done for Rita, of sympathy being extended to her, tried to get up, to scream again, but she couldn't. Her lord and master held her in an ugly hold. When the door was closed, he said again, Now, Aileen, will you hush? Will you let me get up and talk to you, or must we stay here all night? Do you want me to drop you forever after tonight? I understand about all this, but I am in control now, and I am going to stay so. You will come to your senses and be reasonable, or I will leave you tomorrow as sure as I am here. His voice rang convincingly. Now, shall we talk sensibly, or will you go on making a fool of yourself, disgracing me, disgracing the house, making yourself and myself the laughing stock of the servants, the neighborhood, the city? This is a fine showing you've made today. Good God, a fine showing indeed. A brawl in this house, a fight. I thought you had better sense, more self-respect. Really, I did. You have seriously jeopardized my chances here in Chicago. You have seriously injured and possibly killed a woman. You could even be hanged for that. Do you hear me? Oh, let them hang me, groaned Aileen. I want to die. He took away his hand from her mouth, loosened his grip upon her arms, and let her get to her feet.
She was still torrential, impetuous, ready to upbraid him, but once standing, she was confronted by him, cold, commanding, fixing her with a fishy eye. He wore a look now she had never seen on his face before, a hard, wintry, dynamic flare which no one but his commercial enemies, and only those occasionally, had seen. "Now stop!" he exclaimed. "Not one more word, not one. Do you hear me?" She wavered, quailed, gave way. All the fury of her tempestuous soul fell as the sea falls under a lapse of wind. She had had it in her heart, on her lips, to cry again, "You dog! You brute!" and 100 other terrible, useless things. But somehow, under the pressure of his gaze, the hardness of his heart, the words on her lips died away. She looked at him uncertainly for a moment. Then, turning, she threw herself on the bed near by, clutched her cheeks and mouth and eyes, and rocking back and forth in an agony of woe, she began to sob. "Oh, my God, my God, my heart, my life! I want to die! I want to die!" Standing there, watching her, there suddenly came to Cowperwood a keen sense of her soul hurt, her heart hurt, and he was moved. "Aileen," he said after a moment or two, coming over and touching her quite gently. "Aileen, don't cry so. I haven't left you yet. Your life isn't utterly ruined. Don't cry. This is bad business, but perhaps it is not without remedy. Come now, pull yourself together, Aileen." For answer she merely rocked and moaned, uncontrolled and uncontrollable. Being anxious about conditions elsewhere, he turned and stepped out into the hall. He must make some show for the benefit of the doctor and the servants. He must look after Rita and offer some passing explanation to Sahlberg. "Here," he called to a passing servant, "shut that door and watch it. If Mrs. Cowperwood comes out, call me instantly." End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Titan by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hell hath no fury. Rita was not dead by any means, only seriously bruised, scratched, and choked. Her scalp was cut in one place. Aileen had repeatedly beaten her head on the floor, and this might have resulted seriously if Cowperwood had not entered as quickly as he had. Sahlberg, for the moment, for some little time in fact, was under the impression that Aileen had truly lost her mind, had suddenly gone crazy, and that those shameless charges he had heard her making were the emanations of a disordered brain. Nevertheless, the things she had said haunted him. He was in a bad state himself, almost a subject for the doctor. His lips were bluish, his cheeks blanched. Rita had been carried into an adjoining bedroom and laid upon a bed. Cold water, ointments, a bottle of arnica had been procured, and when Cowperwood appeared she was conscious and somewhat better, but she was still very weak and smarting from her wounds, both mental and physical. When the doctor arrived, he had been told that a lady, a guest, had fallen downstairs. When Cowperwood came in, the physician was dressing her wounds. As soon as he had gone, Cowperwood said to the maid in attendance, "Go get me some hot water." As the latter disappeared, he bent over and kissed Rita's bruised lips, putting his finger to his own in a warning sign. "Rita," he asked softly, "are you fully conscious?" She nodded weakly. "Listen then," he said, bending over and speaking slowly. "Listen carefully. Pay strict attention to what I'm saying. You must understand every word and do as I tell you. You are not seriously injured. You will be all right. This will blow over. I have sent for another doctor to call on you at your studio. Your husband has gone for some fresh clothes. He will come back in a little while. My carriage will take you home when you are a little stronger. You mustn't worry. Everything will be all right. But you must deny everything. Do you hear? Everything. In so far as you know, Mrs. Cowperwood is insane. I will talk to your husband tomorrow. I will send you a trained nurse. Meantime, you must be careful of what you say and how you say it. Be perfectly calm. Don't worry. You are perfectly safe here, and you will be there. Mrs. Cowperwood will not trouble you any more. I will see to that. I am so sorry, but I love you. I am near you all the while. You must not let this make any difference. You will not see her any more." Still he knew that it would make a difference. Reassured as to Rita's condition, he went back to Aileen's room to plead with her again, to soothe her if he could. He found her up and dressing, a new thought and determination in her mind. Since she had thrown herself on the bed sobbing and groaning, her mood had gradually changed. She began to reason that if she could not dominate him, she could not make him properly sorry, she had better leave. It was evident, she thought, that he did not love her any more, seeing that his anxiety to protect Rita had been so great, his brutality in restraining her so marked, and yet she did not want to believe that this was so. He had been so wonderful to her in times past. She had not given up all hope of winning a victory over him, and these other women. She loved him too much, but only a separation would do it. That might bring him to his senses. She would get up, dress, and go downtown to a hotel. He should not see her any more unless he followed her. She was satisfied that she had broken up the liaison with Rita Sohlberg, anyway for the present, and as for Antoinette Nowak, she would attend to her later. Her brain and her heart ached. She was so full of woe and rage alternating that she could not cry any more now. She stood before her mirror, trying with trembling fingers to do over her toilet and adjust a street costume. Cowperwood was disturbed, nonplussed, at this unexpected sight. "Aileen," he said finally, coming up behind her, "can't you and I talk this thing over peacefully now? You don't want to do anything that you'll be sorry for. I don't want you to. I'm sorry. You don't really believe that I've ceased to love you, do you? I haven't, you know. This thing isn't as bad as it looks. I should think you would have a little more sympathy with me after all we have been through together. You haven't any real evidence of wrongdoing on which to base any such outburst as this." "Oh, haven't I?" she exclaimed, turning from the mirror, where sorrowfully and bitterly she was smoothing her red gold hair. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes red. Just now she seemed as remarkable to him as she had seemed the first day, years ago, when in a red cape he had seen her, a girl of 16, running up the steps of her father's house in Philadelphia. She was so wonderful then. It mellowed his mood toward her. "That's all you know about it, you liar," she declared. "It's little you know what I know. I haven't had detectives on your trail for weeks for nothing. You sneak. You like to smooth around now and find out what I know. Well, I know enough, and let me tell you that. You won't fool me any longer with your Rita Sohlbergs and your Antoinette Nowaks and your apartments and your houses of assignation. I know what you are, you brute, and after all your protestations of love for me. Ugh!" She turned fiercely to her task while Cowperwood stared at her, touched by her passion, moved by her force. It was fine to see what a dramatic animal she was, really worthy of him in many ways. "Aileen," he said softly, hoping still to ingratiate himself by degrees, "please don't be so bitter toward me. Haven't you any understanding of how life works, any sympathy with it? I thought you were more generous, more tender. I'm not so bad." He eyed her thoughtfully, tenderly, hoping to move her through her love for him. "Sympathy, sympathy!" She turned on him, blazing. "A lot you know about sympathy. I suppose I didn't give you any sympathy when you were in the penitentiary in Philadelphia, did I? A lot of good it did me, didn't it? Sympathy, bah! To have you come out here to Chicago and take up with a lot of prostitutes, cheap stenographers, and wives of musicians. You have given me a lot of sympathy, haven't you? What with that woman lying in the next room to prove it." She smoothed her lithe waist and shook her shoulders preparatory to putting on a hat and adjusting her wrap. She proposed to go just as she was and send Fadette back for all her belongings. "Aileen," he pleaded, determined to have his way, "I think you're very foolish. Really, I do. There is no occasion for all this. None in the world. Here you are talking at the top of your voice, scandalizing the whole neighborhood, fighting, leaving the house. It's abominable. I don't want you to do it. You love me yet, don't you? You know you do. I know you don't mean all you say. You can't. You really don't believe that I have ceased to love you, do you, Aileen?" "Love?" fired Aileen. "A lot you know about love. A lot you have ever loved anybody, you brute. I know how you love. I thought you loved me once. Humph! I see how you loved me, just as you loved 50 other women, as you loved that snippy little Rita Sohlberg in the next room, that cat, that dirty little beast, and the way you love Antoinette Nowak, a cheap stenographer. Bah! You don't know what the word means." And yet her voice trailed off into a kind of sob, and her eyes filled with tears, hot, angry, aching. Cowperwood saw them and came over, hoping in some way to take advantage of them. He was truly sorry now, anxious to make her feel tender toward him once more. "Aileen," he pleaded, "please don't be so bitter. You shouldn't be so hard on me. I'm not so bad. Aren't you going to be reasonable?" He put out a smoothing hand, but she jumped away. "Don't you touch me, you brute!" she exclaimed angrily. "Don't you lay a hand on me. I don't want you to come near me. I'll not live with you. I'll not stay in the same house with you and your mistresses. Go and live with your dear, darling Rita on the North Side if you want to. I don't care. I suppose you've been in the next room comforting her. The beast! I wish I'd killed her. Oh, God!" She tore at her throat in a violent rage, trying to adjust a button. Cowperwood was literally astonished. Never had he seen such an outburst as this. He had not believed Aileen to be capable of it. He could not help admiring her. None the less, he resented the brutality of her assault on Rita and on his own promiscuous tendency, and this feeling vented itself in one last unfortunate remark. "I wouldn't be so hard on mistresses if I were you, Aileen," he ventured pleadingly. "I should have thought your own experience would have—" He paused, for he saw on the instant that he was making a grave mistake. This reference to her past as a mistress was crucial. On the instant she straightened up, and her eyes filled with a great pain. "So that's the way you talk to me, is it?" she asked. "I knew it! I knew it! I knew it would come!" She turned to a tall chest of drawers as high as her breasts, laden with silverware, jewel boxes, brushes, and combs, and putting her arms down, she laid her head upon them and began to cry. This was the last straw. He was throwing up her lawless girlhood love to her as an offense. "Oh!" she sobbed, and shook in a hopeless, wretched paroxysm. Cowperwood came over quickly. He was distressed, pained. "I didn't mean that, Aileen," he explained. "I didn't mean it in that way, not at all. You rather drew that out of me. But I didn't mean it as a reproach. You were my mistress, but, good Lord, I never loved you any less for that. Rather more. You know I did. I want you to believe that. It's true. These other matters haven't been so important to me. They really haven't." He looked at her helplessly as she moved away to avoid him. He was distressed, nonplussed, immensely sorry. As he walked to the center of the room again, she suddenly suffered a great revulsion of feeling, but only in the direction of more wrath. This was too much. "So this is the way you talk to me!" she exclaimed. "After all I have done for you, you say that to me after I waited for you and cried for you when you were in prison for nearly 2 years. Your mistress! That's my reward, is it? Oh!" Suddenly she observed her jewel case, and resenting all the gifts he had given her in Philadelphia, in Paris, in Rome, here in Chicago, she suddenly threw open the lid, and grabbing the contents by handfuls, began to toss them toward him, to actually throw them in his face. Out they came, handfuls of gauds that he had given her in real affection, a jade necklace and a bracelet of pale apple green set in spun gold, with clasps of white ivory, a necklace of pearls, assorted as to size and matched in color, that shone with a tinted, pearly flame in the evening light, a handful of rings and brooches, diamonds, rubies, opals, amethysts, a dog collar of emeralds, and a diamond hair ornament. She flung them at him excitedly, strewing the floor, striking him on the neck, the face, and the hands. "Take that, and that, and that. There they are. I don't want anything more of yours. I don't want anything more to do with you. I don't want anything that belongs to you. Thank God, I have enough money of my own to live on. I hate you. I despise you. I never want to see you any more." Oh, and trying to think of something more, but failing, she dashed swiftly down the hall and down the stairs, while he stood for just one moment, overwhelmed. Then he hurried after her. "Aileen," he called. "Aileen, come back here. Don't go, Aileen." But she only hurried faster. She opened and closed the door, and actually ran out in the dark, her eyes wet, her heart bursting. So this was the end of that youthful dream that had begun so beautifully. She was no better than the others, just one of his mistresses. To have her past thrown up to her as a defense for the others, to be told that she was no better than they, this was the last straw. She choked and sobbed as she walked, vowing never to return, never to see him any more. But as she did so, Cowperwood came running after, determined for once, as lawless as he was, that this should not be the end of it all. She had loved him, he reflected. She had laid every gift of passion and affection on the altar of her love. It wasn't fair, really. She must be made to stay. He caught up at last, reaching her under the dark of the November trees. "Aileen," he said, laying hold of her and putting his arms around her waist. "Aileen, dearest, this is plain madness. It's insanity. You're not in your right mind. Don't go. Don't leave me. I love you. Don't you know I do? Can't you really see that? Don't run away like this, and don't cry. I do love you, and you know it. I always shall. Come back now. Kiss me. I'll do better. Really, I will. Give me another chance. Wait and see. Come now, won't you? That's my girl, my Aileen. Do come, please." She pulled on, but he held her, smoothing her arms, her neck, her face. "Aileen," he entreated. She tugged so that he was finally compelled to work her about into his arms. Then, sobbing, she stood there, agonized but happy once more, in a way. "But I don't want to," she protested. "You don't love me any more. Let me go." But he kept hold of her, urging, and finally she said, her head upon his shoulder as of old, "Don't make me come back tonight. I don't want to. I can't. Let me go downtown. I'll come back later, maybe." "Then I'll go with you," he said endearingly. "It isn't right. There are a lot of things I should be doing to stop this scandal, but I'll go." And together they sought a streetcar. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Titan by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Man and Superman. It is a sad commentary on all save the most chemic unions, those dark red flowers of romance that bloom most often only for a tragic end, that they cannot endure the storms of disaster that are wont to overtake them. A woman like Rita Sohlberg, with a seemingly urgent feeling for Cowperwood, was yet not so charmed by him but that this shock to her pride was a marked sedative. The crushing weight of such an exposure as this, the Homeric laughter inherent, if not indicated, in the faulty planning, the failure to take into account beforehand all the possibilities which might lead to such a disaster, was too much for her to endure. She was stung almost to desperation, maddened at the thought of the gay, idle way in which she had walked into Mrs. Cowperwood's clutches and had been made into a spectacle and a laughing stock by her. What a brute she was! What a demon! Her own physical weakness under the circumstances was no grief to her, rather a salve to her superior disposition. But just the same, she had been badly beaten, her beauty turned into a ragamuffin show, and that was enough. This evening, in the Lakeshore Sanitarium, where she had been taken, she had but one thought, to get away when it all should be over and rest her wearied brain. She did not want to see Sohlberg any more. She did not want to see Cowperwood any more. Already Harold, suspicious and determined to get at the truth, was beginning to question her as to the strangeness of Aileen's attack, her probable reason. When Cowperwood was announced, Sohlberg's manner modified somewhat, for whatever his suspicions were, he was not prepared to quarrel with this singular man as yet. "I am so sorry about this unfortunate business," said Cowperwood, coming in with brisk assurance. "I never knew my wife to become so strangely unbalanced before. It was most fortunate that I arrived when I did. I certainly owe you both every amend that can be made. I sincerely hope, Mrs. Sohlberg, that you are not seriously injured. If there is anything I can possibly do, anything either of you can suggest—" He looked around solicitously at Sohlberg. "I shall only be too glad to do it. How would it do for you to take Mrs. Sohlberg away for a little while for a rest? I shall so gladly pay all expenses in connection with her recovery." Sohlberg, brooding and heavy, remained unresponsive, smoldering. Rita, cheered by Cowperwood's presence, but not wholly relieved by any means, was questioning and disturbed. She was afraid that there was to be a terrific scene between them. She declared she was better and would be all right, that she did not need to go away, but that she preferred to be alone. "It's very strange," said Sohlberg sullenly after a little while. "I don't understand it. I don't understand it at all. Why should she do such a thing? Why should she say such things? Here we have been the best friends up to now. Then suddenly she attacks my wife and says all these strange things." "But I have assured you, my dear Mr. Sohlberg, that my wife was not in her right mind. She has been subject to spells of this kind in the past, though never to anything so violent as this tonight. Already she has recovered her normal state, and she does not remember. But perhaps, if we are going to discuss things now, we had better go out in the hall. Your wife will need all the rest she can get." Once outside, Cowperwood continued with brilliant assurance. "Now, my dear Sohlberg, what is it I can say? What is it you wish me to do? My wife has made a lot of groundless charges, to say nothing of injuring your wife most seriously and shamefully. I cannot tell you, as I have said, how sorry I am. I assure you Mrs. Cowperwood is suffering from a gross illusion. There is absolutely nothing to do, nothing to say, so far as I can see, but to let the whole matter drop. Don't you agree with me?" Harold was twisting mentally in the coils of a trying situation. His own position, as he knew, was not formidable. Rita had reproached him over and over for infidelity. He began to swell and bluster at once. "That is all very well for you to say, Mr. Cowperwood," he commented defiantly. "But how about me? Where do I come in? I don't know what to think yet. It's very strange. Supposing what your wife says was true. Supposing my wife has been going around with someone. That is what I want to find out. If she has, if it is what I think it is, I don't know what I shall do. I'm a very violent man." Cowperwood almost smiled. Concerned as he was over avoiding publicity, he had no fear of Sohlberg physically. "See here," he exclaimed suddenly, looking sharply at the musician and deciding to take the bull by the horns. "You are in quite as delicate a situation as I am. If you only stop to think. This affair, if it gets out, will involve not only me and Mrs. Cowperwood, but yourself and your wife. And if I am not mistaken, I think your own affairs are not in any too good shape. You cannot blacken your wife without blackening yourself. That is inevitable. None of us is exactly perfect. For myself, I shall be compelled to prove insanity, and I can do this easily. If there is anything in your past which is not precisely what it should be, it could not long be kept a secret. If you are willing to let the matter drop, I will make handsome provision for you both. If instead you choose to make trouble, to force this matter into the daylight, I shall leave no stone unturned to protect myself and to put as good a face on this matter as I can." "What?" exclaimed Sohlberg. "You threaten me? You try to frighten me after your wife charges that you have been running around with my wife? You talk about my past. I like that. Ha! We shall see about this. What is it you know about me?" "Well, Mr. Sohlberg," rejoined Cowperwood calmly, "I know, for instance, that for a long while your wife has not loved you, that you have been living on her as any pensioner might, that you have been running around with as many as 6 or 7 women in as many years or less. For months I have been acting as your wife's financial adviser, and in that time, with the aid of detectives, I have learned of Anna Stelmark, Jessie Laska, Bertha Reese, Georgia DuCoin. Do I need to say any more? As a matter of fact, I have a number of your letters in my possession." "So that is it!" exclaimed Sohlberg, while Cowperwood eyed him fixedly. "You have been running around with my wife. It is true, then. A fine situation. And you come here now with these threats, these lies, to bulldoze me. Ha! We will see about them. We will see what I can do. Wait till I consult a lawyer first. Then we will see." Cowperwood surveyed him coldly, angrily. What an ass, he thought. "See here," he said, urging Sohlberg, for privacy's sake, to come down into the lower hall and then into the street before the sanitarium, where 2 gas lamps were fluttering fitfully in the dark and wind. "I see very plainly that you are bent on making trouble. It is not enough that I have assured you that there is nothing in this, that I have given you my word. You insist on going further. Very well, then. Supposing, for argument's sake, that Mrs. Cowperwood was not insane, that every word she said was true, that I had been misconducting myself with your wife. What of it? What will you do?" He looked at Sohlberg smoothly, ironically, while the latter flared up. "Ha!" he shouted melodramatically. "Why, I would kill you. That's what I would do. I would kill her. I will make a terrible scene. Just let me know that this is so, and then see." "Exactly," replied Cowperwood grimly. "I thought so. I believe you. For that reason I have come prepared to serve you in just the way you wish." He reached into his coat and took out 2 small revolvers, which he had taken from a drawer at home for this very purpose. They gleamed in the dark. "Do you see these?" he continued. "I am going to save you the trouble of further investigation, Mr. Sohlberg. Every word that Mrs. Cowperwood said tonight, and I am saying this with a full understanding of what this means to you and to me, is true. She is no more insane than I am. Your wife has been living in an apartment with me on the North Side for months, though you cannot prove that. She does not love you, but me. Now, if you want to kill me, here is a gun." He extended his hand. "Take your choice. If I am to die, you might as well die with me." He said it so coolly, so firmly, that Sohlberg, who was an innate coward and who had no more desire to die than any other healthy animal, paled. The look of cold steel was too much. The hand that pressed them on him was hard and firm. He took hold of one, but his fingers trembled. The steely, metallic voice in his ear was undermining the little courage that he had. Cowperwood by now had taken on the proportions of a dangerous man, the lineaments of a demon. He turned away, mortally terrified. "My God!" he exclaimed, shaking like a leaf. "You want to kill me, do you? I will not have anything to do with you. I will not talk to you. I will see my lawyer. I will talk to my wife first." "Oh, no, you won't," replied Cowperwood, intercepting him as he turned to go and seizing him by the arm. "I am not going to have you do anything of the sort. I am not going to kill you if you are not going to kill me. but I am going to make you listen to reason for once. Now, here is what else I have to say, and then I am through. I am not unfriendly to you. I want to do you a good turn, little as I care for you. To begin with, there is nothing in those charges my wife made, not a thing. I merely said what I did just now to see if you were in earnest. You do not love your wife any more. She doesn't love you. You are no good to her. Now, I have a very friendly proposition to make to you. If you want to leave Chicago and stay away 3 years or more, I will see that you are paid $5,000 every year on January 1st, on the nail. $5,000. Do you hear? Or you can stay here in Chicago and hold your tongue, and I will make it $3,000, monthly or yearly, just as you please. But, and this is what I want you to remember, if you don't get out of town or hold your tongue, if you make one single rash move against me, I will kill you, and I will kill you on sight. Now, I want you to go away from here and behave yourself. Leave your wife alone. Come and see me in a day or two. The money is ready for you any time." He paused while Sohlberg stared, his eyes round and glassy. This was the most astonishing experience of his life. This man was either devil or prince, or both. Good God, he thought, he will do that too. He will really kill me. Then the astounding alternative, $5,000 a year, came to his mind. Well, why not? His silence gave consent. "If I were you, I wouldn't go upstairs again tonight," continued Cowperwood sternly. "Don't disturb her. She needs rest. Go on downtown and come and see me tomorrow. Or if you want to go back, I will go with you. I want to say to Mrs. Sohlberg what I have said to you. But remember what I've told you." "No, thank you," replied Sohlberg feebly. "I will go downtown. Good night." And he hurried away. "I'm sorry," said Cowperwood to himself defensively. "It is too bad, but it was the only way." End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Titan by Theodore DREISER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A matter of tunnels. The question of Sohlberg adjusted thus simply, if brutally, Cowperwood turned his attention to Mrs. Sohlberg. But there was nothing much to be done. He explained that he had now completely subdued Aileen and Sohlberg, that the latter would make no more trouble, that he was going to pension him, that Aileen would remain permanently quiescent. He expressed the greatest solicitude for her, but Rita was now sickened of this tangle. She had loved him, as she thought, but through the rage of Aileen she saw him in a different light, and she wanted to get away. His money, plentiful as it was, did not mean as much to her as it might have meant to some women. It simply spelled luxuries without which she could exist if she must. His charm for her had, perhaps, consisted mostly in the atmosphere of flawless security which seemed to surround him, a glittering bubble of romance that, by one fell attack, was now burst. He seemed to be quite as other men, subject to the same storms, the same danger of shipwreck. Only he was a better sailor than most. She recuperated gradually, left for home, left for Europe, details too long to be narrated. Sohlberg, after much meditating and fuming, finally accepted the offer of Cowperwood and returned to Denmark. Aileen, after a few days of quarreling, in which he agreed to dispense with Antoinette Nowak, returned home. Cowperwood was in no wise pleased by this rough denouement. Aileen had not raised her own attractions in his estimation, and yet, strange to relate, he was not unsympathetic with her. He had no desire to desert her as yet, though for some time he had been growing in the feeling that Rita would have been a much better type of wife for him. But what he could not have, he could not have. He turned his attention with renewed force to his business, but it was with many a backward glance at those radiant hours when, with Rita in his presence or enfolded by his arms,
He had seen life from a new and poetic angle. She was so charming, so naive. But what could he do? For several years thereafter, Cowperwood was busy following the Chicago street railway situation with increasing interest. He knew that it was useless to brood over Rita Sohlberg. She would not return, and yet he could not help it. But he could work hard, and that was something. His natural aptitude and affection for street railway work had long since been demonstrated, and it was now making him restless. One might have said of him quite truly that the tinkle of car bells and the plop of plodding horses' feet was in his blood. He surveyed these extending lines with their jingling cars as he went about the city with an almost hungry eye. Chicago was growing fast, and these little horse cars on certain streets were crowded night and morning, fairly bulging with people at the rush hours. If he could only secure an octopus grip on one or all of them, if he could combine and control them all, what a fortune! That, if nothing else, might salve him for some of his woes. A tremendous fortune, nothing less. He forever busied himself with various aspects of the scene quite as a poet might have concerned himself with rocks and rills. To own these street railways, to own these street railways, so rang the song in his mind. Like the gas situation, the Chicago street railway situation was divided into three parts, three companies representing and corresponding with the three different sides or divisions of the city. The Chicago Railway Company, occupying the south side and extending as far south as 39th Street, had been organized in 1859 and represented in itself a mine of wealth. Already it controlled some 70 miles of track and was annually being added to on Indiana Avenue, on Wabash Avenue, on State Street, and on Archer Avenue. It owned over 150 cars of the old-fashioned, straw-strewn, no-stove type, and over 1,000 horses. It employed 170 conductors, 160 drivers, 100 stablemen and blacksmiths, harness makers, and repairers in interesting numbers. Its snowplows were busy on the street in winter, its sprinkling cars in summer. Cowperwood calculated its shares, bonds, rolling stock, and other physical properties as totaling in the vicinity of over $2 million. The trouble with this company was that its outstanding stock was principally controlled by Norman Schryhart, who was now decidedly inimical to Cowperwood, or anything he might wish to do, and by Anson Merrill, who had never manifested any signs of friendship. He did not see how he was to get control of this property. Its shares were selling around $250. The North Chicago Railway was a corporation which had been organized at the same time as the South Side Company, but by a different group of men. Its management was old, indifferent, and incompetent. Its equipment about the same. The Chicago West Division Railway had originally been owned by the Chicago City or South Side Railway, but was now a separate corporation. It was not yet so profitable as the other divisions of the city, but all sections of the city were growing. The horse bell was heard everywhere, tinkling gaily. Standing on the outside of this scene, contemplating its promise, Cowperwood, much more than anyone else connected financially with the future of these railways at this time, was impressed with their enormous possibilities, their enormous future if Chicago continued to grow, and was concerned with the various factors which might further or impede their progress. Not long before he had discovered that one of the chief handicaps to street railway development on the north and west sides lay in the congestion of traffic at the bridges spanning the Chicago River. Between the street ends that abutted on it and connected the two sides of the city ran this amazing stream, dirty, odorous, picturesque, compact of a heavy, delightful, constantly crowding and moving boat traffic, which kept the various bridges momentarily turning, and tied up the street traffic on either side of the river until it seemed at times as though the tangle of teams and boats would never any more be straightened out. It was lovely, human, natural, Dickensesque, a fit subject for a Daumier, a Turner, or a Whistler. The idlest of the bridge tenders judged for himself when the boats and when the teams should be made to wait and how long, while, in addition to the regular pedestrians, a group of idlers stood at gaze fascinated by the crowd of masts, the crush of wagons, and the picturesque tugs in the foreground below. Cowperwood, as he sat in his light runabout, annoyed by a delay, or dashed swiftly forward to get over before a bridge turned, had long since noted that the streetcar service in the north and west sides was badly hampered. The unbroken south side, unthreaded by a river, had no such problem and was growing rapidly. Because of this, he was naturally interested to observe one day, in the course of his peregrinations, that there existed in two places under the Chicago River, in the first place at LaSalle Street, running north and south, and in the second at Washington Street, running east and west, two now soggy and rat-infested tunnels which were never used by anybody, dark, damp, dripping affairs only vaguely lighted with oil lamp, and oozing with water. Upon investigation, he learned that they had been built years before to accommodate this same tide of wagon traffic, which now congested at the bridges, and which even then had been rapidly rising. Being forced to pay a toll in time, to which a slight toll in cash, exacted for the privilege of using a tunnel, had seemed to the investors and public infinitely to be preferred, this traffic had been offered this opportunity of avoiding the delay. However, like many another handsome commercial scheme on paper or bubbling in the human brain, the plan did not work exactly. These tunnels might have proven profitable if they had been properly built with long, low-percent grades, wide roadways, and a sufficiency of light and air. But, as a matter of fact, they had not been judiciously adapted to public convenience. Norman Schryhart's father had been an investor in these tunnels, and Anson Merrill. When they had proved unprofitable after a long period of pointless manipulation, cost $1 million, they had been sold to the city for exactly that sum each, it being poetically deemed that a growing city could better afford to lose so disturbing an amount than any of its humble, ambitious, and respectable citizens. That was a little affair by which members of council had profited years before, but that also is another story. After discovering these tunnels, Cowperwood walked through them several times, for though they were now boarded up, there was still an uninterrupted footpath, and wondered why they could not be utilized. It seemed to him that if the streetcar traffic were heavy enough, profitable enough, and these tunnels for a reasonable sum could be made into a lower grade, one of the problems which now hampered the growth of the north and west sides would be obviated. But how? He did not own the tunnels. He did not own the street railways. The cost of leasing and rebuilding the tunnels would be enormous. Helpers and horses and extra drivers on any grade, however slight, would have to be used, and that meant an extra expense. With streetcar horses as the only means of traction, and with the long, expensive grades, he was not so sure that this venture would be a profitable one. However, in the fall of 1880, or a little earlier, when he was still very much entangled with the preliminary sex affairs that led eventually to Rita Sohlberg, he became aware of a new system of traction relating to streetcars, which, together with the arrival of the arc light, the telephone, and other inventions, seemed destined to change the character of city life entirely. Recently in San Francisco, where the presence of hills made the movement of crowded street railway cars exceedingly difficult, a new type of traction had been introduced, that of the cable, which was nothing more than a traveling rope of wire running over guttered wheels in a conduit and driven by immense engines conveniently located in adjacent stations or powerhouses. These cars carried a readily manipulated grip lever or steel hand which reached down through a slot in a conduit and gripped the moving cable. This invention solved the problem of hauling heavily laden streetcars up and down steep grades. About the same time, he also heard, in a roundabout way, that the Chicago City Railway, which Schryhart and Merrill were the principal owners, was about to introduce this mode of traction on its lines, to cable State Street and attach the cars of other lines running farther out into unprofitable districts as trailers. At once, the solution of the North and West Side problems flashed upon him: cables. Outside of the bridge crush and the tunnels above mentioned, there was one other special condition which had been for some time past attracting Cowperwood's attention. This was the waning energy of the North Chicago City Railway Company. The lack of foresight on the part of its directors which prevented them from perceiving the proper solution to their difficulties. The road was in a rather unsatisfactory state financially, really open to a coup of some sort. In the beginning it had been considered unprofitable, so thinly populated was the territory they served, and so short the distance from the business heart. Later, however, as the territory filled up, they did better. Only then the long waits at the bridges occurred. The management, feeling that the lines were likely to be poorly patronized, had put down poor little light-weight rails and run slimpsy cars which were as cold as ice in winter and as hot as stove ovens in summer. No attempt had been made to extend the downtown terminus of the several lines into the business center. They stopped just over the river which bordered it at the north. On the south side, Mr. Schryhart had done much better for his patrons. He had already installed a loop for his cable about Merrill's store. As on the west side, straw was strewn in the bottom of all the cars in winter to keep the feet of the passengers warm, and but few open cars were used in summer. The directors were averse to introducing them because of the expense, so they had gone on, adding lines only where they were sure they would make a good profit from the start, putting down the same style of cheap rail that had been used in the beginning, and employing the same antique type of car which rattled and trembled as it ran, until the patrons were enraged to the point of anarchy. Only recently, because of various suits and complaints inaugurated, the company had been greatly annoyed, but they scarcely knew what to do, how to meet the onslaught. Though there was here and there a man of sense, such as Terence Mulgannon, the general superintendent, Edwin Kaffrath, a director, William Johnson, the constructing engineer of the company. Yet such other men as Onias C. Skinner, the president, and Walter Parker, the vice president, were reactionaries of an elderly character, conservative, meditative, stingy, and worst of all, fearful or without courage for great adventure. It is a sad commentary that age almost invariably takes away the incentive to new achievement and makes "let well enough alone" the most appealing motto. Mindful of this, Cowperwood, with a now splendid scheme in his mind, one day invited John J. McKenty over to his house to dinner on a social pretext. When the latter, accompanied by his wife, had arrived, and Aileen had smiled on them both sweetly, was doing her best to be nice to Mrs. McKenty, Cowperwood remarked, "McKenty, do you know anything about these two tunnels that the city owns under the river at Washington and LaSalle Streets?" "I know that the city took them over when it didn't need them, and that they're no good for anything. That was before my time, though," explained McKenty, cautiously. "I think the city paid $1 million for them. Why?" "Oh, nothing much," replied Cowperwood, evading the matter for the present. "I was wondering whether they were in such condition that they couldn't be used for anything. I see occasional references in the papers to their uselessness." "They're in pretty bad shape, I'm afraid," replied McKenty. "I haven't been through either of them in years and years. The idea was originally to let the wagons go through them and break up the crowding at the bridges, but it didn't work. They made the grade too steep and the tolls too high, and so the drivers preferred to wait for the bridges. They were pretty hard on horses. I can testify to that myself. I've driven a wagon load through them more than once. The city should never have taken them over at all by rights. It was a deal. I don't know who all was in it. Carmody was the mayor then, and Aldrich was in charge of public works." He relapsed into silence, and Cowperwood allowed the matter of the tunnels to rest until after dinner, when they had adjourned to the library. There he placed a friendly hand on McKenty's arm, an act of familiarity which the politician rather liked. "You felt pretty well satisfied with the way that gas business came out last year, didn't you?" he inquired. "I did," replied McKenty warmly. "Never more so. I told you that at the time." The Irishman liked Cowperwood and was grateful for the swift manner in which he had been made richer by the sum of several $100,000. "Well, now, McKenty," continued Cowperwood abruptly and with a seeming lack of connection, "has it ever occurred to you that things are shaping up for a big change in the street railway situation here? I can see it coming. There's going to be a new motor power introduced on the South Side within a year or two. You've heard of it?" "I read something of it," replied McKenty, surprised and a little questioning. He took a cigar and prepared to listen. Cowperwood, never smoking, drew up a chair. "Well, I'll tell you what that means," he explained. "It means that eventually every mile of street railway track in this city, to say nothing of all the additional miles that will be built before this change takes place, will have to be done over on an entirely new basis. I mean this cable conduit system. These old companies that are hobbling along now with an old equipment will have to make the change. They'll have to spend millions and millions before they can bring their equipment up to date. If you paid any attention to the matter, you must have seen what a condition these North and West Side lines are in." "It's pretty bad, I know that," commented McKenty. "Just so," replied Cowperwood emphatically. "Well, now, if I know anything about these old managements from studying them, they're going to have a hard time bringing themselves to do this. 2 to 3 million are 2 to 3 million, and it isn't going to be an easy matter for them to raise the money. Not as easy, perhaps, as it would be for some of the rest of us, supposing we wanted to go into the street railway business." "Yes, supposing," replied McKenty jovially. "But how are you going to get in it? There's no stock for sale that I know of." "Just the same," replied Cowperwood, "we can if we want to, and I'll show you how. But at present there's just one thing in particular I'd like you to do for me. I want to know if there's any way that we can get control of either of those 2 old tunnels that I was talking to you about a little while ago. I'd like both, if I might. Do you suppose that is possible?" "Why, yes," replied McKenty, wondering. "But what have they got to do with it? They're not worth anything. Some of the boys were talking about filling them in some time ago, blowing them up. The police think crooks hide in them." "Just the same, don't let anyone touch them. Don't lease them or anything," replied Cowperwood forcefully. "I'll tell you frankly what I want to do. I want to get control just as soon as possible of all the street railway lines I can on the North and West Side, new or old franchises. Then you'll see where the tunnels come in." He paused to see whether McKenty caught the point of all he meant, but the latter failed. "You don't want much, do you?" he said cheerfully. "But I don't see how you can use the tunnels. However, that's no reason why I shouldn't take care of them for you if you think that's important." "It's this way," said Cowperwood thoughtfully. "I'll make you a preferred partner in all the ventures that I control if you do as I suggest. The street railways, as they stand now, will have to be taken up lock, stock, and barrel and thrown into the scrap heap within 8 or 9 years at the latest. You see what the South Side Company is beginning to do now. When it comes to the West and North Side companies, they won't find it so easy. They aren't earning as much as the South Side, and besides, they have those bridges to cross. That means a severe inconvenience to a cable line. In the first place, the bridges will have to be rebuilt to stand the extra weight and strain. Now the question arises at once, at whose expense? The city's? That depends on who's asking for it, replied McKenty amiably. Quite so, assented Cowperwood. In the next place, this river traffic is becoming impossible from the point of view of a decent streetcar service. There are waits now of from 8 to 15 minutes while these tows and vessels get through. Chicago has 500,000 population today. How much will it be in 1890, in 1900? How will it be when it has 800,000 or a million? You're quite right, interpolated McKenty. It will be pretty bad. Exactly. What is worse, the cable lines will carry trailers or single cars from feeder lines. There won't be single cars waiting at these draws. There will be trains, crowded trains. It won't be advisable to delay a cable train from 8 to 15 minutes while the boats are making their way through a draw. The public won't stand for that very long, will it, do you think? Not without making a row, probably, replied McKenty. Well, that means what then? Asked Cowperwood. Is the traffic going to get any lighter? Is the river going to dry up? Mr. McKenty stared. Suddenly his face lighted. Oh, I see, he said shrewdly. It's those tunnels you're thinking about. Are they in any shape to be used? They can be made over cheaper than new ones can be built. True for you, replied McKenty. And if they're in any sort of repair, they'll be just what you want. He was emphatic, almost triumphant. They belong to the city. They cost pretty near $1 million apiece, those things. I know it, said Cowperwood. Now, do you see what I'm driving at? Do I see? Smiled McKenty. That's a real idea you have, Cowperwood. I take off my hat to you. Say what you want. Well, then, in the first place, replied Cowperwood genially, it is agreed that the city won't part with those 2 tunnels under any circumstances until we can see what can be done about this other matter. It will not. In the next place, it is understood, is it, that you won't make it any easier than you can possibly help for the North and West Side companies to get ordinances extending their lines or anything else from now on. I shall want to introduce some franchises for feeders and outlying lines myself. Bring in your ordinances, replied McKenty, and I'll do whatever you say. I've worked with you before. I know that you keep your word. Thanks, said Cowperwood warmly. I know the value of keeping it. In the meanwhile, I'll go ahead and see what can be done about the other matter. I don't know just how many men I will need to let in on this, or just what form the organization will take, but you may depend upon it that your interests will be properly taken care of, and that whatever is done will be done with your full knowledge and consent. All very good, answered McKenty, thinking of the new field of activity before them. A combination between himself and Cowperwood in a matter like this must prove very beneficial to both. And he was satisfied, because of their previous relations, that his own interests would not be neglected. Shall we go and see if we can find the ladies? Asked Cowperwood jauntily, laying hold of the politician's arm. To be sure, assented McKenty gaily. It's a fine house you have here, beautiful, and your wife is as pretty a woman as I ever saw, if you'll pardon the familiarity. I've always thought she was rather attractive myself, replied Cowperwood innocently. End of chapter 21.